I hope this works. It's been a long day. All right, guys. Welcome back to the Tone Vays Political channel. Let me make sure we're streaming on the right channel. And we are here for the election party with some poker. You already see Doug Scribner eating away.
Ribs.
And more people will be joining us here live in the studio, which is what do we call it? A party room in a nice building downtown Manhattan.
Manhattan?
Miami.
Satoski's here. He's running around. And there's more dogs coming.
All right. Let me make sure everything good. How's the video? How's the audio?
Looks good. I'm just checking the chat. Looks like everything's good.
Yep, we are in downtown Miami. I am joined by Bitcoin Motorist. I shout out the link to a bunch of people. They should definitely be joining us in a minute. I figured I'd leave the camera like this. Let me set the camera to. Wait. Let me sure the camera moves around as I move around. Is the camera moving? Yeah, it's moving. All right. So here's where we are. You don't mind being on camera, right? You don't care. All right, cool. This is our Hangout. You see the poker chips right there. We're going to be playing cards in a little bit when more people get here. In the meantime, let's see what's going on with the election. I voted. I voted this afternoon. Someone is like, where'd the cocaine go? All right. Imagine motorist on a motorcycle. I've seen motorists on a motorcycle. You like a Harley, right?
Yeah, I've always been a cruiser guy. I mean, sure, I'll ride I'll ride a crotch rocket, but the Harley's just way better, just so much easier, so much more comfortable, especially if you're going long trips, which I do, long road trips. So much better on a Harley than on a crotch rocket where you can be uncomfortable for 4 hours.
All right, so let me go to screen share. Let me do, yeah, I think I should do the whole monitor. Let's look at the price of Bitcoin and see what's going on. Here's our daily Bitcoin chart. A new day just begun as of a few minutes ago. Nice. It's been a pretty volatile day. We are back to $69,500. And I'm bullish here. I like it. Hey, Gary Garrettson, let me know if you want to jump on the stream here. Let me send you. I'm going to put this link in my Q&A chat. Hey, guys, moderators that are watching, use the Q&A chat and feel free to jump on, motorists, but you're watching the Q&A and stuff. Joe Photo. Shout out, brother. Hey, shout out to the Ocean Mining Pool. They are mining Bitcoin like crazy, and their hash rate has just shot up because of it. Hopefully, Mechanic will join us. Let me message Mechanic. Yo, jump on stream. Okay, so what are we going to be using to figure out who's in the lead? So I'm thinking of the shortest path is just to keep an eye on Google, and you can see that the results are already coming in from Kentucky and Indiana, and they are definitely moving into Trump's direction. Oh, this is the House, this is the Senate, and here we have for president. So you can see how Indiana has already reported 14%, and it's dominated, absolutely dominated by Trump. Okay, so is Kentucky, reported 8%, absolutely dominated by Trump. Florida is coming in nicely. Georgia is coming in very nicely. Georgia is one of our swing states. We have to keep an eye on Georgia. Georgia is our swing state with 16 electoral votes. Honestly, Pennsylvania is going to decide this entire election. Motorist is gone, so I have no one to chat with. Looks like Mechanic is joining us. What's up, brother? I was just talking about the ocean mining pool. You guys are on a roll. Give us a quick update, and then we go back to the election results. He's connecting his audio. Hey, Mechanic.
All right, I'm connected. What's up, man?
Yo.
Yo. How you doing?
Dude, I was just giving you guys a huge shout out over at Ocean. I know it's been a year-long struggle, but over the last month, you guys have mined blocks at double the expected rate based on your hash rate. And that's probably why your hash rate has doubled. And you are crushing it here in November, continuing mining blocks at a faster clip. Tell us about the journey real quick and what's going on.
Man, it's been great. It's like a party. The more people that come, the more people want to be there. So, we're sort of out of bootstrap now. Like we've been finding a block a day, pretty much, which is above luck. So I'm not going to say that's going to continue because it's roughly once every 28, 29 hours is expected. But yeah, we're outpacing the network. We're growing faster than the network is. So as long as that continues to be the case, it's just going to get better and better.
All right. Any developments, big announcements you want to say real quick?
Man, we've had great stuff, but it's just the worst day in history to try and do any kind of announcements. So we just went live with Datum on Umbrel. So people with Umbrels now can make their own blocks. For anyone that doesn't understand what that means, we've had centralization for years now where you can only have a few pools in Bitcoin. That's just basically a rule of how it works. But if the pools are the ones making the templates, which they have been, then you only have a few people in the world that decide what gets in Bitcoin's blockchain, which is not going to work, obviously, because that's a nightmare waiting to happen. So someone had to design a pool where the miners can make that decision, and that's what Ocean does. So any of these blocks you see here that look like they've got the shiny lines in them with the white sort of glow, those are datum blocks. That means the miner made those blocks themselves. And the more normal, just regular blue blocks are ones where Ocean made the template. So right now, most of our blocks are datum blocks. And this was a goal we had when we launched the pool less than a year ago. And we already did it with a brand new custom protocol that works, that miners are using. No snags yet, touch wood, no train wrecks yet. So it's all been, no news is good news, and everything worked. So I mean, I couldn't be happier with it. The
Cool.
community's realized how important this is, and people are adopting it quick.
Yeah, Mechanic, it's so good to see people jumping on, but I predicted that Ocean would gain more traction as more and more people joined than, because nobody wanted to be among the first because you guys were finding a block like once a week or once every 2 weeks. But then, once now you're finding it on a more regular basis, now more and more people are happy to jump in, and it's kind of going to snowball. And I remember that I told David Bailey that if Ocean can get to 10% of the mining power, then all his ordinal crap is going to be toast. But we'll see how that goes. Hopefully,
The ordinal crap kind of died by itself anyway.
pretty much.
That was, I mean, it was never going to last that long anyway, but that was just such a bad attack, man. That was an undermining of fungibility, man. That was a movement saying one BTC does not equal one BTC. If people don't understand that for the attack it is, then they don't understand what money is, man. Money is supposed to be fungible. It's not supposed to be collectibles with the unique values assigned to each unit. If you think that, then you don't understand the basic function of money. You still presumably think the Roman sestertius is money, because like it's still valuable, right? But it's definitely not money.
Right. If people
Well,
understood
the
money,
way
go ahead,
I was
Sean.
the way I used to explain why this ordinal and rune and stamps and whatever other crap they put on top of Bitcoin, what I always said was, if Satoshis are not fungible, they will be made fungible by the Bitcoin community. So the more this shit succeeds, the more they create an incentive to completely make Bitcoin fungible. Now, there might be some use for color coins where, let's say, you take a Bitcoin off chain and you put it on a side chain and you assign, say, a share of Tesla to one Satoshi. There may be a use case for that, but it will have to be done off chain.
Maybe.
Yeah, they've been trying to get that going for a long time, and I think I was, originally back in 2013 when I was listening to people like, what was his name? Was it J.R. Weilet? I don't know if you guys even know who that guy is now, but he was talking about you can own other things on the blockchain, and that sounded really cool to me. But then the more I thought about it, I'm like, no, you can't. It just doesn't work. You still need a third party to say that you own it. It's not intrinsic to the blockchain that you own something on the blockchain, quote unquote. You don't put your house on the blockchain. That doesn't make any sense. But people are going to keep trying. I mean, I thought this stuff would have died when Counterparty went out of fashion back when whenever that was, back in 2015 or whatever. But I guess the Counterparty people didn't just disappear. They're still trying to do the same thing even now, even though their ideas have never worked.
Okay, so we got someone in the chat that is asking, what's the difference between Ocean and other mining pools? So just please go to my YouTube channel. I'm sure you know how to find it because you're watching it right now. And if you go to my live videos and you type the word Ocean in a search bar, you will find my interviews in the fucking cold from the Ocean mining pool launched, where we kind of explained what makes the Ocean mining pool really, really special. You could also check out the unconfiscatable live stream. And if I go back, and why isn't it moving? What's wrong with the internet here? I had such fast bandwidth. Are you guys still on with me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we're good. And the live chat looks good.
Okay. So also in my videos on live streams, if we pull up unconfiscatable, the most recent 2023 unconfiscatable live stream, do you remember if it was day 1 or day 2? I don't have individual videos posted, but there was a mining debate.
I think that Giacomo gave a really good speech, and I think it was the 23 unconfiscatable where he basically broke down all the arguments, pro and against
I want to
spam.
say it was day 2, 2023 conference day, part 1. It's in there somewhere. We did an awesome. I gotta put these out as standalone videos, which I will. But yeah, Ocean mining pool is the mining pool you want to be mining with. Yo, Winston Alexander, if you want to join the live stream, I'll send you a link as well. Boom, there you go. All right. Hey, back to the election stuff.
Do you have the comments turned off on YouTube? Luke's trying to, I don't know.
What's up?
Do you have the comments turned off in YouTube?
No.
If Luke's trying to talk and he can't, it's possible that one of the mods may have accidentally muted him without knowing who he was. Obviously it wasn't me. So.
Is Luke in the live chat and he can't type anything? Hi.
Well, it just says the video is unavailable with restricted mode enabled. To view this video, you will need to disable restricted mode. All right, that sounds like a Luke thing.
That's a Luke problem. Hi. That's That is a Luke-Jure problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably with him having JavaScript turned off or like everything turned off and using a Gen 2 or something.
All right.
We'll
We are
figure it
gonna
out.
have some there's gonna be some noise around me. Okay. So Bitcoin price is doing great. And someone is saying the internet is tough. Look, here's the thing, right? Test. The internet here was super good. It was like 250, 250. So I don't understand why I'm having internet lag issues. Because if you like here, like I'm not crazy. I wasn't gonna live stream from some random place. Here's my internet speed. There's absolutely no reason. Well, I mean, I know it's the download and I'm uploading, but the upload is just as fast. So there's really no reason why there should be internet issues on my end. And the live stream is coming from my end. So if this internet speed is not creating a proper, internet stream, then I'm being censored even more than I thought I was, because this is the bandwidth that I'm working with, and that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it's smooth for me,
I don't
but
know
that
what else
doesn't
to say.
necessarily mean it's smooth. It's smooth for me and Motorist, but that might not
Right.
equate to it being smooth on YouTube. I don't know.
I'm just talking with the people in the chat. I just said what's up to Yellow, who's listening.
Don't stop believing.
Oh, yellow's out. Okay. Hey guys, so let's get back to election results, or election results coming in. Obviously, Kamala is, wow, they already declared Kamala winning Vermont. So there's a couple of things I want to say. Oh, wow, they already declared Trump winning. That's weird. Why is there a check mark? I guess they've already declared Trump winning Indiana and Kentucky. See, this is what pisses me off. Like every single source is on a mission to be the first one to call which state is won by which candidate. And that's super annoying. Like Kentucky only has 13% of reported votes, and they've already declared Kentucky for Trump. Now, obviously, Trump's going to win Kentucky, but I think it's kind of messed up to declare something for a candidate with 13% of reported votes. I understand if it's 80% reported, but not 13. Thoughts?
My thought is the opposite, because we have long precedent of the vote being counted quickly. So every 4 years, we get very, very quickly the result, and everyone's in a hurry to get it out as quickly as possible, and everyone expects that. And then in 2020, they just sit around and go, oh, well, we don't really have it yet. And then over the next few weeks, you see all this shenanigans go on. Like, I don't want to give anyone time like that to mess around. I want everyone making decisions quickly, and I want people to, if they're gonna cheat, I want them to do crude stuff and get caught doing it. I don't want to give these people days and to get the necessary backdoor shenanigans in that they want to do. I want it done now, and I want you to mess up if you're going to rig it. And I want to give you as little time as possible. Like if you want to do it honestly, if you want to do things quick and you don't want to get caught cheating, then that's the two things work against each other.
Also, a tone, the way they call it, or there's supposed to be a science behind it, but obviously the bias can't help but slip in, like what happened with Florida in year 2000, and maybe what happened with Arizona in 2020. But basically, what they do is they base it on exit polling. So they have exit polling data, and then if the results come in, they kind of match what the exit polling data is. They also look at what counties are reporting. So if it's like a county that normally goes slightly for Kamala, that's going slightly for Trump, they're more likely to say, oh, it's obvious Trump is going to win the state, even though they only have a few results coming in. So they do look at the counties and what the percentages are based on what they were 4 years ago to declare it early. But again, some of it is biased. So, but yeah, you can easily call Indiana and Kentucky. I could have told you that ahead of time. And I saw that New Hampshire was trending slightly red, but now it's trending slightly blue. I'll tell you with this, I've been defending New Hampshire all along, and I will be very disappointed in New Hampshire if they just overwhelmingly vote for the Democrats here after what was a very important thing for New Hampshire is to be the first in the nation primary, and the Democrats took that away from them, and they still, like idiots, just vote for the Democrats without standing up for themselves. I'd be very disappointed in my adopted state if it ends up going
Right.
for Kamala.
So I am locked and loaded to give you so much shit. If New Hampshire ends up voting for the Democrats, dude, I don't want to hear anything else about New Hampshire. And you know, you and I have disagreed on New Hampshire. I have always said New Hampshire makes no fucking sense to be a libertarian stronghold. And if they vote for Kamala, that's it. I never want to hear the word, like, Porkfest needs to find a new fucking location for their event.
No, it just means we still have work to do. That's all.
Yeah,
Just
but
that.
the libertarians, man, to libertarians, anyone that votes is a communist. It doesn't matter whether you're like you're
And
a
the
Republican.
New Hampshire Libertarian Party endorsed Donald Trump, which is, I believe, it's run by someone that we both know, Tone, Jeremy. What was his name? Jeremy Kaufman, I believe, runs or he's one of the important people in the New
Oh,
Hampshire Libertarian Party. Yeah.
I know you're very covered. So, by the way, so probably one of the best places to get unbiased results is going to be Al Jazeera, which is Al Jazeera is, which country is it? It's not Iranian. I think it's
Qatar.
Qatar. I think it's Qatar. Yeah, and it's probably going to be the most unbiased results. So we can keep an eye on that website as well. And these are your swing states, and Pennsylvania will be the decider. Whichever way Pennsylvania goes is probably that's who wins. I mean, unless Pennsylvania goes for the Democrats and every other swing state goes for the Republicans, then it'll be okay. Okay, so we got. I'm waiting for Matt McGregor. Where the hell is he?
Let me add, if Ron Paul can take it, if Ron Paul can advocate for doing some pragmatic, just vote for Trump, it's better than every other libertarian can.
Wait, if Ron Paul what?
If Ron Paul can find it in him to say, look, just vote for Trump, obviously it's better than Kamala, then everyone else should be able to as well. Ron Paul's the father, man, of so much of what libertarianism is.
Oh, we got our tequila here. Yeah, why is my stream lagging? What the fuck? You guys back?
Yeah.
I'm gonna close. I'm closing some stuff.
So you must have turned off video, man.
No. I'm gonna free up some bandwidth. I'm closing a few things on my side. All right, should be better now. I closed a couple of tabs. Oh, sweet. I'm live streaming already. Come by. I like the hat. So we invited a couple of friends of ours that are hardcore Democrats, and they refused to come to this party of ours tonight. They knew they would be grossly outnumbered. But they're watching, so shout out. Okay.
I really want to speak
because it's so look, here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. It's so hard to defend Kamala. And so the only way they could still be Democrats for Kamala is if they have the Trump derangement syndrome. Oh shit, CA, it's Med from Canada. Dude, how's the caviar business going? Look, I honestly would be so surprised if Trump wins. I'll be so surprised if Trump wins. I think they're going to cheat worse than last time.
Are you following Polymarket?
I don't think that matters. I don't think that matters. The Polymarket doesn't take cheating into account. People are just gullible.
Polymarket is also leaning more to the right, and if you go to predict it, it's more leaning towards the left. So
shit! Do you know what's you know what the best predictor is? Bitcoin. As Trump leads in the polls, Bitcoin will skyrocket. As Kamala starts leading in the polls, Bitcoin will start to drop. Now that the election results are coming in, the more I can tell you what is happening in the election by the price of Bitcoin.
But the best way to use Polymarket and predict it in all those betting markets is to either use them as an insurance policy, as in bet on the candidate you don't want to win. So if the candidate you don't want to win wins, you at least get some money out of it, like an insurance policy. Or what you could do is just arb it. When Kamala was way down in the polls, you bet on Kamala, and then when she came, way up, then you bet on Trump, and you basically arb both sides. You make a nice profit no matter who wins. So that's the way to handle those. I don't really use those as a predictor of the future, but they're a good way to make money if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, because you can sell at any point, correct? Like, so it's almost like if you're holding a stock or something, you can sell if Trump is way down and you bet on Trump and then he's way up later, now you can sell your position, correct?
Yeah, I believe I'm not sure if they allow you to cash out early, but it doesn't really matter because there's ways to cash out early without actually cashing out, which is just betting the other side. That's kind of a quick and dirty way to basically cash out early and make a profit for yourself.
Hey guys, in the last 20 minutes, Bitcoin is up like $1,500.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
I'm telling the people around me what's happening right now.
but what is that based off of? Exit polls?
Yeah. Which part?
Like, who is excited about the price? I mean, what data do they have to suggest that Trump is suddenly doing well?
Well, this is the data right here. I mean, this is live results coming in, right? So, like,
All of that.
and again, my guess is look at Georgia, right?
Yeah, if Georgia goes
So-
red, that's huge.
Georgia is a swing state, and so far with the first 6% reported, Trump is already in the lead, 57-42. That's a big margin.
So Tone, the two early
Georgia red or blue in 2020?
it was blue by 10,000 votes. The two states to look at early, take a close eye on Georgia and keep a close eye on North Carolina. Those are the two states. If those two states go for Trump
Well,
easily,
we got nothing on North Carolina yet,
yeah,
right?
I think their polls are still open. Yeah, but those are the two states to be watching early on.
North Carolina,
So-
like, cannot possibly forgive what the Biden admin did in their hurricane, like, a couple of weeks ago. Like, no way. They got to be absolutely furious about what happened there.
Yeah, but motorists, they got those $750 checks they couldn't cash. Sorry,
Yeah,
mechanic.
but
I'm sorry,
again-
mechanic.
That was a loan anyway, wasn't it?
wait.
Well, they couldn't reach
Wait,
it.
wait,
It was like
mechanic.
money.
Oh wait. Hold on, mechanic. Okay, you have to take the full picture into account. All the counties that are pissed off at the Biden administration and would vote for Trump because of the disaster probably still don't have electricity to vote. Okay? So those counties are technically not gonna mess.
Fair enough. There's still 100,000 people without power in NC, right?
Right.
At least
And
I
so
heard that like a week ago.
So here's the thing, right? Florida is actually not deep red. Florida is the shakiest of the Republican states. That's where I am. That's where I put in my vote. I'm actually really curious how the two states that are honestly most interesting to me are Florida and Texas. And the reason is I want to know how many communist New Yorkers are going to sway the Florida vote and how many communist Californians are going to sway the Texas vote. So I am really curious how Texas performs this year versus 4 years ago. And if the trend is in the opposite direction, there's a problem.
I mean, it's Austin, right? Like, it's the
Yeah.
bluest. And where's
Austin and Houston is still pretty red, but yeah, Austin is the more that's the Californians that are moving to Texas, which at some point we should see a rise in Texas electoral votes and a decline in California votes. But that was what my friend and I were talking about the other day. If it turns it blue, then it doesn't help the Electoral College in, the Republican favor.
Yeah. I think it's all
All right.
on,
Hey,
it's all on Pennsylvania.
now that, hey, Matt, how are you?
Great, mate.
Dude,
Morning.
did is Black Box in another trade? We're pumping like crazy right now.
Yeah, you won't believe it. We twice got beneath my criteria, but we didn't close the candle down there. So unfortunately not.
Oh, God
Yep.
damn it.
Yeah, no shit.
That would have been such a nice trade. I mean,
Yeah.
look at this pump. This pump, we're breaking 71,000.
Yeah, right
Look
now.
at this pump. It's freaking
Matt, I actually
amazing.
have a question about Black Box.
Go
So
ahead,
the
mate.
the exchanges that I've looked at using it typically only trade in Tether. Now for us like maxis out there, we want to see a Bitcoin pair. Are you guys working on something or
Yeah. BitGet, we do the coin margin. Absolutely. That's our biggest market right there. Probably
okay?
80% of what we do is with them.
Hmm?
And we're opening up to Bybit and other exchanges shortly, actually. We're in the process.
Okay. Copy that. I just want to see an inverse perp, and when I looked, I didn't see one.
Yeah, no, I'm all coin margin. That's all I'll trade because the whole
Okay.
point, you know, like last night, for example, we pulled about 14% out. I want that to be the user just got 14% more Bitcoin, so you can enjoy this rally without feeling like you've missed it. You're
Man.
part of it.
Bitcoin is pumping like crazy.
Matthew, you early riser? Aren't you like isn't like middle of the night over there?
Oh, mate, I got that many kids. I'm both a late sleeper and an early riser.
There you go. So you'll be with us all day basically for you or all night for us.
Okay. It's like 9:30 in the morning for me. I'm on my second coffee. I'm here.
Okay.
locked.
I thought it
Perfect.
was earlier. I thought it was like 4:30 in the morning for you.
No. We've actually got a really good time. We're like 12 hours opposite. It's all right. 13 hours opposite.
You're muted, Tone, by the way.
Shit, I was muted. All right, let's do a shout out to Eric Mendelson, the #2 real estate agent in Miami. I'm joking with the #1 real estate agent in Miami here. If you need to buy your place in Miami, with Bitcoin especially, this is the guy to talk to. I'm gonna turn on a second mic.
Filter. I've used him twice. And actually more than that.
Eric, say a few words.
3 times.
Yeah.
You've been around Bitcoin for a while.
Yeah, been around Bitcoin, kind of like pioneered, well, with Doug here, coming up with a strategy to allow Bitcoiners the ability to kind of leverage their crypto or leverage their Bitcoin to buy property instead of actually spending it. So it's kind of like a hodl strategy because most of the clients that I have in the crypto space or in the Bitcoin space believe that Bitcoin is their most powerful asset, even more powerful than a property, and they believe it's going to go up more than property, which
A little more liquid.
it has, and it's more liquid than property, but they still want a place to live. So they kind of leverage their holdings, they borrow against it and buy property. And at least in Miami, it's been pretty successful strategy.
All right, guys, now that we have some people on the stream, I have to play this one ad. Let me see if I can play it in my, let me try something here. Let me see if I could do this. Hold on. Boom, got it. Hold on. I got to get the audio. And I have to go to settings here. Audio. Where is it? Oh, yeah, hold on. I have to do screen share. And now, hold on. Turn on share computer audio. Okay, let's see if the audio works. Do you guys hear anything?
No.
Fuck me. Why not? Shit. Give me a second here.
When you went share screen, did you click the share audio as well?
I did, but I don't hear any audio either. Hold on. Let me. It's supposed to be in my headphones. Let me change something here. Let's try this. Wait.
I can hear it.
It was good.
Oh, yeah, you can hear it? Hey, Doug,
You
come
got
watch
sound
this
now.
ad. Come watch this ad. This ad is insane. I don't know if this is real or fake, but you got to watch this ad. It's an ad for Kamala.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
This is like
check this out.
We weren't always like this. we had a beautiful life. The best parties. The most beautiful friends. We thought it was just another election. So a lot of us didn't vote. Why bother? Everyone knew the system was rigged. Many of us even voted for them. I know it sounds crazy now, but we didn't like Democrats back then. We were angry about the vaccine mandates and how they handled the war in Gaza and the way they wanted to censor free speech on the internet.
They want unquestioned obedience.
So what did we end up doing? We voted for the guys who openly said they wanted to imprison dissenters and use the military against their political opponents. So yeah, we were wrong on that, big time. When Trump got sick and died, Vance was 39 years old when he became president. 30 years later, he's still president today. And with the Supreme Court on his side, they gave him dictatorial powers. They took away women's reproductive rights, outlawed contraception, and removed the minimum wage. Then we had repression of dissent, AI surveillance of everything we did or said on a level we couldn't imagine. The government under Vance, Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk set up concentration camps for illegal immigrants, then legal immigrants, then even homeless people. They finally admitted climate change was real, but it was too late. Florida sank into the Gulf and the West burned, and cities across the country became uninsurable, then uninhabitable. Musk and Thiel poured all of our resources into artificial intelligence so they and their friends could become immortal. I don't know what happened to them, but I know what happened to us.
All right. Has anybody seen this?
Epic.
Fantastic.
Epic.
No.
Wonderful.
How
I don't-
insane is that ad? Holy shit.
I don't think it's real because there was no disclaimer at the end saying who paid for it. So it was obviously not a real ad that they could play over the air, but I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, you're right. The Democrats are so about disclaimers and making sure that everything is legit because
Hey,
someone
Tone,
is going to
is-
actually hold them accountable.
The polls just closed in North Carolina. Is Bitcoin tanking? Because North Carolina right now is light blue, and that would be a bad.
All
Is
right,
it?
hold on a second. I gotta transfer the
Okay.
audio to my headset. Hold on.
It's pumping. We're still 70,
Oh.
70. It's pumping.
We're still on the local top.
Yeah, local top. Hey, Tone, have you seen that commercial, or any of the boys? Have you seen that one of the Kamala Harris, a real commercial, where it's a husband and wife?
Wait. I can't hear anything. I have to transfer the audio to my headset. Hold on.
Right. Can you boys hear me?
I can hear
Yes.
you, Matthew.
You're good.
All right, I'll go with that, Tone. Have you seen the commercial where the husband and wife go into the voting booth, and it's like at the one place where women's rights still exist? Do you know what I mean? And then the wife votes against her husband and votes for the Democrat.
Yeah, I think I saw that one.
What the hell is that?
The only way the Democrats win this election is if they make it about abortion.
Tone, can
you mute your mic? I can't hear anything.
That's like thinking about her.
Okay, thanks.
Wait, what? What happened?
I don't know. I was hearing loud noises from your mic.
Oh, is it better now?
Yeah.
On and off.
It sounds like you don't have noise cancellation on.
Yeah. Do you have like a? Now I'm talking shit about your mic, Tone.
Look, man.
This should be the worst mic I have.
Yeah, your mic is just picking up background noise. I don't know if there's a setting you can change.
No, there probably isn't. There is going to be a lot of background noise because we're having a hangout here. But I'll be muting when I'm not talking though. And okay, so real quick, what'd you say about the polls?
All I
North
said
Carolina.
was that the polls just closed in North Carolina and it's showing light blue right now, but that doesn't mean it's going to end up going to Kamala. Just right now the trend's coming
I'm
in.
sorry. Can we go back to why did the polls close in North Carolina? Did it have like a 7:30? Like
Yeah, 7:30. 7:30 Eastern. Yeah.
Bitcoin is pumping since it did.
So if the polls close in North Carolina, why do they only have 2% reported?
I mean, is
That
this
seems
just
kind of
Google
low, no?
bias?
What's up?
I mean, it's Google. Do you trust them? They're going to push really hard for Democrat premature victory.
It's really high for Kamala, so it's probably coming from Charlotte. So it depends on what counties have reported so far.
But no, I mean, like Google just they kind of just project what the Associated Press does, right?
Wait, it's saying
So it's not-
68%?
Yeah,
No, there's no
Kamala
way that's
68%.
no way
Yeah,
that's right.
I'm saying
That
it's
is not
like
right.
it's like Charlotte, it's like some big city part of North Carolina. or the
Okay, but
college towns.
okay, but you have to keep in mind, right? It's 68% of 2%. So only
Yes.
from the 2% that have reported, 68% of 2% is Kamala, which is fucking insane. Even under 2%.
Tone, can you just for us layman's, explain what the 23 Trump, 3 Harris is? I understand that they've got to get to the middle to win or whatever percentage of that. But what are these
Sure.
numbers represented? What are they counted?
Right. Sure. So, it's not the whole map. Hold on a second. Okay, here we go. This is better. Let me refresh this page. Okay, so this is an election map, and each state gets a certain number of delegates. So, for example, California has the biggest population in America. So if the majority of the people in the state of California vote blue for Kamala, the entire state votes for Kamala. So California is 54 delegates, and whichever president gets the majority of the delegates wins the election. So if 51% of California votes for Kamala, 54 points go to the Democrats. Texas is the second biggest state in America. So if it votes for Trump, they get 40. The smallest state in America is like Rhode Island, and they only get 4. So basically, each state gets this number. So the vote it's not the popular vote. It's each state has a certain number of delegates that go, and all the delegates go to whoever that state votes for with the majority. Then there are 2 states like Maine and Nebraska. And you can see that Maine actually can split the vote, and some of the vote goes to one and some of the vote goes to the other. And also Nebraska can split the vote. So those are the only 2 states that split the vote. Every other state, the entire state, either votes for one president or the other. And then based on the population of that state, that's how many points go to that person.
So back to that previous map, would that mean that they had where Trump was 23 and Kamala was 3? So 3, that's like Vermont. Okay, there you go. Vermont's locked in already. Is that what we're saying here? These colored squares are already locked in. They can't change.
Not pretty much, yeah. I don't know why they're already locked it in. I think that with 12% of the population reporting, you can see the 12%. I can't move my mouse, but you can see that only 12% reported. But for some reason, they've already declared that Kamala is going to win Vermont with 12% because
it's 31,000 votes. I know Vermont is small, but that doesn't seem like a hell of a lot of votes, to be honest.
Vermont is the second lowest in population.
I mean, that's like
no one wants to live in Vermont. But Okay, so
So the
here's
minimum you
thing,
can
right?
have is 3, and DC is not a state, but DC also gets 3 votes.
So
Tom, I'll be back. I'll be back. I gotta take my wife somewhere. I'll be back. See you soon.
all right, cool.
So the reason why the minimum is 3 is because it's based on how many senators and representatives you have. So every state gets 2 senators, and then if the smallest population states gets 1 representative. So like Wyoming gets 3, Vermont gets 3, DC, which has no senators or representatives, they get 3. Got a lot of background noise, Tone.
Yeah, no, that's gonna happen today.
Tone, I bet you there's some settings on your mic you can do to cancel out that background noise. I bet you there's some settings somewhere.
Yeah, I think the setting is in Zoom. It just enables noise cancellation. That's all it does.
It's designed to pick up like people talking though, and it will only like filter that out when Tone starts talking. So when Tone goes quiet, it will start trying to listen for other people talking.
Okay, I just changed the setting on background noise. It should be much better now.
Yeah, it's better. It's working. I can hear it.
Yeah, much better. Thank you. And the other thing I was going to say is regarding the states that split, it's actually but based on the congressional districts. So Maine gives 2 votes to whoever wins the whole state, and they give 1 vote for each district. So that's why Tone usually, not Tone, Trump, excuse me, usually
I
gets
think you
1
go
vote.
on mute when you're not talking, because I can barely hear my voice. That's better.
Okay. Yeah. So, and that's why Omaha, Nebraska is I guess trending left. So the Omaha district, which is 1 vote, goes to Kamala, or it's probably going to go to Kamala. And then the whole state, which is 2 votes, goes to Trump. And then every other district will probably go to Trump. So it's winner take all for the 2, and then by each district. And then, but most states, 48 out of the 50 states are just winner take all.
Tone forgets these.
All right, no, I wasn't talking. Okay, so hopefully the results start coming in. I mean, we have all of us here pretty much are aware of the American political system. To Matt McGregor, it's kind of new, and that's what I was going to explain. But here's the logic, right? Basically, with only 15% reported and 66 to 30. There's an inherent assumption that Vermont is going to Kamala, which isn't that crazy, because when I put up a poll, let's say on YouTube or Twitter, with the first, let's say by the time the poll ends, there'll be 1,000 votes. Within the first 20 votes, I pretty much know how the poll is going to end. Even though there'll be 1,000 votes eventually, the first 20 to 30 votes will tell me how the poll is going to end. And it's very rare that it would go one way or the other, unless it was 50-50 after the first 30 votes. Like if the first 30 votes of 1,000 people poll are coming in 70-30, it's pretty much over. Like the extra 850 people or the extra 900 people out of 1,000 are not going to change that.
Sweet.
Bitcoin's still pumping.
Let's
Again,
go. Let's go and look.
It also depends on where the votes are coming from.
Look, Bitcoin's pumping. It means that it's a bet on Trump. A pump in Bitcoin is a bet on Trump.
Money thinks Trump is going to win.
Look, Bitcoin will go up under Kamala, but not immediately. Under Trump, if Trump is declared a winner tonight, I'm expecting Bitcoin over 75,000 tomorrow.
I think we're all-time high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, I'm gonna get a tequila, guys. Talk amongst yourself.
So again, North Carolina, I'm watching very closely. Only 3% reporting so far. So that's the one I'm watching right now.
Where are you watching it, Motorist?
So I have it on Google. If you just go to Google, you type in real-time election results, it should come up. And then if you just hover your pointer over the state, it'll give you how many percent of the precincts are reporting. And by the way, when it says 3% reporting, that doesn't mean 3% of the votes. It means 3% of the precincts, and some precincts have more votes than others. So you shouldn't think that it's just literally 3% of the state.
I don't.
Yeah.
I type in real-time election results. It doesn't let me see them actually.
Make sure it's on Google.com, because if I tried it on Brave's search engine, and it just gave me a whole bunch of bullshit. So
No, I'm on Google.com, but I pressed block when it asked for my locations, so maybe it doesn't let me.
yeah, no, I did the same thing. I said block too. I'm like, I want the whole country.
I don't know. It doesn't like me for some reason.
And then I can check Senate. It looks like most likely the Republicans are gonna flip the Senate. Is Matt McGregor still on? Are you still there, Matt?
Nah.
He's on. Okay. Well, no, I was going to explain one other thing, which was that you have to get to 270 to win the election. So it's possible for neither candidate to get to 270. It could end in 269 to 269, or even, let's say, if there was 3 candidates and no one actually gets to a majority, so nobody wins in that way, and then it goes to the U.S. Congress, which is the House of Representatives for president and the Senate for vice president, and it's based on the new class that's coming in, not based on the current Senate and House of Representatives. I don't know if that's too much information.
538 seats in America.
Yeah, 538 if you include the House of Representatives and the Senate, and I guess 3 extra for DC, because DC also gets a vote, even though they don't have any senators or representatives.
Trump is looking like really ahead in Wisconsin now on the betting sites. Only Michigan is the only swing state where he's behind.
So the reason why the betting markets trended towards Kamala in the last few days was because this one weird poll came out in Iowa that showed that Kamala was going to win Iowa, and nobody thinks Kamala is going to win Iowa. Iowa has been solidly in Trump's camp since forever. I mean, Trump won it last time. He won it in 2016. He's expected to win it this year. But the reason why they put so much weight on this one poll in Iowa is because the person who runs this poll has been eerily good at predicting surprising results when no one else expected it. So they're kind of, even the people who take this poll seriously say they don't think that Trump's necessarily going to lose Iowa. But the fact that Kamala is doing surprisingly well says that these undecided white suburban female voters trended towards Kamala in the last few days of the election, and because of abortion, I guess, because they think abortion is a big issue, and they think the president actually makes a difference on abortion, which it doesn't, because now it's a state issue. But yeah, and then now it's showing me that Ohio is trending for Kamala, but again, it's early. It's only 14% reporting. I don't expect Ohio to go to Kamala. The one that I'm more interested in is North Carolina. It's interesting that, well, Virginia, not really. I don't think Trump's going to win Virginia. And if Trump loses this election, and I hope he doesn't for Ross Ulbricht's sake, but if Trump loses this election, to me, it's going to be a lot Trump's fault, because he spent a lot of time campaigning in states that he should not have been wasting time in. He was campaigning in Virginia, and I thought the chances of him winning Virginia were very small. He held a huge rally in New York City, and he had 0 chance of winning New York State. So I think that this was just overconfidence on his part. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully Trump wins easily, and we can all celebrate, and we can, have Ross Ulbricht released and speaking at PorcFest and speaking at Bitcoin conferences. But if Trump loses this election, I think it's going to be because of overconfidence on his part and him campaigning in states he should not have been campaigning in.
So, Motorist, I actually have a question about that. So,
Yeah.
do you think that if Trump is elected, he will actually pardon Ross?
Yeah, he said he's not going to pardon. He said he will commute the sentence to time served. So it's not technically a pardon. Ross Ulbricht is still going to be a felon, but most free Ross supporters are okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine
They're
with
like,
that.
yeah, fine, we'll take that. As long as he's out of prison.
I mean, what he's endured already.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
But despite what you believe on whether he did something right or wrong, yeah, I don't think it deserves 3 life sentences by any means, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, and that's the only reason why I'm actually nervous about this election, because honestly, I wouldn't care one way or another about this election. The only reason why I'm actually here sweating it out and nervous about who's going to win is for Lynn Ulbricht and and Ross Ulbricht's sake and Ross's sister and Ross's fiance's sake. I'm hoping that he gets out while he's young. I think he'll eventually get out anyway, but we don't want him to get out when he's in his 70s or 80s. We want him to get out now while he's still young and, while he can still start a family and such.
Do you know his age currently?
So he was 29 when he was arrested, and that was in 2013. So you could just do the math. So I guess he's 40 something now, in his early 40s.
Oh,
I think.
jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, need to get him home.
Yeah.
I hope he gets out.
All right.
man.
I am back, guys. So we got North Carolina. I can't believe North Carolina is for Kamala. I mean, that seems insane to me. Let me see what it was.
Well, it's closer than it was. It was like 65 to now it's 52 for Kamala. I'm not too worried yet. It's kind of early for North Carolina.
I mean, North Carolina is a swing state, right?
It is a swing state. It's one of the early states. Georgia and North Carolina are the two states I'm watching early.
Look, Pennsylvania is the big one, right? Because Pennsylvania is the swing state with the most delegates.
And
But
So it
Pennsylvania's
is,
Pennsylvania's polls close later, so
that's where he got
right.
shot.
yeah.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, and then after Georgia and North Carolina, it's Pennsylvania and Michigan. I'm watching. Oh, those are the next two I'm watching closely.
Well, at least Ohio was not in play this year. Well, but let's see. At least Ohio was not expected to be in play this year. But look, Ohio is right now with 22 reported is voting Kamala, and Texas is coming in for Kamala. Look at that. How about that?
Don't worry about Texas. Ohio would be
I
interesting
didn't
one.
like
If
them apples.
if
I am
Ohio
worried
is
about
close,
Texas.
if Ohio is close, it means white suburban women just broke for Kamala in the last couple days because of abortion. So, but I think Trump will win Ohio. I'm not too worried about Ohio yet. And it looks like they've called Florida just now for Trump.
Yeah, they
haven't
called
called
Florida already.
Yeah, and they haven't called Georgia yet. Georgia is still undecided.
Oh, well, why they called Alabama and Mississippi for Trump? I don't see any results.
No,
What the
no,
fuck is happening here?
no, they do that all the time. When the polls close, they're not going to call it when the polls are still open. But the second the polls close, if they already know who's going to win, even before any votes are counted, they're going to call it. And there's no reason to think Trump is going to lose Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, or Oklahoma. He's going to win those states pretty handily.
But that's not the point, right? Like that's not the point. The point is when you call shit before everyone sees the results, if the results happen to come out the other way, you can't challenge it because you already called it.
Pennsylvania also, I guess, just closed top of the hour. So the results are starting to come in for Pennsylvania. So far, it's huge for Kamala, but it's early.
Gross.
Like this is how the cheating happens, right? Like the first 10% of votes are only counted from Philadelphia, and suddenly Kamala has a 90 to 10% lead, and that's it. They call it for Kamala.
Well, they're not going to call it yet.
They're not.
But why not? What is stopping them? Remember,
because
it's the media that calls it, but it's the media that calls it. It's not the fucking state. It's the media that decides.
But the media that calls it, if they call it wrong, they look like idiots, like the people who called.
No, they don't. They don't look like idiots.
They're trying not to look like idiots.
But no, they don't give a fuck what they look like because no one is ever held responsible.
Oh man.
Look, honestly, I don't care if I look like an idiot if my guy is elected, right? Like, who gives a shit what you look like?
Well, when they called Florida early for Gore, there was a lot of backlash against the people that called it way too early for Gore, and then there was backlash the other way for the people that called it late for Bush. But the ones who called it for Bush, they called it like several hours after the polls had closed, whereas the guys who called it for Gore, the polls were still open in the Florida Panhandle. So that was more controversial than when they eventually called it for Bush.
All right, so we have someone else wants us to explain the Electoral College. They're saying, how can a person lose the popular vote, like win the popular vote, but lose the election? Well, that's very easy because of the Electoral College. So California has a huge population. So if, let's say 49% of California, or let's say 70% of, 49% of California votes for one person and 51 votes for another, then the Electoral College votes for that person that got 51% of California. But the 49% that voted for the other person could be more than like 20 states combined. And that's how a person could win the popular vote, but lose the Electoral College. Like, for example, if California and Texas were both Democrat or both Republican, the rest of the states basically don't matter. They just don't matter. Like, if Texas votes for Kamala, that's it. The election's over. Like right now, when you're looking at it, Texas, Kamala is in the lead in Texas. If Texas ends up being confirmed Kamala, the election is over. Kamala wins the presidency. It's just over. Like, the only way Trump wins is if he wins Texas and Florida. If Florida has a lot of electoral votes, it's 30 votes. Florida is bigger than New York. New York is 28. Florida's 30. If Florida or Texas happen to go Kamala's way, the election's done. We don't need to watch the rest of it. It's over.
No, I don't agree, because they can rig the whole Rust Belt again, just like 2020.
No. Okay. No. You do agree, Mechanic, because the only side that rigs is the blue side. So if one of these states happens to go for Kamala,
Oh, sorry, yeah, I
you
misunderstood
add that on top of the rigging.
No. If Florida or Texas is blue, then yeah, it's over. Kamala won.
It's over. Right, it's over. That's what I mean, right? Now, if California happens to be red, there is no amount of cheating that can possibly happen to prevent Trump from winning, right? It works the other way around as well.
Regarding Pennsylvania, I believe in some of those rural, deep red counties, there was an issue with the voting machine, so they're going to keep the polls open. I think a few hours longer, if I'm not mistaken. So the first results we see will
Mechanic, so again, this is where you and I fundamentally disagree, because
how so?
the people that declare the winner of a state are communist as fuck, and they couldn't give two shits that Republican districts have problems with their voting machines.
Oh, I didn't say they
get
care.
an
I said
opportunity
we'll get
to
the results
declare
later.
the states.
Okay, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they care. I'm saying that we'll get those results later because the polls are still open in those deep red counties. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're gonna care.
What I'm saying is, if this discrepancy of 71 to 28 happens after 15% of the state has reported, they're going to call it for Pennsylvania, and it will be irrelevant what really happens in the actual voting, just like in Georgia last year or in Arizona, not last year, last election. Like, it won't matter. Once the Associated Press assigns a state to a candidate, every single news station is going to announce it for that candidate, and they're going to go out of their way not to admit they announced it early for the wrong person. I'm so skeptical. Oh, Texas just went red. It's flip-flopping back and forth. Interesting.
No, it's not, because there's blue areas of Texas and there's red areas of Texas. So if the blue areas are reporting first, it's going to look blue when they first come in. Again, I've been saying this over and over again. It depends where the votes are coming from, which counties are reporting first, and people look at that. We can't see that on the rules.
No, I know. Well, we actually can.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, we can, but I mean, I can
zoom in, right? So I can zoom in on Texas, and we can watch these counties go red or blue. So I'm sure Dallas came in first. Austin hasn't reported yet. So we can see the individual counties as well. So if you wanted to go to North Carolina, for example, we can see the counties.
And Trump can lose North Carolina and still have a path to victory, but it'll be an easier path if he wins North Carolina. So that's, again, I'm watching it closely.
All right, so early votes in Michigan, the Detroit region has one county has come in. It's not even Detroit's county, but it's Detroit suburbs. Dude, if Flint, Michigan, I'm curious how Flint, Michigan's gonna vote. I really am. I mean, Lansing, I'm sure is gonna be communist, but and Detroit will be because clearly they love their life in Detroit under Democratic rule. I actually like this interface. I don't think this has it. Also, we haven't even spoken about the Senate and the House. What are your thoughts? Who wants to go first? I'll go last.
Yeah, Senate, the Republicans only have to flip 2 to take control. So most likely the Republicans are going to have control of the Senate, although it's not guaranteed. I mean, Montana is going to be hang on to, and for West Virginia, they've already declared that the Republican senator has one. So West Virginia.
Yeah. Wait. Hey, Patrick, let's back up a little bit. I have not paid too much attention to the Senate race. Can you repeat what you said and be a little more specific about the current situation in the Senate and what is expected?
So there's
Did my stream freeze or what the fuck's going on?
So West Virginia was Joe Manchin, who's kind of
sorry, Patrick, oh, my bad.
Yeah.
You cut out for me. You got to start over.
So Joe Manchin, who's a moderate Democrat, was in West Virginia.
Joe Manchin, that name sounds familiar. Let me go to West Virginia. Okay.
So he didn't run for re-election. So it was basically a brand new, it's an open seat.
Wait. Was he a Democrat or Republican?
I said he was a moderate Democrat. He was like a swing Democrat.
Moderate Democrat. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that one's a pickup
like
for the Republicans.
It's coming in for Jim.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was expected.
That's good. I hope that's good.
So the Republicans were expected to flip that one.
I don't support all Republicans. There are so many evil fucking Republicans, right? So just because it's a Republican doesn't mean he's going to be good. But if I had to randomly select a Republican or a Democrat, I would go with the Republican.
Now, Montana.
What's going on in Vermont?
Oh, Vermont is Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders.
But why is Bernie Sanders yellow?
Because he's not a Democrat. He's an independent who votes with the Democrat. No, he's an independent. He's an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. The other one that is going to be interesting to look at is Montana. John Tester is the Democrat there, Montana is a very Republican state, but for some reason they have a Democrat.
Wait, Montana? No. There's no Senate in Montana.
Well, it hasn't. The polls are still open, but I mean, when the polls close, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in Montana because John Tester is a Democrat in a very Republican
state. Sorry. I thought. You know what? I thought it was the other way around. I thought that the stripes were the states coming in, but it's actually the gray, the states that coming in. Okay.
Right.
I had them backwards.
So Montana is going to be interesting because it'll be tough for John Tester to hang on to his seat. Even though he's a very popular Democrat in a Republican state, he's probably going to lose this election. So I'll be keep an eye. And if they can flip, they've already flipped West Virginia. If they can flip Montana as well, the Republicans will have control of the Senate, assuming they don't flip any the other way. Now, California is most likely going to be a Democrat, but it is an open seat. It's Dianne Feinstein's basic open Senate seat. And the person who's running on the Democrat side is a good friend of yours. Oh my God,
she's finally,
yeah, she's dead.
Finally fucking gone.
She's dead. God. So Adam Schiff.
Look, there's three.
So Adam Schiff is running. Yeah, Adam Schiff is running on the Democrat side, and Steve Garvey, the Dodgers, retired Dodgers player, is running on the Republican side. Most likely, Adam Schiff is going to win that just because California is a very Democrat state, unless somehow Californians don't like Adam Schiff.
Wait. Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff is. Which one is Adam Schiff?
He's the one that's actually in my district here in Southern California. Adam Schiff was the representative of my district where I grew up, basically, and he was the one that was behind all the impeachment hearings against Trump. You know Adam Schiff, I'm sure you've heard of him.
That's right. Okay. All right, yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on California then.
Shift
All
for
right,
brains,
so
as Mechanic was
now
said,
what's
shift for brains.
what now? What's going on in the House?
I don't know. Let's take a look. Every single House seat.
Well, what's the
So,
current?
oh, that's a
What's
good
the current
question. I
situation
should know
now?
this. I'm embarrassed that I don't know this. Let me look it up to see what the current makeup is of the House. I think it's Republicans, right? Or is it who's
Wait.
the Speaker of the House? Is it
Oh,
Pelosi or is
wait.
it?
No, it's not Pelosi. It's what's the name? No,
Okay, so
Mike,
Republicans. So
Mike
Republicans.
Johnson.
Yeah, Republicans have control of the House right now. I don't know if
Right.
they're expected to keep it or not.
And wait, is every seat in the House up for grabs?
Yeah, every seat every 2 years is up for grabs, and then in the Senate it's 1/3 of the
Well,
seat.
wait,
So this,
every seat every 2 years?
yep, that's how it is in the House, and
Okay.
then in the Senate it's 1/3. So it's 34
Yeah.
seats this year, and then it's going to be 33 in 2 years, and 33 in 2 years, in 4 years.
Well, as long as Thomas Massey is back in the House, there's some, order in the world.
Yeah, I don't expect he's going to lose. Still keeping an eye on North Carolina. It's still for Kamala at 52%. Kansas is blue, but it's going to go red, so I'm not too worried about Kansas. Ohio is a little.
All right.
If Ohio goes blue, then Iowa goes blue. I'm just predicting that. But it's still kind of early.
Who are you thinking takes the House?
Wait, isn't Thomas Massey Tennessee?
I honestly don't know off the top of my head. I could look it up.
Who
I
are you
am in the
thinking takes
House,
the
right?
House?
Okay, so I had this random wild theories that since
Kentucky.
oh, it's Kentucky, not Tennessee. Shit, my bad. Oh, but this is the presidency. Okay, we'll get back to that. Okay.
And I think
so
Mechanic was
had
asking
this-
who's expected to win the House. I don't know Mechanic off the top of my head.
Oh, they called a few more states. They called Oklahoma for Trump. Oklahoma goes to Trump. Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia calls for Trump. So what did they call for Kamala already?
New York, Vermont.
Oh, okay, it goes deep blue. So they called Vermont for Kamala. They called Massachusetts for Kamala. They called Connecticut for Kamala. With 1% of the vote reported, they called it for Kamala. Excellent. And Maine is going to go communist. So this is what I mean. I mean, West Virginia is stuck surrounded by communism. I mean, it makes no
New Hampshire, you
fucking
mean.
sense why libertarians, New Hampshire, sorry, is out there.
Tone, I got a fun fact for you. I believe someone can fact check me on this, but I believe no Republican has ever won the presidency without winning Ohio. Every single Republican who's won has won Ohio. So if Trump loses Ohio, I think it's over.
Coffee better.
Oh, yeah. Oh, with a dash of cream.
I don't think so. Well, you could be right historically, but losing Ohio, I mean, look, if Trump wins Pennsylvania and loses, I'll take the Pennsylvania to Ohio trade-off.
That would be weird if he wins Pennsylvania and
I'll
loses
take
Ohio.
Pennsylvania over Ohio.
It's strange. It would be strange if he wins Pennsylvania. Because Ohio is a bellwether for Iowa. If Ohio goes blue, Iowa's going to go blue for sure.
No, they're completely different, man.
How much is Ohio complete or turned in?
It says 37% of the precincts, and it's 50 to 48. So it's not like a
36%, and so far it's going for Kamala.
Yeah, but just barely.
So
isn't JD Vance the
Columbus-
governor?
No.
Okay, where's
No, he's a
JD Vance
senator.
from? Oh, he's a senator from Ohio?
Ohio. He's a senator.
Okay, yeah, senator. Yeah. I'm going to take a quick peek at the ballot measures, only because I wonder if that's going to affect the states, because some states like Arizona have like abortion ballot measures on the ballot. Okay, well done. I got my coffee ready for a long night.
Yeah.
I'll
Oh
mute my
shit!
mic.
I don't think we did coffee today.
I'll
Hold
mute
on,
my
let me
mic
mute
while
my
I'm
mic
sipping
for a
my
second
coffee.
as well.
I don't see any important ballot measures in Ohio, like any abortion type ballot measures that's going to bring out a big Democrat vote. It does. They have like a redistricting one.
But anything interesting in the live chat?
What's up, Neil? What's up, Mel? What's up, Satwise Jenks?
Sapwise, how are you, brother? Sapwise, I hope you put a vote in. I know what state you're in. It's definitely a swing state.
And I see Feral Analysis in there. What's going on, brother? Feral Analysis is in the top 3 of my NFL pool. He's one of the last 3 people left in my NFL pool.
All right, Bitcoin's pulling back a smidge.
Bitcoin's happy,
Mechanic,
man.
what? Hey, did you guys literally just mine a block?
We found that's our 100th block, actually. We found it like an hour and a half ago.
Oh shit, while we were on the stream.
Nah, you're not that zoomed in. It was just before we started.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that was our 100th block, man. So we released Datum on Umbrel today, and we found our 100th block, but no one's paying attention to non-election news.
Yeah, Mechanic's very disappointed. He wanted to have a big party about celebrating the 100th block.
Well, I'm gonna do a stream on Saturday where I teach people how to use Datum and set it up. You know, just a bare bones server with Bitcoin on it. Set up.
Is it on your
Datum.
channel? On your
Probably the Ocean YouTube, though I haven't really thought about that yet because the Ocean YouTube's got like 1 follower, so it might make more sense to do it on mine and just upload it to the Ocean account after.
Okay. I'll be watching that on Saturday.
Let's plug the Ocean YouTube if you don't mind.
Yeah, who's on screen share right now?
Me.
Okay. You want to plug the Ocean YouTube channel?
Not gonna
yes.
work. What's the channel? I'm not a follower. I didn't even know you guys had a channel.
Yeah, I know. It's not just like I don't even know how I would find it actually. Type in Ocean
I'll be
Datum
there.
launch.
I'll be there
Maybe.
shortly.
It will show up if you type Ocean Datum launch, I think.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go grab my steak dinner. I'll be back in maybe half hour. Okay. Hold down the fort for me.
Did I spell that right?
No, it's DATUM.
Hey, Mechanic, why don't you just DM me a link to it?
You smart.
Oh, yeah, I found it. You guys have literally 1 video. No wonder I didn't know this channel existed.
All right, here we go. Yeah, it's Ocean_mining, but I DM'd it to you.
No, I already found it.
Okay,
It's not
thanks.
easy to find a channel with 14 subscribers and 1 video.
We haven't. The Twitter's got 16,000 followers. We really haven't tried very hard on YouTube yet.
Yeah, why don't you post, you know, some of the videos that I've done on the channel? I can like just download them from my YouTube, like the panel you did around confiscatable, the interview that I've done. You can put them on your channel. I'm not gonna copyright strike you.
Thanks. That's a great idea. I'm just messaging the guy in the team that will do that.
Yeah, I'll shoot over the links to that. I have the standalone video to the panel that you guys did at Unconfiscatable. I haven't made it public yet, but I'll probably make it public, or I'll shoot you guys the link. You can download the video.
Yeah, great idea, man. I just messaged JD. He'll go and rip them
There
off
you are.
YouTube, upload them, and then we'll get copyright struck, even though you didn't do anything.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. You should be able to put that video up, no problem.
Yeah, I'm just messing.
All right, guys, follow the Ocean YouTube channel. You should definitely do a video explaining your Ocean pool, unless this is it.
Yeah, this is just the datum launch. It's not the big picture.
All right, let's get back to our map. Results should be coming in. All right, keeping an eye on Pennsylvania. 8 reported. Overwhelmingly Kamala. I'm sure Philadelphia reported. That's why. Philadelphia reported. Pittsburgh reported. I think Allentown's going to go red, but, you know, the communist areas are obviously going blue. Oh, Ohio just swung red. Look at that. Ohio just went red.
What percent of the
That's
vote?
big. 0.1.
No, 39%. All right.
By 0.1%, Ohio swung red. Interesting. All right, so the place where we're at right now, we only have this place till 11 p.m. And obviously the West Coast states are still going to be live. So maybe if it's close, like all the swing states are basically on the East Coast. If Trump wins all of these East Coast states by midnight, they call them by midnight, these 2 states won't matter. But if these are toss-ups, then I may have to do another stream, and I'll stay on till like 3 or 4 in the morning or something.
All right, Tom.
Are we gonna play cards or what?
I don't know. This is melted cheese in the microwave.
Shit.
A little bit of honey on top and nuts. So I don't know if you want to have this bread.
All right, I'm gonna eat the snack. Matt, tell us about the price of Bitcoin. You want to do some screen share? Hold on.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna
Let's do
drop off my screen share, and I'm gonna allow you guys to screen share. Matt, floor.
Thanks, mate. Let's do it. All right. Interestingly, yeah, this is the bang box trade that's not in. Last night when we were doing the analysis of the price, we were looking really good. We did this trade yesterday. We entered here. We pulled out 13-14%, and this is sort of, we were live last night when this trade closed, and I said, look, we need to get below this line here to reset bang box. It's 128 period moving average, and we had 3 chances to get below it, but unfortunately we didn't close below it. So we would be in a trade right now, but we're not. So selfishly, I'm kind of hoping that we go close below here before we kick off. But as I said, we build I really focus on the coin margin, so I don't mind if it goes up. That's the thing. I'm always long Bitcoin. So like the whole idea of Bangbox is just to accumulate more Bitcoin. The price is now above 71,000 and it's looking really frisky. I really like it. A lot of these little, I was even just before thinking, oh man, because I'm in a really big trade from 60,500 in a 15x leverage trade. And I was even thinking about, because the gap between the mark price and my entry price is pretty good here at a, you know, sort of $11,000. I might even bump this thing to a 30x or 25x or something like that and try and cream, you know, a massive pump if we get one. I wonder what your guys' opinion is of us if this election result, either way, whether it's Kamala or Trump, gets confirmed today, if we see an all-time high today, do you know, or tomorrow, I suppose it is as well. Let's have a look how far we are off the all-time high. 2,500 points, you know, 3.5%. That's asking a lot, but it's not unheard of that we could actually, once the result is confirmed, break through this in the next 24 hours. Be really exciting to see if that is the case. Does anyone have any thoughts on that? Is that a possibility?
I find it likely. If Trump wins decisively, I find that pretty likely.
What about if Kamala wins decisively, but at least it's confirmed what we, you know?
I don't think so, because the suspicion amongst any thinking American is going to be that any decisive Kamala win is not real, because there's no genuine enthusiasm for her. She's not. It doesn't reflect an actual. You know, it just makes America look like a joke, and the more America looks like it's not going to be able to stave off its impending doom, the more uncertainty we have in the global picture, and Bitcoin's still considered a risk asset. So with the old boss being America and also being the new boss, Bitcoin becomes something you can take a chance on. But if it's going to be like, right, we got another 4 years of complete chaos and Russia, you know, stepping outside its normal box and everyone getting a bit cocky in Iran and all that stuff, it's just instability, man. And I don't think Bitcoin thrives in that environment. Long term it does, but short term, no.
Look, this is a bit of a conspiracy, but it's been said before. If Trump doesn't win today, I don't see what chance the Republicans have in the future. I mean, he's the most popular candidate you could possibly imagine. And I just can't see what he's not going to run again in 4 years' time. That seems very, very unlikely. And I don't know if anyone else can gather enough momentum to capitalize, especially if they legalize all these illegals and put them in swing states. I think that it's a lock. I think it's now or never for like the next 20 years.
Matt, so this is where I disagree. I just took screen share for a second. So the North Carolina is almost 50-50. Kamala is only in the lead by 0.4%, which is 3,000 votes. And Virginia, for right now, is in favor of Trump. And Virginia was supposed to be a blue state. So this is good news for Trump.
Are we looking at your screen right now, Tone? Or are we looking at Matt's?
You should be looking at my screen.
Okay, now we're looking at yours. Okay, sorry.
Right. So you're probably watching it on YouTube with a delay and not on Zoom. Okay. So, but Pennsylvania right now is straight up Kamala, which is insane. So here's where I disagree with you, Matt, right? Trump is running as a Republican, but Trump is not a Republican. First off, Trump has been a Democrat his entire life. And right now, Trump, while being on the Republican ticket, he's not a Republican. He's an independent businessman. He's not even an independent politician. He's an independent businessman. So don't think of it as if Republicans don't win this time. Trump not winning has nothing to do with Republicans not winning. There are Republicans that the Democrats prefer over Democrats. These are your Mitt Romneys, your George Bushes, there are so many Republicans that are they're like Democrats pretending to be Republicans. So if Trump does not win this election, there is like an 80% chance a Republican wins the next election. But it's going to be a Republican that is approved by the elites and the deep state and the Democrats in order to appease the Republican side. It's just not going to be an independently thinking Republican. There's going to be a George Bush Republican.
Yeah, no, look, man, I hear you. I hear you. But in my lifetime of 40 years, I've never seen any candidate anywhere in the world muster up as much support as I've seen for Trump at the grassroots level. I mean, as an Australian,
and that is why they cannot allow him to win.
yeah,
That they have no problem with the Republican winning that half the people hate, as long as the politicians don't hate.
Yeah, Nikki Haley, they wouldn't have minded.
Right, and Nikki Haley, she can win the next election, easy.
I really like Vance. I think that he's the future if we could get him there.
All right, Pennsylvania is the key. Pennsylvania is the biggest state of them all.
Only 9%.
Michigan is not as important as Pennsylvania. South Carolina has been called. So Trump is already at 101. They need to get to 270. Once you get to 270, you've passed the 50% electoral vote.
I think it's safe to call Missouri as well, Trump, and that's another 10.
Well, technically only 2% reported, but Missouri will definitely go Trump's way. Look at
And
Kansas.
probably.
It's literally it just flipped red while I was on it.
Kansas is going red.
Yeah.
And man, this is deja vu all over again. Remember last 4 years ago, Tone, we were sitting here at the same time and we're like, well, Trump was, we're looking exactly at this right now. And we're like, oh, geez, Trump is crushing it. All right, guys, see you tomorrow. And then when we turn the cameras back on.
Oh, it was way more of a landslide than this.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Trump was ahead in Ohio. He was ahead in Michigan. He was ahead in Wisconsin. He was ahead everywhere. Arizona. He was ahead everywhere. And at 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
15 million people apparently have voted for Kamala. I already don't believe it. But maybe I'm just in a bubble, guys.
Yeah, I was thinking that before when you were talking, brother, about and I thought, man, I agree with you completely, but I'm in the same bubble as you, and in my echo chamber, that's all I hear. You know, I couldn't imagine anyone voting for Kamala, but I don't know anyone.
It looks like my vote might have counted. 92% reported in Florida. See,
Florida
this is when an election is supposed to be called. 92% votes counted, 56-43. Bam, you can call this state. Calling Oklahoma is fucking insane. 22% reported. Which is clearly significantly higher than Arkansas's 9% reported. And 9%, and look, Trump is losing. And they called it for Trump. Look, I want Trump to win, but this is retarded. Like 9% reported, Kamala is winning 61-36, and Trump has been declared the winner.
Yeah, but look at that. Even while you changed it, it's dropped 3%.
Yeah, it just uploaded like 30,000 votes.
They know that Arkansas there's a bunch of counties that are just going to go red. They know it.
No, I know, but like just because you know something, just why don't you show the numbers first, then put a check mark down? Like, why is that so fucking difficult?
No, I heard you say that before, Tone. It's like, well, why are we even doing the vote if you're just going to say, well, you know, like, oh, California's definitely going to be for her. So why count them if you're just going to call it at 9% reported?
I agree. People are saying, Tone, you are embarrassing yourself. How am I embarrassing myself? I think it's ridiculous that they called this state for Trump when he's losing to Kamala with 9% reported.
There it is.
But
there, what is?
Look at the score now.
Yeah, the score is now 49-48. He's up by 1%. Only 13% reported. There needs to be some kind of a rule until at least 80% of every voter in your state had their vote counted, you can't declare a fucking state to a president unless 80% of the votes are counted.
It's just delayed data. They're just showing us delayed results, and the numbers aren't reflecting of what's happening. They're 5 minutes ahead of us. That's what they're doing.
Man.
But again, right? Like, why? Why is that, right? This is 2024. Don't display the fucking check mark until you display the other numbers, right? Everything is a ones and zeros. Just put a little if-then condition. I can write them to code. It's not hard. Do not put a check mark in there until you have 80% reported. People are saying, what check mark? This check mark, you see that check mark? See, Missouri does not have a check mark. Arkansas has a check mark. The check mark is on Trump. In Illinois, the check mark is on Kamala. All I want is not to declare a state or a president until 80% of the votes have been counted. Kamala has already won Illinois with 9% of the votes counted. Trump has already won Oklahoma with 22% of the votes counted. And over here, it was 6% when Trump already had a check mark.
Polymarket is like just Trump is just going up and up. Harris is now at 29% probability, and it's strongly favoring him in Wisconsin too, which is going to be a big one.
Honestly, if I get 5 or 10 to 1 odds on Kamala, I'd make that bet. I'd make the bet. I'm still skeptical Trump's going to win.
I think he could win, and he'll just be in jail by Christmas.
Or something worse.
Yeah.
I was watching a video yesterday about how their prediction was Trump would win the election, but it won't be endorsed because he played the role in the insurrection, and that's in the Constitution, makes him ineligible, so they won't endorse him and it won't go through.
They try to do it that way, but that's not going to fly.
Yeah, that's not going to fly on the ground.
Hey, Tone, if you want to bet like that, just head over to Polymarket. I think it's like 71% Trump right now on Poly.
I know. You know what? I don't bet on those sites. I bet on some other site during the last election, and like I was never able to withdraw my money, so I'm not gonna fuck around with that. I don't trust them. Polymarket, I don't know. I don't want to give them my personal info and shit. Here, I'll bet any one of you $100, and if Kamala wins, you owe me 500.
Oh,
Otherwise,
geez.
I owe you 100.
It's a good bet.
Who wants to take that bet?
I'm not taking that bet.
I don't want to. Last year, I bet my dad that that Trump would beat Biden, and you know, I didn't. I had to deal with the fact that the American electoral system was a joke, and that we had Joe freaking Biden, and I lost $500. So I learned just to bet against my own desires.
You know where it hurts the most? It's the lack of respect. No, it's from a movie. I'm sorry. The lack of respect hurts the most.
It hurt. That was a painful one. Because I was right. Trump actually won that freaking election, dude. Everyone knows it.
Of course he won. It's like I saw an awesome shirt. I was walk around in this shirt. It said, like, it was like a year after the election. It said, Trump won. I know it, and you know it. Like, it was just a simple shirt.
I'm really wondering what's causing Polymarket to surge for Trump, because I still haven't seen anything in the
For
results
Bitcoin or for Trump?
for Trump. I still haven't seen anything in the results that would make me confident of a Trump easy win.
Wisconsin.
Is Wisconsin closed? I mean, it's on polling market, but the results haven't come in yet.
I don't think he can win with
No,
Wisconsin if he
Wisconsin,
loses
Wisconsin
Nevada.
has nothing reported in Wisconsin. Zero reporting in Wisconsin.
The
But
polls
Maine
close
is
at
coming
6.
in. Well, 1%.
The polls close at the top of the hour in
Oh,
Wisconsin,
are
I
there any
believe.
surprises so far?
If he
No.
Are there
loses
any
in
surprises or
Pennsylvania,
any
No surprises so far,
upsets or?
Doug.
Not yet. Pennsylvania is
Yeah.
way huge percentage for Kamala, but with 12% reported.
But that's not a surprise, because she's.
Yeah.
But I know Trump's been spending a lot of time.
Yeah, Michigan.
You know, Georgia, that's a huge lead in Georgia with 55% reported. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But remember,
like
Tone, Trump had a huge lead in Georgia, in 2020, and then as the night got later and later, that the difference shrank and shrank. Eventually,
Well, that was
quote-
the rigged state. Where was
Yeah.
it? Was Wisconsin and Georgia, right?
Yeah.
it was the
If-
worst. Yes, it was the worst state last election by
And-
far.
Arizona
yeah,
was
but we saw they cheated. Like we saw them pull out fucking suitcases from under the tables in Georgia. We all saw it on camera.
Yeah.
Like it was a year later, but we saw it.
since Matthew's on now, Matthew, do you know what happens if it ends tied 269 and 269? Because that is possible theoretically. Do you know what happens in that case?
Filibuster. Don't know.
So the U.S. House of Representatives votes for president, and the U.S. Senate votes for vice president. So in theory, you could have a president and a vice president from different parties if that happens.
Has that ever happened before?
Never happened. Well, hold
No.
on. Has Congress ever voted for the president? That's a good question. I don't think it has, but I might be wrong on that. There might have been one weird year where they had like 4 people running and no one actually got to 270, or not 270 back then, it was less, but no one ever got to over 50%. So I'll have to look that up right now, Matthew.
Yeah, cool. That's very interesting. Oh, we've got Mr. Coates on. Socrates. Fantastic.
Howdy. How's it
There
going?
he is. You're up in Colorado. Did you vote, mate?
I just got back from voting. This is the first time in my life I've ever voted for a president. And Trump is the first one who's got me out to the polls. I've never believed in any other presidential candidate my entire life. Was not sure what to think the last couple times around, getting all my news from the media and Twitter being fully censored. I just kind of tuned out, and then seeing what measure they've gone to keep him out of office, and comparing the last 4 years with the 4 years before that, it just became utterly obvious to me that this is a time where I'm actually proud to go out and cast a vote for somebody. So yeah, just got back, and also happy to say my girlfriend has voted every presidential election, always voted Democrat, and she voted for Trump tonight, and Republicans across the board. So
Hell yeah, Socrates. By the way, real quickly, Matthew, it was 1825. 1825, the U.S. Congress voted for president.
Tone, can you mute yourself, Tone, when you're on speaker?
Tone, you got a lot of background noise. Okay, so I said 1825 was when the U.S. Congress actually voted for president. It hasn't happened since then.
Well, I mean, there's a precedent. We're nearly at the 200-year mark there.
Here's a fun fact. When they originally passed the Constitution, they thought that most years the Congress would actually pick the president because they thought nobody would actually get to a majority. No one's, because it was kind of regionalized and all the electors were kind of like in different places. So they just assumed that almost every year the Congress is going to pick the president. And they were surprised to find out that most years it's actually like pretty much close to the popular vote. Anyway, good to see you, Socrates.
Even back then, it would have been like, who do you vote for? Joe Jackson, John Jackson, Jeff Johnson. There wouldn't have been a massive polarized vote back then, I'm sure.
Thomas Jefferson or Aaron Burr.
yeah, right. Hey, Sock, when you were at the polls, was there did you feel a bit of a movement for Trump there? Were there plenty of "Make America Great Again" and all that, or was it very blue out there in Colorado? What did you feel?
Yeah, one of the reasons why I wanted to jump on, I heard you guys kind of talking about not even really knowing anybody voting for Kamala, and I am behind enemy lines here in Colorado. Like if you're voting for Trump, you don't tell anybody, you don't talk about it. Like you literally, you have property damage, you might lose your job for some reason. You quietly bring it up in private, like to kind of dance around the subject, just so even with your closest friends, who it's unbelievable that some of these people who I'm so close with and have spent so much time with are so far down the brainwash rabbit hole that that you can't have a conversation with them. Like either they're kind of fed up and not going to vote, but they still have so much visceral hate against Trump that's like, yeah, maybe I can't say much good about Kamala, but there's zero chance that you could bring up like actually trying to vote for Trump. Maybe they would have voted for Robert F. Kennedy or something, but it's I think one of the bluest states in the world is Colorado, and what I've experienced, especially since COVID, is a lot of people moved away from California. They left. They couldn't afford it anymore. It was hell on earth. It was falling apart all around them. Colorado is probably their number one destination, if I had to say, maybe Colorado and Texas. And Colorado was already pretty blue, very much. And when everybody left California and came out here, they brought their politics with them, which is what caused them to leave in the first place. And that's just the definition of insanity, people are super proud to be voting for Kamala, like super proud about it. And I think that Colorado is definitely going to lose. The state will definitely be voted for Kamala, and it's very, very interesting. I just spent last week in the state of Oklahoma, which is actually borders Colorado, and it is the exact inverse out there, where you cannot find one person anywhere with a Kamala shirt or flag or anything like that. And every single person that you talk to at the bar is just like very practical, and like they knew to support Trump back in 2016. Like they've been there all along. So it's really interesting being right in between some of the reddest states, and then Colorado being one of the bluest.
Yeah, well put, man.
Yeah, especially the hipster area of Colorado that you're in. Socrates.
So let me comment on that real quick. And so I completely agree with you, Tyler. No one is voting for Kamala unless it's a combination of two things. You are a hardcore brainwashed Democrat and you hate Trump. It has to be a combination, right? Because like I got a good friend who's a hardcore Democrat and he hates Kamala.
Yeah.
But he hates Trump more.
Yep.
And therefore, he's voting for Kamala. He probably would have voted for any Republican other than Vance or Trump, or like a Thomas Massie, maybe, right? Or a Ron Paul, maybe. But he would have voted for any normal Republican over Kamala, but because it's Trump, he has to vote for Kamala. Okay.
One of my favorite signs that I saw was on X, and somebody holding up, just remember that Democrats hate Trump more than they love America. And that really summed it up for me.
Yeah, that's a very accurate sign.
That's really it. And they love abortion more than they really love anything, as far as I can tell.
I'm hoping we have good news for Ross Ulbricht tonight or tomorrow morning.
Oh, hey, so motorists, remember when you said you're not sure if Ohio ever voted against the winner of the president? Well, it actually happened in the last election. Ohio went.
I didn't say Trump. That. No, I didn't say that, Tone. What I said was no Republican has ever won the presidency without winning Ohio. That's what I said. I didn't say nobody, Ohio's never. Yeah. But yes, obviously last time Ohio went.
That's not what I heard. I heard you say no president has ever won without Ohio.
No, I meant to say Republican if I did. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I get it. What were you saying?
He said what he said. You're
okay.
just gaslighting.
Roll back the tape. Roll it back.
No, even if I misspoke, I meant Republicanism. Everyone, I'm going to
Gotcha.
jump off Tone for a bit, and I'm going to come back. It looks like it's looking good for Trump on Virginia and North Carolina. I don't think he'll win Virginia, but the fact that it's close is actually good news. If he wins North Carolina and Georgia, I'll be feeling good. Even if he loses both Pennsylvania and Michigan, I'm pretty confident Trump will win. But I'm not giving up on Pennsylvania yet. But I'm going to jump off for a bit, and maybe I'll come back a little bit later.
Likewise. See you in a bit, guys.
See ya. Have a good stream.
So,
What do you got? Lori?
small parts. Good point before words. You're gonna go and there's a dog. The kitchen. My God. There are two traffic movements. Get your back. That's
There's one something else I was really interested to talk about. If now may be a good time. I've been
on the boat, you know. You want to oh, it is. Well, we have these tires. I told the teachers.
Hey, Tone, can you mute for a second?
My internet is a little rough right now, and but I have good bandwidth, so I have no idea what's going on. Hold on.
Something else I was wanting to bring up that I've been tracking very closely all day are the odds on Polymarket, which I have always deferred to betting odds over like live, especially live polls, but kind of like the live predictions. I think the odds that are being offered with substantial liquidity are really going to tell us, kind of like I believe in the bookies at Vegas. Like if their line is way different than what I think, I just kind of defer to them. And the odds on Polymarket have been swinging crazy today. And something that has been really interesting to watch is that the price of Bitcoin seems to be just following in tandem. Like when the odds change on Polymarket in favor of Trump, the price goes up all day long. So if you'd like, I could share a screen just to kind of show what the odds are showing on Polymarket for these important states, because they are showing quite a bit different from what you're seeing.
And it actually predicted is going towards Trump as well. And that one was typically when I was watching, because I keep an eye on both Socrates, and predict it seems like per the comments, it's more left leaning, and Poly seems like it's more right leaning. So like when I see both of them favoring Trump, like I look at the same thing. I do think they matter. I agree with you. I've had a lot of people say, you know, don't use this as an election indicator, but yeah, go ahead. What else do you got to say about that?
Let's see if I can share my screen without too much trouble, because there are some really interesting odds on these critical states. So let's see here. Number 2, that should be it. Okay, it looks like that worked. So at the start of today, Trump was at like 55 to 60%. And then somewhere just like out of nowhere, in a 5-minute stretch, it dumped to Trump being like 45%, like literally in a 5-minute stretch, which was really did not feel natural at all, and was definitely a cause for concern. But since then, he has gone from 45 up to 55, 65. Now he's over 70%. And as he went on that move from 45 to 75% is when we saw this price find support around 69,000 and make a sharp move through 70. Right in tandem was that kind of happening. So I found that really interesting. And then what I'm also finding interesting is the odds in these critical states. For example, I've been watching Pennsylvania really close all day. Right now, Polymarket has Trump at a 59% chance to win Pennsylvania. And he started out as like maybe 45. He started out as a dog, and he's been steadily climbing. So that is, to me, much more. I put more weight on that than the current predictions from the AP press or the 12% of votes that have been counted or whatever. so I think I would be happy to bet at even money that Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. And then this Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada has been very tight. Right now, Harris leading Michigan 55%. Wisconsin, we got Trump at 54%. And Nevada started blue today with Trump at like 40%. He's now up to 66%. So I think if anybody was interested in an even money bet, I would definitely bet on Trump winning Nevada and winning Pennsylvania, with Wisconsin and Michigan still being pretty much coin flips, one in favor of Trump, one in favor of Kamala. And then we see like my state, it's kind of depressing to see that you'd have to lay 50-1 odds on Trump winning in Colorado when I'm going out to vote for him. But you never know. Like these are the interesting ones that I've honestly been thinking about just putting down a little bit of money on a big shift in like Trump winning California. Seems crazy, but I don't think so. I think that these odds are I think he's more than a 2% chance, especially if there was a voting counting system that I trusted in. I'd be all over that. So I have found it interesting, the ones that are basically already a lock. Like I heard Tone kind of talking about Arkansas, and for sure you shouldn't be announcing a winner without 80% of votes or whatever. But it seems like some of these are basically a lock when we're looking at 99%. Because I mean, somebody could come in and put $1 million down on Harris and get literally like 100-1 odds. So that is something that is very noteworthy, I think. As we get down to the gritty end of these vote countings in these states, I think it's really important that what we're seeing out of Pennsylvania from the betting markets, and Nevada as well. They're really been trending in Trump's favor all day. And I haven't really been paying attention to Predict It. Is that what are you seeing on Predict It for like Pennsylvania and Nevada?
Sorry, I didn't know you were talking to me.
Pennsylvania is currently for Harris, but it's 50-50. And what was the other state?
Is this on Predict It that you're looking to?
No. I'm not looking at Predicted. I don't care what Predicted says. I don't think it's a good measure stick.
It's not showing me the specific states. When I look at them, I probably have to look in a different area. All I'm seeing is the overall election.
I guess it's almost back to mine.
Yeah, I'm trying to look and see how I can't see.
100.
It's predicted.org if you look at it. But yeah, like I usually monitor both.
All right, guys, I want to introduce another friend, Kinu. Welcome.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Hi. You wanna turn your phone sideways so that you have a landscape, but your phone doesn't. You have to put a setting for landscape.
Is my voice on?
Your voice is on.
Yeah, I think it's
Is it not doing landscape?
No.
Hold on.
It's okay. You can put it back to normal then. Okay. Awesome. Hey, Kinu. So, what state did you vote in? And tell us what's going on over there.
No, I'm not a citizen. That didn't stop the Dems, but I'm not a citizen.
Wow, you're not a citizen? I've known you for 10. You've lived in the US for 10 years. How are you not a citizen?
Because Japan doesn't allow dual citizenship. So, I mean, technically they don't really check, but yeah, that's why.
We'll switch to $50 to 100. Make sure.
All right. So,
I'm in Washington State. I'm in Washington State. So it's probably going to turn blue. But at least I don't know. I've been following pretty closely in 2020, and I do feel like the tide is changing. I'm able to kind of come out to my friends who are more like uber liberal, etc. So I do feel like even like a really blue state, blue like people, I'm able to talk about it. So I feel like that's still a change. Oh, yep.
Oh, you got to mute yourself.
Sorry.
No, it's me. I gotta mute myself.
Okay, sweetie. Sorry, I have my kids. I'm representing the moms, the immigrant moms. Okay.
日
Yeah.
本人ですか？
はい、日本人です。
私の名前はマットです。はじめまして。
すごい。
So Socrates, I did find it. Wisconsin on Predicted is showing 55 cents on Trump. And
Wait, hold on. Why are you guys
Georgia,
using like Google?
We're using Polymarket, so we're just analyzing the betting markets.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, Wisconsin's showing 55 cents over 49, which I don't understand how that math works out. Predicted's weird like that. Like Predicted does that. It'll be like 55 to 49. You're like, okay, like I don't like, shouldn't it be 55 to 45? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's almost like a reverse VIG. It should be like a spread almost. It's like
yeah, the spread is not correct.
That is interesting. That is about the same odds though. 54 for Trump.
I'm trying to find the other states. All I see is Georgia and Wisconsin now. There's got to be a way I can look at the individual states. Predicted's stupid.
Hey, I want to do one more shout out. Abigail Joy, who is in the live chat. Check your DMs on Telegram. I sent you the link. Come join. I know you have a lot to say about politics.
Right.
And yeah, I'm ready to play, guys. View me in.
It's the wrong direction. Yeah.
We're also playing poker. And oh yeah, Kinu. Matt speaks Japanese because he's living in Tokyo and is married to a Japanese.
Oh, cool.
ちょっとだけ。少し。
I thought Japan was gonna sink though, Tom.
Did you see that the DLP just won the election here in Japan, and they said that if they win, they're going to change the capital gains tax from miscellaneous for Bitcoin to regular 20% capital gains tax, which is huge out here in Japan.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Japan's like, have you been to Big Canada?
No.
So that's like a major appliances store, and they've been allowing people to purchase Bitcoin for
that's right.
More than a decade. So
That's right. Big camera, of course. They do. They accept payment. But I tried to do it, and the staff don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I need to update my wallet.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I still have Airbits.
But it at 55% capital gains on trading it's untenable. No one can do it. So it's basically Japan's out of Bitcoin until they change that tax rate, which they look like they're going to do next year.
I hope so. I don't know. I feel like if America's cooked, then Japan's like even more cooked. So
it's Japan. It'll be slow.
Yeah, but I don't know. A lot of my friends. Oh, did you guys see like the Japan march with that big, huge Trump?
I did. It was down in Osaka. It was great.
Oh, it was in Osaka. Oh, wow.
Where are you from in Japan?
I'm from Tokyo.
That's where
but I'm thinking of tweeting stuff in Japanese more about just the election update, because a lot of people in Japan still follow the.
Got a quick question for you guys.
Okay, hey. Oh, wait. I got a question for the two Japanese people on the stream.
I do.
Do people in Japan like do they talk much about the US election? Is there do they have a candidate? Because I remember going into the 2016 election, I happened to be in Russia, and the Russians were very pro-Trump in the 2016 election. Like the people of Russia were really pro-Trump because they thought it would be good for Americans.
I'll give my opinion, Tone. So in Japan, from what I've seen, the US election is more closely followed than the Japanese election. And it's the same in Australia. People really, really care about US politics in Japan. They don't care about it's like a one-party system in Japan. Basically, one team will always win.
I think
question for you guys. Have you been following the Japanese yen versus US dollar today at all?
Today, no.
It's been making a big move, like right in front of my eyes. I've just watched it take out the lows, it's significant. If you pull up the Japanese yen chart, and I'm just curious, it seems like it has to have something to do with the election. I'm curious if you guys normally see any correlation with your stock market and the election, or the currency pair. Is there anything that could be any inferences from seeing this move today?
I think.
Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to answer the first question. Is that I wanted to say that when I was back in Japan, Japanese people still follow, like they watch a lot of TV, and the TV is like really, just not diverse enough. So if you see, and the individual journalism like YouTube and social media, it's growing, but it's not as growing as much as like the US. So, and I think the other issue is that Japanese people are just not as interested in politics. They just don't discuss things. I also feel like that's from when Japan lost the war. Maybe there's a little bit of coloration of like America making Japanese like people not as like interested in their own policy. Like being patriotic in Japan is just weird. So I think that's why people are just like kind of, like interested. It's cool that you get to like, you're very researching all these stuff and you're debating, but they're just like, and that's it. The conversation just stops there, even among my like smart friends and etc. And they follow a lot of the American election, but it's very biased because they literally just translate mainstream media. But a lot of people are also like kind of waking up and doing their own researches. So I don't know. And for the yen, US dollar, I don't know. I feel like there's like a bigger movement going on, but I'm not like knowledgeable enough to.
Trying to get a Japanese person's opinion on anything is like trying to get blood from a stone in some.
Yeah. I don't know if I could share enough knowledge.
You should see when I bought my house, I moved to Japan about 6 months ago, and I sold some Bitcoin when Bitcoin was about 70,000, and then I bought this house in cash because the yen was so bad. And I've got it marked here. It's a historic, and I hope that we don't get as low as that for the yen. It helps me out if the yen crashes. No doubt.
That's our dream. We're thinking about it.
Yeah. You should see where I bought my house stock. I'll send you a chart. I bought my house at like absolute low. At the absolute low when Bitcoin was at 70,000. And just that move, like 5 years ago, I saved myself for this house about 45%. Regardless of the price of Bitcoin, just from that carry trade, from the price of the yen. It's crazy.
It's insane. Wow. Yeah, I haven't checked the US. Oh my gosh. I'm going to Japan I should go to Japan then.
Come right now.
Yeah, I'll hit you up when we're there for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to buy a house in Japan, but I'm from Tokyo, and I feel like the education is very like. I feel like America, on average, is like a lot of families lives in suburbs, and it's more spread out. Whereas like Japan, the education level, the average is still high, but the education level among like the city and the suburbs are very different. That in the end, like. Yeah,
the Japanese people still have the highest IQ in the world on average, but it's just you've just got to spark the creativity and the confidence in the people because they just fall into that non-creative,
But they're bringing in so many immigration that's concerning me, and it's funny because I'm married to American, and I was like really pro-immigration. Now I'm like starting to really be. I think once you leave Japan, you become like extra patriotic and realize like, oh, we got to really preserve this culture.
Yeah,
like,
I hate immigration and it's ruined Australia. But and it's ironic because I am an immigrant over here, so I try to leave no footprint as much as I can over here.
Yeah. We always make fun of biracial couples, even though we are.
Yeah, I know, Eva. We're the worst offenders of it. I just let you know, I added 5x leverage to my trade. I was in a 15x leverage trade from 60,500. I added an additional 5x leverage to my position, so I'm now 20x long from 63,000. And I bought it at 71 as we were speaking just now. So it's already
wow.
up. And it was a good choice, I think.
Yeah.
I want to cream this last bit out of this trade.
Man, I think I should just move to Japan. No.
All right. Well,
No.
the price is breaking out to a new swing high, and that's looking really, really good. And on the election front, more states are starting to report. With 0% of reported vote, Wyoming has won. Donald Trump has won Wyoming with 0% reported. That is amazing.
It's a good win.
Wow.
Like, I don't know what else to say. I don't know if this is beatable. I need a screenshot of this. How Donald Trump wins. It's how much? 60. 6 to me. I'm gonna raise.
You say you got a good view.
Hey, Tone, I've got a couple of bets to offer you if you're interested in taking any action.
Oh, you wanna, or you can just help me win the poker game in real time.
Is there an online poker match
That's
going on?
collusion.
I will.
Wait, what happened to my? Okay, never mind. Yeah, I need a screenshot of this. How does Donald Trump win a state with 0% reported?
You mean you're going for sure?
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, how many players are in the game?
I'll send you some. Do you follow any of the cheap houses or whatever on Instagram? They have
On Instagram?
Yeah.
like IKEA and all the cheap houses that they have here in Japan.
Not really. I only was checking Sotheby's. But
No.
I need to get the info from
I'll
Tone.
send you some bargains.
Yes, yes. Where do you guys live?
Machida.
Machiya? Oh, yeah. That's a nice area. It's like very downtown.
We saw this name from Iceland. Yeah.
You see Scott?
I'm not in the name hands and I'm jealous of the lights.
Let's watch the light sheet. Like, open this way.
I feel like you should pretend. No, actually, she would pretend.
Yourself don't. Jesus.
Arigato
gozaimasu. Let me show you this trade sock. So this is on the 15-minute chart right now. I'd been sitting in this trade for 3 weeks now at 60,500, but just in the last 5 minutes when we dropped down here, there at 71,000, I added a fair bit to this position, so I can remove that 60,000 now. So 63 is the entry, which it is immediately worked out in my favor here. So what I'm wanting is this purple line is the all-time high. I really think that we'll break that in the next 24 hours, especially if Trump wins, maybe particularly if Trump wins. So I really wanted to juice this. This is now a 20x leverage position. I think that I can cream half a Bitcoin out of this trade in just a flash. That's what I'm looking at. So bit of a gambling move, but I think that there's a high probability that I can pull that off. What do you reckon?
So we wouldn't know the results today, right? They're gonna drag it.
Yeah, I don't think that we'll know the results or that one side will concede, and I think it'll probably take a week or more before there's like actual the president is legally ratified. But I do think that looking for an all-time high breakout as this in the next 24 hours is makes a lot of sense. I mean, the market is extremely emotional, and this is when people are either looking to maybe gamble a little bit or looking to protect against what the future could bring. And I think that as long as the election is trying to work itself out, that longing Bitcoin should be a really good deal. And hopefully it is what finally gets us through this all-time high once and for good. There's nothing else to wait for.
I'm currently 250% up in this trade, so this is a cracker. I'm gonna milk this to 500%.
Whoa!
I actually stayed out of the leverage markets
guys,
on this one. That wasn't the greatest call, I guess, but
Hey, real quick, Ohio has been declared for Trump.
Nice.
Nice.
Ohio's been declared for Trump. Really?
They already declared it. What's a major news media reporting it? Like,
It's Tom Biden.
And is it official once the Associated Press announces it? Like, this is something that's like really weird.
It is okay. So when the Associated Press announces the winner, it is 98% official.
And the other news outlets have to
Okay,
agree.
sorry.
Like, it's up to who reports the news is what determines the winner.
yeah, you just saw the last Obama tweet.
No, what do you say?
He said something about like, we aren't sure, like, don't share anything until you know the source. Like, I don't know. It's like Democrats are always about projections. So I don't know. I'm just really worried they have something up their sleeve. And
Of course they do.
They absolutely do.
yeah. So
Absolutely.
also I was like, who if it becomes a tie, does VP Kamala Harris like certifies it? Like, how does that go?
No. Motorist mentioned this before, that it happened in 1825. That there's the last time it happened. If it is a tie, then Congress will vote on who's the president and vice president. Is that correct, guys? Motorist has just jumped off, but he said that before, and that you could actually have a split. A president and vice president can be decided from two different camps. But I don't see that happening. That would be.
Well, here's my question is, so when does the Associated Press report that a state is won? Is it like all of the districts report their findings to the governor, and then the governor calls the Associated Press and says, okay, this is who won? Like, who is in contact with the Associated Press to give them the authority to declare that a state's won or lost?
I don't know. It depends, but I do remember in 2020, even AP took a very long time, like officially stating Alaska, which is really, always red, and they just delayed everything purposely, I feel like. So. Ooh.
Yeah, that's right. Because I remember that too.
Yeah.
They took.
It was really weird.
Remember,
Hey, Tone, what percentage of Virginia is in? 52% is in?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Virginia?
Everyone's vote.
That is surprising to me.
Virginia was expected to go Democrat. If Trump wins Virginia, that's huge.
That is a huge turn right there.
Like, my husband's from Virginia.
10-1. I'm betting on Trump to win Virginia.
Virginia is full of like boomer Republicans. So there's still a lot of like anti-Trump, but like, I thought no one could be as bad as Biden, but like, I feel like Harris is not really like those, old neocon loving Republican like favorites. So, and then there's a lot of like veterans there too, right? Virginia. I saw the turnout in the Salem like rally, and it was like huge. Okay, you got a PP? Okay.
Doc, what's this wager you want to throw at Tone? I'm all ears.
Tone, can you scroll over Kansas and see what it's showing? And then Missouri. I would be interested in betting on Trump to win either of those states. I would like even money, but I would be willing to wager 2-1 Trump wins Kansas. And just a friendly, maybe a few $100 or something. I think Trump wins Kansas and Missouri hands down, and that 50 even money is not even close to the right odds. So I'd be willing to offer you 2-1 if you're interested.
But that's the thing. I was just saying, I was on mute. Trump is scheduled to win these states. Like, I wouldn't bet on Kamala winning these states. I'm betting on Kamala winning the swing states.
Okay.
But not these two. I'm betting on Kamala winning Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and possibly even Arizona.
I'll bet you even money that Trump takes Pennsylvania.
There we go. Tone, we got a side bet going on.
That's a good bet.
Side bet. Pennsylvania,
I got Trump.
Hold on. We gotta.
I want the Arizona.
You know what?
bet.
I got Kamala winning Pennsylvania.
I'll bet you even money.
I got
Take
a
it.
dollar on Trump.
I got $1 on Kamala.
I love how when somebody ever bets somebody, there's always somebody in the background going, "Take it, take the bet." Like there's always somebody in the background telling them, like, "You'd be an idiot not to take that bet."
Okay, so wait. So Socrates, you wanna bet that Trump's gonna win Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I'll take that action at either.
I want
$1.
Arizona. I'll bet you he wins.
Even money,
Arizona.
how much are we betting?
What are you feeling? We do $500 bet.
I was gonna go 100. I like to bet steak dinners, which is about
Okay.
$100.
$100, you got yourself a deal. Paid in Bitcoin, not steak.
Well,
All right, I'm noting it.
because
$100.
because the 3-letter agencies are watching the stream, officially it's a steak dinner.
Okay, officially it's a steak dinner, and it's booked.
For the record, it's a steak dinner.
All right. I love steak.
I don't know if I would have taken the bet on Pennsylvania, but I would have on Arizona. I think he'll win Arizona.
I definitely think he'll win Arizona too.
What do you guys think of Nevada? I don't think he rallied that much in Nevada. And
I still think he's
gonna
gonna
take a
win
week.
He went to Nevada. That's where he declared that he was going to do no tips on, no taxes on. tips.
I think Kamala's winning Nevada.
Me too.
Yeah, I think they kind of get because Nevada. I think said that they're going to take a week to announce. So I don't know.
How about Georgia? Who's winning Georgia?
Georgia 74% reporting, and it's leaning Trump. It's 52.1% Trump.
I'm showing 92% that Trump wins Georgia.
Nice. Wait, I was reading the Google. Why can't we just put like a camera right above the hands that are counting the votes, live stream it, and just like, I don't know, just show that people are like counting properly.
You ask why we can't, and we can't because it's by design and make it as easy as possible for them to control. I mean, it's like almost every developed country in the world takes less than 24 hours to count their votes, and we're going to take a week. I mean, it's corruption.
It's annoying. There's a Japanese word called tanjo.
Hey guys, Bitcoin breaks 72K.
Yep.
No.
I'm actually surprised it's rallying before the results are in. I did not expect it to rally this early.
I think everyone's just really optimistic.
Official, right?
I am
I'm gonna donate this
highly
ship to the Trump campaign.
I'm highly persuaded by the idea that the price of Bitcoin is following the poly market odds.
Jesus,
every
Tone.
I might agree with you
Get
on
your
that.
shit together, Tone.
And just since this last breakout, Trump's gone from like 70% up to 75% in the last 15 minutes, and then the
That
price
actually-
goes like that.
That makes a lot of sense, honestly. Is the people betting on, I mean, anything, markets, poly, whatever it may be. Yeah, I agree.
Guys, we are like $1,200 off the all-time high right now. It's happening. I'm right. If you don't know I'm right, then you're not listening. You're not paying attention. That's the explanation.
You'll hit 75 tonight?
Yeah, we're gonna get all-time
Absolutely.
high in the next few hours.
Why would you want to bet on Bitcoin if you have to give it?
Why would I bet on Bitcoin? I'm all in on it.
I mean, it's really,
Are all in on Bitcoin.
it makes all the sense in the world that that's where money's flooding. Either way, if Trump wins, it's going to be great for the regulations and everything. You're going to want to own Bitcoin if Trump wins, and then maybe even more so if Kamala Harris wins, because she is hell-bent on taking away property rights, and her plans of taxing unrealized capital gains probably have people thinking about ways to get some Bitcoin before it's too late. So I think it makes all the sense in the world that people on both sides are like,
yeah,
buy Bitcoin.
that's the only thing, honestly, that and I'm worried about the US dollar crashing.
But it's pumping right now. Like that's why I'm so interested with the US really pumping against the Japanese yen.
Yeah.
It's
That's great.
a lot of money's moving around, and the US dollar is looking strong and Bitcoin's looking strong, which is really interesting. To see the dollar being strong and Bitcoin at the same time, really interesting.
I can't wait to see the stock market open tonight. If Bitcoin is up, 74,000, can you imagine? And Trump's declared winner. Can you imagine what like tonight on the stock market?
The level of euphoria will be unprecedented.
I hope Trump will get elected, but I also think in his presidency, the market will crash really bad.
You mean just initially and then recover throughout the next 4 years, or do you mean over the next 4 years?
In the next 4 years, I think it will crash really bad, and then I think it will go recover.
Why do you think that?
I mean, it's not sustainable what's going on. I think it's going to get like hyperinflated, and I think I don't know if I'm supposed to say this on YouTube, but like these or whatever they're going to pull off to make like Trump really like. They get really with that. I don't know. I'm starting to get into conspiracy theories a little bit.
Well, you're in the right place, sister.
Yeah, we love our conspiracy theories. And I would just say, like, I mean, we saw what happened his last term, and it was much more divisive. It was all guns out against him, and the stock market did nothing but go up, even during COVID lockdown and BLM riots. The stock market just went up. I agree with you that it's not like sustainable to just go up only forever. But I think that Trump is like the most bullish thing for the stock market in the world. And there will be money flooding in from outside of the country. And I also believe that Trump will lower taxes. And that's one of the biggest indicators of a boom in equities and business is if taxes go down, the valuations just moon because of people coming out of the country to build businesses. And then people who are already found a way to survive under the previous tax schedule, now they've got all this extra money. And they're going to be buying stocks and stuff like that. So I'm inclined to think that there'd be nothing more bullish for the stock market than 4 years of Trump.
So it's just going to keep on going up.
That is very much what I'm inclined to think. And I do think that maybe there will be like a CIA operation to try to suppress the price of the stock market to hurt Trump and his political party. But I think that I think if they were able to succeed at that, they would have succeeded his last 4-year term. And so, yeah, I think that the stock market is going to be very bullish under Trump and under Kamala, probably leaving the country instead of coming in, is my view.
Hey, so how about you over or under? We get to an all-time high with $1,000 gap here between the mark price and the all-time high. In the next, I'll give you till this candle closes. So we've got
hey guys. Oh yeah, Bitcoin is definitely about to break 73. That's my
shit. I was about to
showing my current
take a
hand.
$500 bet with Socom.
So you're saying that you had it on a monthly candle.
I got a monster.
Are you saying $1,000 above the prior all-time high within the next 24 hours?
No, I'm saying we will break the all-time high with 21 hours and 25 minutes left.
I wouldn't be betting against that. I would not be betting against that. I think that's we've been waiting for this God candle for I don't know how long. And when I say God candle, I'm saying a $10,000 candle in a daily period. And I think that it's when we do break through the all-time high, it's going to shoot like it could go straight to 80. And
it's the perfect candle to do so because of where we closed. It's the perfect candle to do so because we closed an hour and a half ago. So it is. This literally could be the candle everybody was waiting for.
You're absolutely
sorry to interrupt, but I'm kind of pumped for it.
I agree.
Absolutely right.
I like it when Matt gets pumped. So like that's it. It cracks my shit up.
It's already an extended range candle and it's only an hour, 2.5 hours into the range. Like that's the type of stuff that causes some panic buying, some covering, some short squeezing. Yeah, I couldn't agree more that, I mean.
Did you have an eye on funding the last day or two? Like the funding rates funding rates, like there was so many people on the short side, and if you look at like the order book analysis or like if you look at the footprint, like you had a lot of shorts trapped down at like in the 67, 68 range. Like you had a lot of shorts trapped there. So that's just rocket fuel.
Yeah, and the rates are perfectly normalized now, indicating that it's not like overbought or not FOMO buying going on. And
Not at all.
yeah, I have been specifically paying very close attention to the futures premium for the last like month or so. There's been really, really weird stuff going on where we've had backwardation from the contract that's like 2 months out, and then kind of normal or maybe about par for the contract that's 1 month out. And that has been pretty big volume. So it definitely suggests that there's some big shorts trapped underwater that we're selling at a discount in the futures market with only 2 months to go.
I mean, not to mention, like I keep track of the ETFs quite closely, and BlackRock has not had a red day. I think I noticed in the last 2 months they had maybe one red day, but like I don't even understand where this Bitcoin is coming from. Like even if they're buying it OTC, how are they buying 4,000 to 6,000 Bitcoin a day when only 450 are mined a day? Like where are they buying this Bitcoin from, and how is it not moving the market? Eventually, that catalyst is going to push the price of Bitcoin to where people can't afford it anymore. It is absolutely ridiculous that we were held down in these prices, and I think that literally creates a bigger moonshot because of how long we were held in these ranges, just to get disbelief and everything else rolling in. Like people don't believe that Bitcoin is going to 100K, 200K. They don't believe it until it does. And then that's when retail will come play. But just the general consensus of just talking to normal people, even people that are in markets, they're not interested. And they should be. They should be very much interested.
That's a ridiculous candle, guys. Holy shit. That's a 4-hour candle. Wow.
So that's
We call that victory.
3K, almost 4K.
By the way, I won the last hand with my ace king offsuit.
Yeah, it's almost a 4K move in 4 hours. We've never had a $10,000 daily candle, and it seems like it is already almost halfway there. I mean, it's crazy. And the daily only opened 2.5 hours ago.
You're talking about paper.
That is so exciting.
Let's check that.
So my question is, if Kamala somehow wins, will this candle reverse?
Sure enough, Trump just went up another 5% in poly market. I think yes. I think a lot of the people who are betting on this are heavily betting long on a Trump win, and I think if Kamala wins, I think there will be a vicious shakeout, like a COVID-19 style shakeout that does eventually V bottom and makes the following bull market much less expansive. So yeah, I think that a Kamala win could absolutely reverse this. If it's ratified, if they announce that she won tomorrow morning or later tonight, that thing could move down much quicker than we've watched it go up. And interesting to see that now Trump's at 80% to win on Polymarket. He's gone from 60% to 80% as the price of Bitcoin's gone from 69 to 73. So I do think this market would react very negatively short term to a Kamala win, but that there would eventually be some sort of V bottom that takes us to a much lower next all-time high.
Oh my gosh.
I'm still wondering about Virginia right now, because that is huge. That is huge if he takes Virginia.
I feel like, what about New Jersey? I heard about, but yeah, I really feel like Virginia.
Taking Virginia is big. I expected that to go to Kamala.
No, New Jersey has already been declared for Kamala. The New Jersey's over.
Wait, they declared it?
It's a swing.
New Jersey was not a swing.
No, it's not a swing, but it's usually comes down to.
No, New Jersey was expected Democrat all the way this year. But Trump is winning in Virginia with 57% reported. He's winning by 1%. That was expected to go Democrat. He's winning in Georgia with 76% reported. That was a swing state.
How much?
What do you mean?
He's up in Georgia by how much?
By 6%, which is significant. That was a swing state. North Carolina, 60%, 59% reported. Swing state, Trump is up by 4%.
No, when does the West Coast start to play? When do they wake up? They're 6 hours behind or something, right? When do they?
They
just had our deadline.
The real answer, when does the West Coast wake up? Never. They should start
That's a good
reporting soon.
It's 7 p.m. local time is when the ballots have to be in by. So in 20 minutes, it'll be the deadline for votes to be cast, and then they'll start counting and reporting.
They are 3 hours behind New York. And
Yeah,
Arizona, it
the
actually
West Coast,
depends.
the
Arizona
West
is one of
Coast
the
can start. Yeah, Arizona's important. Nevada's important. These other ones, I mean, it's unlikely they're going to go Republican.
So I lived in Arizona, and they're one of the very few states that actually doesn't adhere to daylight savings.
Yep.
Good on them.
So
Good on
so
them.
yeah, that was actually I love
No,
that
daylight.
about-
Yeah, Arizona is the only normal state with
Yes.
daylight savings time, but the whole country is on the same clock right now.
Look at this.
Yes, Arizona, it depends on because it's either an hour behind or 2 hours behind, and it's based on whether we've sprung ahead or fell back. It's confusing. When I lived there, I was like, am I 2 hours? You know, calling back home, I was like, am I 2 hours behind or 1 hour? It was funny.
So Arizona is currently on Mountain Standard Time. After this last time change, they're on the same time zone as Colorado.
Yeah,
Yes.
but a lot of Californians also moved to Arizona. I guess more in Texas.
My guys, just as a heads up, the map on the right is what is expected, and the map on the left, the Google map, is what is happening, just so people know why I have a split screen up. So right now, Virginia, Trump is winning in Virginia, goes against convention of Trump expected to lose Virginia. So that's huge.
Which was
And all the
something I
gray
was
ones
expecting.
are the toss-up states.
Well, I was expecting some sort of flip that was going to be out of the ordinary. And if Virginia is that flip, like I expected a state to flip in favor of Trump that wouldn't have been expected.
How about like Michigan?
What about
and
New Hampshire?
Yeah.
Is that any?
New Hampshire is surrounded by communism. It's going to go to the Democrats. Contrary to motorists, been trying to convince me otherwise for a decade.
Interesting.
Maine's expected to go red. That's really surprising to me.
What's
Maine?
expected to go red?
No,
Maine?
not expected. It currently
No.
is Maine.
Oh, it currently is.
currently
Oh,
is.
wow. What is?
No, it's 3% of the vote. It
Yeah,
doesn't
there's
mean
3
anything.
districts.
How have they only reported 3% of the vote? That makes more than that mail. Like that's just crazy. What are they doing over there?
Okay, so I have never been to Maine, and I grew up in the Northeast. Well, like Maine lives in its own world. Like no one, well, like they're probably still counting the first ballot.
What
It's
is it
just
about
South-
like
it's
each
South-
state? Like
South
what
Canada.
some of them in the early time always like leans one color. I mean I don't know, one party, and then later on it's like switches. Like why isn't it like equal?
It is like early, the mail-in votes always favor Democrats, from what I understand. I can't really offer an explanation other than they just always show up for early voting, and you have to mail it in. And Republicans, I guess, prefer to go in person because there is generally a big lead for all Democrats early on that gets overtaken once the election day comes around. I'm not exactly sure why.
I see.
Bitcoin's still holding. It's not dropping at all.
So hyped about New Jersey, but I guess
New Jersey.
I mean, if Trump wins Virginia, that would be insane. Like that would be
Well,
like
even-
almost like him winning California. Like Virginia is like the capital of this liberal movement, where they are absolutely. It's almost criminal to be a Republican, just from what I understand about.
well, also like a lot of a lot of government people
Right.
live in Virginia, so they're probably like terrified.
Yeah.
For
It's like,
Trump.
how-
Yeah,
what
so
work
they're
do you do
probably
in Virginia if you're not working for the government. for the most
Yeah,
part.
true.
Do you
But
think
well, I thought it was pretty close in 2020.
do you think that all the loser celebrities that said they'll leave America if Trump wins will actually follow through
Like,
with it?
please leave. It's just so
Yeah.
hilarious how like all this endorsement, like they really think it's like working? Like you're just exposing yourself that you're in like a video
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, they will leave if Trump opens an investigation on Diddy parties and the Epstein client list. They'll be the first ones out of here.
Yeah.
It's like who do are there a lot of people who are like, oh, this celebrity like endorsed, so I'm so gonna vote for, like, oh, Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala, I'm so gonna vote for Kamala. Like, how? Yeah, I'm not used to live stream, so I might
Like,
switch.
you understand like Bruce Springsteen. I love Bruce Springsteen, but it breaks my heart. But I mean, he's from, he's from Jersey, right? So I mean, like you get why he's blue, right? But when do you guys like Ricky Gervais? Have you seen the Ricky Gervais when he's in the bathtub?
Yeah, well, he's just like not, I saw his best one, but his what was it, the Golden Globe speech from years ago is just still great.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. I think it helps that he's British. That gives it a, like, he doesn't give a shit,
Yeah, well, that didn't help. What's that guy who took over Daily Show, and then
gay one. He's awful. Yeah,
Trevor Noah.
Yeah,
he's not British. Sorry, he was South African.
Same shit.
I was disappointed in Jon Stewart. I thought he was a little bit more based. I don't watch this anymore.
No.
It's surprising to me when you say like when I wouldn't have thought that New Jersey is so blue. Like I have no real experience, or like my only like impression of the place comes from like gangster movies, like the Sopranos, and like a bunch of mobsters. Like what about New Jersey so blue? That's surprising to me.
Because they blew up the chicken mill. It's all like a coal mining and like, and all the, union and the boys going down, take your pail. It's all that stuff, blue collar.
Generally, blue collar workers are very Republican.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're all union boys.
Generally, but the union is how the communism sneaks its way into that mentality of if you're not unionized and you're a blue collar worker, you support Trump, like you're working on a farm or whatever you're doing. But when the unions sneak in and tell you deserve equal pay, like I think that is one of the main ways that communism seeps its way into cultures that are very much not that way. Like the Rich Man in Richmond song,
Great song. Great song.
And it's like a guy, he's like a coal miner. Like it's like their culture is very much conservative and Republican, but if they all start joining laborers and thinking they're worth more than they really are, they're starting to fall down that slippery slope of communism.
Yeah, but that's when I think of as a foreigner looking in at, like, from my movies and my culture that I've captured from songs and movies and stuff. When I think of New Jersey and New York, it's all that working class man, union boy down at the shipping yards and going to the steel mill. That's all blue. That's in my image of what it is.
I think you're right that it is the unions that.
Well, the liberals are now Republicans. Like Democrats, it's shifted so much. So.
But the union pay is a very democratic idea of like raising minimum wage. Like that's like something that they will campaign on. These guys deserve more money than what the free market is paying them, and that is a very effective tactic to get votes from hard workers.
Yeah, I mean that's how you get the blue collar, the same way that the left puts the divides black and white, they can account. They tailor everything black to like, brotherhood and unionhood there with and we're going to support you. And then they do it with women as well. They try and capture all the women, and then they try and capture all those working class boys in the coal mines. That's like their bread and butter. Not that they give a fuck about them, but that's their marketing,
Yeah. I'm
And
like,
absolutely,
it
yeah.
sucks Trump lost like a lot of the LGBT, votes because he was like probably the most like pro LGBT rights that did never flip. Like, oh, there's even videos of Obama saying like marriages between a man and woman. Obviously Biden too. But I think, yeah, like it sucks that he lost that vote. There are like
Demographic.
quite a few, yeah, demographic, like quite a few like gay MAGA people. But then if they even come out, like I think Justin, what was it like?
Tim Dillon. I love Tim Dillon. Yeah, Sock, you might like Tim Dillon, man. Like he's great. Yeah,
Who's
and
Tim Dillon?
he's a podcaster, a comedian. He's an excellent. It's probably one of my favorite podcasts. Tim Dillon. He's a gay man, but he's a Trump guy but very very fair, very smart, very.
Have you
very
seen The Wallet? Like, I love that whole skit. It's called The Wallet.
No,
You
I haven't.
seen that? Oh my gosh, you have to watch that if you haven't seen it, dude. It is. You should watch that live. It cracks me up so hard.
Oh, is he on YouTube, Netflix?
Yeah, he's just got a new show on Netflix. But I just like
look up
his
The Wallet.
podcast. His weekly podcast. Tim Dillon is shout out to Tim Dillon if you're watching. Yeah, he's great. He's great.
He's definitely somebody to where he's going to press the envelope and he is going to go there when it comes to jokes. Like, he is going to pick the most offensive type jokes and go after them. But if you can handle that type of stuff, you'll probably think he's hilarious.
Yeah, his ability to use satire is really it's really top level. Like he's the whole joke is that he'll say he's for something when he's not, right? That's the joke. So he's, and it's brilliant. It's really tactfully done. But I just like having a big fat gay guy on our side. That's the untapped resource right there.
Like if you're in New York, it's harder to come out as a Republican than gay in the city.
I wouldn't say so. Oh, what?
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
73. We hit 73K.
We got to break that swing high. I think it's 73.5. There is nothing above, though. Like, there is nothing above.
We got to get to 73, 750. 73.
My prior all-time high is 74.
Yeah. You said what?
All-time high, 73, 958.
I think the index shows like 73.8. If you look at the index, I have to think.
Sorry,
off Socrates? Are you going off the index or are you going off of
Yes, I'm going the index.
Look,
73,
this is not the sweetest or the best.
Darn, you're killing us. It's so loud. Look at this. This is the all-time high right here. I put this purple line in right here. 73, 750. That's a pretty thick line.
With some.
Yeah, I don't think we quite touched 74.
Yeah,
Depends on what you're looking at.
Anything that's a healthy alternative to this, it's absolute home run. Yeah.
Wow, this is amazing though. I love to see it. I love to see it.
Oh, okay.
Let's just hope this doesn't get smacked down within the next day or two.
He's got a flash with a low flash.
Tone Vays. Can you hear me, mate?
I'm not talking about company.
Thank you.
Oh, he got it.
Oh my God. Someone give Tone a button.
Yeah, I don't think he'll wear it, but I'll totally buy him a gaming headset. I'm a huge advocate of just buy the gaming headset because they typically have good mics on them and it's just really easy. I can mute like by flipping it up. Like it's just I'm a huge advocate for it.
It's so funny. Tone's getting to that point that like, your dad gets to when he's like, I'm fucking 50. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm not learning anything new.
That's kind of I'm getting there too. Like I don't want to learn stuff new. Like I'm a technology guy.
I turned on the mic on my instrument. Is the background noise really bad?
Maybe I'm gonna go have dinner, so I'm gonna leave for a bit.
Oh yes, I mean I say.
Bye. I might join later.
Oh, cool.
Nice. Ciao.
Bye, Kinu.
Bye.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Cheers.
All right, I'm trying to get everything on one screen up. So here's the price of Bitcoin pumping.
That's great.
That's let's put them on a daily chart.
The yen's continuing to dump. It's, handful of markets moving in tandem.
That's I really liked what you said before about the betting odds, Sock, because I was actually thinking that, but I'm glad that you said I was outside when you said it. That there's a correlation between the betting markets and the Bitcoin price in general. I thought that was a good observation.
Yeah, I think my opinion is that the price of Bitcoin has been very sensitive to like news about the election. Like if one poll comes out that says Trump's favored, price is going up, and vice versa. And I do think that people in crypto are much more likely to trust something like a poly market than a new news story or somebody declaring a win with 0% of the vote counted or whatever. I think that the people who are actively trading Bitcoin in this environment are very much reacting to the live odds that people are putting cold hard cash on. That's at least how I think of it.
Yeah, well put. My trade's 275% up right now, so that's looking good.
Kind of wish I wouldn't have, but I stayed out of the leverage markets. I just didn't want to play the volatility, and I didn't know which way this was headed. And I don't think TA is going to come into play near as much as normal. And yeah, I mean, this can all literally like what we were talking about. If Kamala is like a definite winner by tonight, I think that can reverse quite quickly. But I would rather see this continue because there's not much above us.
No, it's all uncharted territory above us from here. It's brilliant, very exciting.
And I'm with you, Derek. That I've been out of any leverage positions, and I even went into spot on half of my spot position just to be in a position to buy a big dip if that were to occur. Because I was really still am kind of agreeing that the perfect technical setup is going to be ripe for a shakeout during a period of such uncertainty.
I have to challenge both of you guys on this. First of all, we've had in the last, we'll call it 2 weeks, the perfect technical breakout of the consolidated top that we've been in for a very long time, and we had that breakout, and then I feel like leverage was definitely in play. Like the implied volatility is what we play the game for, don't we? I'll show you what I mean on the charts. I mean, this is, if you've been watching Tone and even Tone is in a leverage position, which is not, Tone's not one to want to do
I think
that.
he's actually out of that position.
I think he's re-entered the position.
Has he re-entered the levered position? He was last back down to 60% bullish allocation. I'm sure he's back in 100% bullish now.
Well, see, I think you're spot on there. I did the show with him last night, and he said that, and I think that you're right. But I mean, like, look. Yeah, you might be right, but fuck it, I'm locked and loaded 20x leverage. So let's just talk about myself. I won't speak for Tone. But I mean, this technical breakout that occurred when the wave turned green, when we broke the descending triangle, when we came back and retested some of these moving averages, when we got Socrates's EXA crosses, when we got the purple signal, phantom signal on alphanumerics on the weekly time frame, which is this purple candle right here. It looks as clean as mustard to me. I mean, with the MRI counts fantastic, with the bullish cross, the EXA crosses.
Now I do agree with you, but based on last week's close was
it was a scary close.
Dreadful.
If you do look back, like I looked back last night, my brother and I, we went back and we looked at the S&P and Bitcoin in 2020 and 2016. And both had basically this same type of behavior. Both elections up until November 2nd. You can call it the 68-day cycles aligning. You can call it whatever you will. But both of them led to shallow dips into large rips. And it coincides perfectly with those if you are trading based off of past performances. I will say the sky's the limit here. As somebody who I tend to get wrecked in leverage, especially playing with higher leverage. I mean, not wrecked, but like I lose what I'm gambling with. And as a spot
Correct.
holder from
Well, yeah, good
2016,
point. Right.
Hey guys,
2017, Go ahead.
I would love to see the all-time high get broken
yeah, same.
at some point tonight. That would be awesome.
Obviously.
But I mean, I have a bad problem with having liquidity on the side. Like all my senses just tell me just buy no matter the price and just hold. Like that's what I do. I just buy and hold. So, and I've done that since 2016 and 17. So I have a very hard time when I trade based off of that type of sentiment because my spot position is totally different from what I might be doing leverage. So I usually get wrecked in leverage because in the short term, I just get smacked a lot because in the long term, I'm bullish. So
and Gary, just to jump in here today, right now, right this minute, you are correct because every single buy you've ever done in your buy and hold position was right. Right now, every single buy you've ever done was correct. Do you know what I mean? Unless you bought here. Do you know what I mean? Like so,
yes.
That you're not wrong doing that, and I don't feel like you'll ever be wrong if your time horizon's longer. Did you ever watch the video I made on diversified trading within a single asset on the Financial Summit Network? It's like
I don't think I've caught that one.
I highly recommend you do it because I agree with everything you're saying, and disagree in the fact that I do it all. I have spot positions, hodl positions, swing positions, leverage positions, bot positions. I do them all, in various amounts of percentage of my overall portfolio. I say do them all. Do you know what I mean? That's my thesis, and that's why I call it diversified trading within a single asset.
Breaking news, guys.
Yep, shoot.
Sorry, guys. Breaking news. I think I took over screen share. I think. Am I on screen share?
Yep.
Trump
You got it.
has flipped Pennsylvania with 42% reported.
Oh, wow.
Trump is now in the lead in Pennsylvania. And
He's won Montana.
Montana has been declared for Trump with zero reporting. Well, at least Wyoming is now coming in with 3%, and Oregon and early voting. Trump's in the lead. Trump has also flipped Wisconsin.
Wait,
73-1 is 73-3. So
what is
it's only 1% reported.
I was gonna say like what?
Yeah,
because of that points went up $200.
Oregon is a blue state. 1% reported.
$200 in Bitcoin.
Also, we are playing some cards. There's the flop. You guys should be able to see the flop.
I checked it, going.
It's a check to me. The flop is 2 aces and a 3. And I'm gonna bet $10.
I'm gonna go for a smoke, and when I come back, I expect to see the all-time high. I'll be back.
I think he might get his all-time high.
It's really wanting to. It's really
let's go, dude. I like, as somebody who lives off of, like, I basically live off of like a Bitcoin standard. And as somebody that does that, you know, you love to see this type of stuff because the object in my brain, and is what I try to instill in a lot of my friends, family, whoever, and it's usually to no avail. The object is to always delay selling your Bitcoin. The longer you wait, the better. So if you owe, like I have done things like, you know, I've had people ask me like, you know, why didn't you buy your truck off your father? You know, why'd you finance it? It's like, well, if I can finance it at 4%, and I'm gonna do that over a period of 5 years or 4 years or what have you, by the time I get to the point where I would pay the truck off, if I did that with Bitcoin, it's going to be worth more later. So it's always a game in my head to always wait until later to sell your Bitcoin or to use your Bitcoin to buy such things. It is just something that I picked up, and it's worked out well for me so far, but it's hard to convince others to do the same as their dollar is being inflated to nothing. So, I mean, it's very hard to explain to the normie who is not getting that raise at work, and, you know, the price of eggs and the price of bread, the price of everything is going up, and they just don't understand why. They don't understand their house is not worth more money. It's still worth the house. Their dollar is now worth less. So it's a very hard thing to get into other people's brains. Because most people that most of us know don't invest their own money. They might have a 401k, but they don't invest their savings. They may keep money in the bank, but they don't invest their savings. And what is the best asset to beat inflation? And I think that in our time, it's Bitcoin. So it's just something that I will preach until I don't know, until
I have my gun, I can still take this out, I got a little lock, okay? And
Hey guys, I lost that fucking Jack's hand to trip bases.
Well, on my index chart, we have created a new all-time high in trade prices. My index chart shows prior high at 73757, currently trading at 73888.
Thermostat over there. It's, yeah, we will use a pointy finger. That's right.
Bitcoin is about to break 74K.
This is new all-time high.
When you were making that announcement.
today's the day for the God candle. Didn't expect
4K
it, but
broken.
today's the day.
What are you doing?
It's already up 8K on today.
No, not yet. And remember,
3 hours into
inflation
the
is
daily candle. It's
Wait,
up 8K.
are we gonna get a God candle?
We are getting
Already
a God
kind of
candle.
is.
And maybe it's not 10K, maybe
A
it's
God-
20K.
A God candle is a $10,000 candle. We've never had one. We've never had a daily $10,000 candle. The all-time high is
Just got my, I'm getting my lender.
the all-time high is 70. That's it. We broke the all-time high, right?
Anywhere.
What did I miss? What have you done?
All-time high broken.
Hey,
All-time
you
high
said you
broken.
were coming back for the all-time
No,
high,
it's-
Matt.
All-time
Yes.
high is broken.
Not for inflation.
What is it, 79,000 for inflation?
Yeah.
Adjusted?
74,300. What's the price?
74.
We broke 74.
74.9, 74.9. 74.98.
Oh!
We're about
That
to
is a
break
candle.
75.
74.96.
Oh!
All-time high, did we just hit it?
We broke it.
Not for inflation.
Not inflation adjusted. Inflation adjusted all-time high.
Oh!
Yeah.
Somewhere around 79K.
Trump is now 85%.
78.5.
on Polymarket.
310% up on this trade.
That's the inflation adjusted is 78.5.
78.5 is what's that?
78.5 is inflation adjusted.
I don't know. No.
The real question is how high do we rip if this is already ripping this hard? That's the real question.
I think 85,000 is the next key
You
level.
know what the all-time the inflation adjusted
75.
75 broken.
Let's go.
75. 75.
Matt, get pumped.
Oh!
I think it just flashed 76 for a second, if I'm not mistaken.
No. But you guys are looking at a specific exchange. On the index, we have not broken it yet. On the average price has not broken the 75 yet. It came close. The average,
Let me tell you.
the average across all exchanges was 74,973.
The future exchange I'm on right now, we got 75.
That's the futures, right? But like the
Better about losing my.
the average spot price has not broken 75 yet.
Futures will always trade at a premium. Well, for now anyway.
The inflation adjusted all-time high goes off of the 2021 all-time high. So the 60, I think it hit like 64,000 or something in 2021, but inflation kicked in after that.
But why did you pick 2021 as an arbitrary?
Yeah.
What's the
So-
thought process behind 64 versus
Pull
74?
up the
whatever you want?
CME. The
Well, I'm
CME
sorry.
is actually at a
Because inflation was running at like 8-9% a year.
So
So-
you're picking the real inflationary.
Right. So in inflation adjusted all-time high is the 2021 all-time high. Inflation adjusted makes it 78, which is higher than inflation adjusting this April's all-time high.
And, oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So 78 or 75.
78.5 is the inflation adjusted all-time high.
Since it comes in, I'm gonna beat that.
Yeah.
Right? You
That's
think?
the first I've seen of the
I
CME
don't
trading
think
at
so.
a negative premium also in a long time. In a long time.
What's the volume look like right now, mate? It must be massive.
I'm going on mute, guys.
Volume. I mean, it doesn't. Oh no, it does now. Because I'll check a couple places and I monitor volume using Coinbase, and yeah, there is some serious volume coming in right now.
Good.
Higher than I've seen in a very long time.
Taking out that high of last week's candle is absolutely critical. That is that wick off of the highs where we went up and tested it and then wicked down and closed below last week's high was a potential recipe for disaster, and suggested that the high of that last week should be very strong resistance. Taking that out on high volume is huge.
Yeah.
And that puts my next measured move actually up at, I think, above 90. Let me check real quick.
You want to go screen share, mate?
Sure.
All right. I don't like Tone's chart here. It's zoomed in to the max. Let's get some.
It's just showing the God candle. That's it.
All right. I'll share screen 2. So yeah, here we go. Okay, that should be good. Yeah, this is the wick I was talking about where we ran up.
You're not screen sharing, are you? Nope.
It says I am. It says stop share. I'll click stop share and try again.
Was I
You're sharing now? You're sharing now.
Okay, I'll go back. Maybe there's just a slight delay. Probably a lot of internet traffic. Okay, I should be sharing now. You guys seeing it?
Yeah, that's bizarre. I've got 2 tabs open. Okay. Oh no, that's you, Tone, is it? What the hell? Crazy. All right, sorry, mate. Keep going.
You got it?
I took down my screen share to be good now.
Okay, mate. Yep, perfect. Love it.
So yeah, this candle is what really caused me to start protecting against risk opposed to maximizing exposure. And this is the level that I needed to see taken. When we wick above this high and this high, get that close to all-time highs, and then get that reaction into the close, very, very bad sign. We could look at, like, this is kind of being the inverse, where we wicked below a couple lows and then closed above. That wick held as strong support for a move through that high. That's what I've been kind of worrying about, is if we resisted inside of this wick space, the target would become down below 60 and potentially even below 50 based on market structure. And taking out that high invalidates that sort of, what is it, like a gravestone doji or a shooting star, whatever you want to call it, has now been invalidated. And we have taken out the all-time highs, which we have failed to every time on the last swing move. So for me, when measuring a move, I'm going to look at the high and the low of the consolidation period and extend that from the high. So I will move there, attach it to the high. So just like an equal move that from here down to here would be my first target. Like that'd be basically my most conservative target. And that's all the way up at 98,000. 98,900. After we take out this high, I expect price to move at least as much as we moved during the corrective period. And that's now all confirmed with this high being taken out. And what's also really interesting is, as we've been here on screen, I've been waiting for my freaking phone to charge so I can get into my 2FA, and I just got the signal to go ahead and buy back in, which is great. 1 hour MSR is what provides my signals for my spot trades. I use 1 hour MSR for 50% of my exposure, and then 4 hour for the other 50%. That move down that was an ugly wick on the weekly also caused 1 hour MSR to go bearish, and lined up very nicely with kind of the invalidation point being right here at 73.3. So just within the last 5 minutes or so, I've gotten this signal to re-enter, and my phone is now charging, so I will be able to do that. That's my spot position. For me, I don't want to trade any leverage unless both of my trending signals are in line with each other. So now that we have 1 hour bullish and the 4-hour stayed very bullish, supported perfectly at that support zone of the beach, the 200 EMA. Now it's time for me to make sure I'm fully in long spot exposure. And now I would be looking to enter leverage positions since finally all my stuff would be lining up. A 70,000 throwback makes a lot of sense, but it might just be ready to explode through that area. One other thing I was going to show is that I think that this hyperwave is still intact. Been kind of following this really closely, as it's been a pretty good start to a fresh hyperwave, with the phase one kind of being a horizontal consolidation. And then phase two, you will draw by connecting the breakout with the close of the first correction. So with I've been considering this hyperwave invalidated all throughout here. Once we started closing below this trend line, I wiped it off my charts and kind of forgot about it, but have been Bitcoin loves the color outside the lines. So when this trend line gets reclaimed, I've been telling myself that, yeah, I think that this hyperwave is still active, even though the textbook rules would say that the trend line broke down here because we connect to the lowest close of the first correction. I'm going to go ahead and say maybe this was the correction that is the most important that we can go ahead and connect to. And why I'm really interested in that, it does actually line up with the lowest low of this first correction. If we just adjust our trend line like this, now we've got it closing through the lowest close of that multi-month corrective period, connecting perfectly with the lowest low of January. And specifically, now that we've reclaimed this high, I think that we are looking at very much phase two, and we would look for a new phase to develop after some sort of important event, maybe a big news story or new.
What don't we just, for argument's sake, call it a presidential election?
Why not? That couldn't be the more perfect thing to kick off a phase three. So I'm actually thinking if this hyperwave is intact and valid, it is in a perfect position to accelerate to the upside. And so now I'm already considering and very much so drawing in a fresh phase three based off of this last sort of move up. It looks like it's starting to accelerate. And we've had a very, very important event that has occurred. So I think that we are just now entering phase three of the fresh hyperwave. And hyperwave theory tells us you really don't have a hyperwave in phase two. All you really have is a breakout in a linear move. It doesn't really start until phase three, and phase three becomes the absolute best opportunity to enter as the market really starts to respect lows and expand higher. So I'm just kind of drawn up some lines here as this price action has happened. It's got my brain turning, and I think a quick move to 98,000 before the end of the year is more likely than not, based on the acceleration, the rise over run of these last month or two. And then a nice dip down after the yearly open into that trend line makes a whole heck of a lot of sense to me. And there's just no reason in my mind why nothing should stop us from moving to this measured move here, and then potentially continuing to support this accelerated rise over run that we have here. Very, very exciting times. As long as we don't just dump right back below 65, like tomorrow or the next day, like if as long as we keep respecting these higher low supports, I think we're just now starting phase three with this all-time high.
Socrates, take a look at Poly now. Refresh your page.
All right, reloading. Holy crap. So since price has gone from what, like 70 to 75, Trump's gone from like 80 to 90%. Polymarket is now predicting a 90% chance that Trump wins, meaning that if you wanted to bet $1 on Trump winning, you would only win 10 cents. And if you had good reason to bet on Kamala, then you'd be getting 10 to 1.
There's Tone's 10 to 1.
And yeah, it's very much so. As long as I mean, the only thing that I really like, if something happens where it all of a sudden falls back to like a 50-50 uncertainty, this could very much give up this recent move. But it seems like so far the price is moving in tandem with Trump increasing, and Trump's only increasing as states are reporting across the country. So, oh man, this is a really historic day one way or another, and I think it could potentially turn into one that we tell our grandkids about.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so.
All right, guys, I am all in.
On Bitcoin?
No, you're supposed to
no,
split those, Tone.
on this hand. On the flop is 4-3-7
How much is it?
with 2 diamonds.
At least Socrates is a blackjack player. He got my joke.
And I am all in. Unfortunately, Doug took 70% of my money when I had pocket jacks, and he beat me with trip aces.
What did I just How much is he in for? 43. You know I'm calling him. Oh, he's not calling.
I got a
Hold on.
Are we heads up?
We are. You wanna flip it?
I got 8s.
Okay.
All right, I'm in the lead.
7, 8. I'm with the flush chance.
He's got no flush. Got the 8s.
Give me the 5 or 7. 5, 7.
No queen now.
5, 6.
No good. I got it. I doubled up.
Problem is that was a 5 or a 7.
Tom's officially hooked more on poker than Bitcoin.
All right, stream wins. One away in Pennsylvania. Money's mine. Oh, it's yours.
Oh, Bitcoin's easy. This is actually a challenge. I can Bitcoin's easy. All you gotta do is hold it. I've
This not so much.
I made enough mistakes in the early days of Bitcoin that I no longer fall for any of these scams.
Well,
It's,
Punch on the other hand,
yeah.
it's sucker.
Man, what a breakout! This is.
I'll do a live stream shuffling to make it looks cool.
It's a little afraid. Okay, I'll do a bad shuffle to make it look better.
Right, exactly.
Thank you, Juan. I got it. Juan, thank you. Sure. Oh, we actually got this.
Yeah, right. Well, yes. Do
Human.
you want to be on camera or no?
That's fine.
Look at that, stuff round table.
Can't see.
Yeah.
Of course not.
Let me go back.
Everyone tries to have David.
So now it's going to be really interesting.
I'm gonna go
if we turn the prior all-time high into support. Is 74K ready to be support? Maybe want to retest 72. It'll be interesting to see how we react from that 75K test. That's a critical psychological level, which elementary logic would say it should revisit 70 after testing 75 and then go to 80. But I think 72 to 74 could be in a good position to hold with that being the prior all-time high. This next 1 to 2 hours will be very interesting to see if we can have some sort of bullish kind of pattern on like a 15-minute or something like this above the prior all-time high.
Well, we've got 36 minutes left until this 4-hour candle closes. And as it stands, obviously, it's going to be the highest 4-hour candle close of all time. I would really love it if we could close this 4-hour candle period above the all-time high, just as a psychological level. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, that will be a very, very strong sign. If this 4-hour closes below 73, it'll start to ring some alarm bells. So we definitely want to see it close nearer the high, so that we don't get a really bad wick. And
I definitely don't mind like the $1,000 up, volatility in either direction right now. There's no issue with that. It makes total sense that people are selling and whatnot at these prices. Why not? But I just want to see. I want to see every dip get eaten up and continually rally. Yeah,
1,000%. And I think that the sellers right now, they're not active sellers who are manually selling based on recent activity. I think the selling pressure is from people who have had limit orders stacked for months, that they're just waiting for them to fill. And that's generally the ideal situation. If you fill those limits that have been waiting forever, then the pocket kind of opens up and you explode higher. And now these people that just sold now they're FOMO buyers just in a matter of hours.
How does your greed and fear index look right now, brother? Because I know that you have a metric. You use the BitMEX funding rate, if I'm not mistaken. I'd like to see what that looks like.
Yes, I do use a combination of the funding rates, current and predicted, combined with the futures premium in the premium in the futures market, which is...
We're not hitting a contango or anything right now, are we?
Let's see. We just checked the funding rates, which were par, which is a really, really good sign.
Really positive, yes.
So let's see here. It's loading up. Yeah, it's balanced. Holy crap. Let's see.
You want a screen share?
Yeah, let's do that. Even seeing discounted, even seeing a discount in the futures premium, that's very interesting. This is currently showing that November is at a negative 0.19% premium, and that is like basically small negative funding. Like that's really bullish and saying that there's some bears that are trapped on the wrong side and they're getting squeezed.
I'm 20x leverage long right now, and it's not costing me too much to be 20x leverage long. It's crazy.
That's what I would expect. So that's what this is showing, and that's really, really a critical sign. If funding rates and futures premiums balloon as you're testing highs, it's a very suggestive of greedy buyers and potentially even FOMO buyers. When it goes the other direction, it is very suggestive of buyers coming from liquidations and short squeezes. So yeah, I think that this is something I pay very close attention to when we're testing highs or testing lows to see if there's really a whole lot of emotion. And to me, this is painting a picture of disbelief where it's like people are just kind of like holy crap, like they're not rushing to FOMO buy at these prices, and the otherwise we'd see a big spike here, and that would be a really, really bad sign. Seeing balance after such a sharp move to the upside, that tells me that move came from liquidations who just got squeezed out, not from FOMO or greedy buyers, which is potentially night and day difference for a real breakout versus a fake out.
If you look at the price right now, mate, like it's exactly what I just said a minute ago, that we did get below the prior all-time high. Just if you had to look at the 1 minute chart to get my point, we had it drop down, and I said, like, I really want to see this thing get eaten up as soon as it starts to dip, and this is what it's happening. You know, we're back above all-time highs.
Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That is we're looking like all systems a go. Yeah, I think the lack of FOMO buying and the combination of the sharp move that is probably sidelining a lot of people. I think a lot of these orders that just got filled have been there for months on end, like people kind of thinking maybe it's never even going to happen.
Yeah.
And showing good signs of strength after filling what was probably a lot of liquidity for sellers who were patiently waiting for their limit orders to sell only before price shoots right through it. We've all been there more times than we can count probably, and that is the recipe that this will be shaping up as long as these dips keep getting eaten up.
Yeah, that looked like a little 1 minute bull flag, you know, building up right now.
I finally got back into my exchange, so I'm getting back full spot long, and I'll be happy with that overnight. And kind of what I'm thinking about is generally, I've kind of resigned myself to missing out on a God candle and waiting for action afterwards. These last 6 months have been so brutal, where there have been multiple times where I've been as convinced as could be that we're ready to take out the highs, only to just turn around and dump through the lows. And I know that once we do break through the highs, it's going to be a 6 to 12 month trend where there's going to be tons of money to be made. And another earmark of a kind of a God candle should be a candle that follows its like high and tight consolidation, one where we have a daily candle that goes nowhere. It just goes nowhere, but it stays high and tight. For me, that's kind of what I'll be looking for potentially for leverage positions, is a big breakout with a strong close, and then maybe a daily that just is like a box. It just kind of does like a nothing while everybody's emotions kind of reset. So yeah, I'm back in full long exposure after the 1 hour long signal, and we'll be expecting some tight candles, at least one, maybe like 2 or 3 after a massive breakout that's much more expansive than the average.
Yeah. Yep. Tony, you got any more friends to invite on? It's getting pretty lonely in here. Just to become a Matt and Sock show.
I definitely will say I agree with Socrates. I would rather wait to make sure that there's clean breakouts as opposed to playing the beginning, because I have been smacked in the resistance areas of 72, 73, 5, somewhere in there a couple times. So I would rather just save my capital, wait. There'll be plenty of money to be made.
I've been criticized. I've been doing the Daily High with show on the Financial Summit Network since about the first week of January, I think, second week of January. And every single night I get accused of being a permabull. But it's just a happenstance. The fact is, I've been a permabull this entire year because look at the charts, right? Like it's almost, and we'll look back on 2024 and it'll look so obvious. It'll be like, well, that's almost, the price went vertical for 12 months.
I am constantly called a permabull by my older brother. Constantly. Constantly.
I've been a permabull since Bali Financial Summit, that week of the Bali Financial Summit, because about a week before the Bali Financial Summit, I'll go screen share. Anyone who watches me normally knows what I'm going to show right now, but this is alphanumerics, right? You know what we're looking at. This is my indicator. Links in the description below, probably. Bali Financial Summit was around June, November. It was, oh yeah. It was here. Like October. I think it was about here, because that was the week after we got the day after the Financial Summit finished was the FTX collapse, like that. But I on this green diamond right here at 17,777, I went 100% long in my spot position. And then on this day, like the day after the Financial Summit, when we dropped down to 16,
so good.
yeah. At 16,000, I added to the position. So my entry, which I'm still in today, 17,200 is my entry. And so really, that's the majority of my Bitcoin locked up there. No leverage at all, just spot, right? And so when I look back at this on a weekly time frame, and we'll just say it's from back here is when I added that position. So 17,200 is the price is, I'll just do a line for argument's sake. We'll just say there. I've been a bull from here and for a permabull since here, and the price has done almost a parabolic move when you zoom out that far. So that's why I've been so permabullish, because I got a good buy. And there's been some shit times. This was terrible. But overall, that was, Tom Cruise, all the right moves. What
it's a lot harder for me to call where my average price is on BTC, mostly because of the atrocities and the time spent mining shitcoins. Or the shitcoin. So like that is like extremely hard for me to sit here and say like what price I got in on. So it's
I did put them in. Like that's just that trade. Do you know what I mean? That doesn't include like previous buys or leverage buys or whatever. But that's just like
that spot buy.
That spot buy. In that bracket. Is what I have them all in different buckets, right? Just that trade.
And it's something I think comes up almost every time we chat is just how important it is to no two people will ever trade the same, and what works for one person is not going to work for somebody else. Matt's always been more aggressive than I have, but it's been consistent and it's something that he can manage.
I mean, you've heard me talk about that trade.
Absolutely. And there's been times in the past where you've been trading on leverage and I've just been kind of staying out and waiting. And both are a huge skill. Being able to catch those leveraged entries in volatile markets, maybe on different time frames, is a tremendous skill to have that Matt has consistently displayed. For sure, I'm sure he's lost some trades being a perma bull during the last 6 months or whatever, but he's been sticking to what works for him. And nobody's ever going to be profitable like 80% of the time or more. What matters is that you're consistent, and that eventually, if you just kind of stick to the system that works for you, that you're able to execute in real time. Eventually, the risk reward should just become so expansive that it makes up for all of the prior losses, and the strike rate that you have combined with the risk reward that you are looking at should very much determine the leverage that is used, or if it's just spot. And neither of us have ever really been buying or selling at the exact same time, but we've both been sticking to objective models that we can trust in during periods of chaos. And that's what's critical. And it can be really hard if you're seeing like a bunch of tweets on Twitter, like you made turn $20 into 100,000 off of this meme coin in the last week, or you see the other people having really big success. And you might start wondering, well, what's wrong with my system? Like, do I need to change? Do I need to copy him or whatever? And
the answer is no.
The reality is, if you're going to stand a chance of surviving one or two or plus full markets, your only chance is something that works for you and you only. So I very much commend Matt for the trading that he does, even though I don't want to think that, oh, now I should be in a leverage trade at the prices that he's at. And no, I've got my system that I'm sticking to through thick and thin. And so does Gary, so does Matt, so does Tone, and they're all different. And sometimes one will maybe outperform another by getting a better price or by not getting chopped out. It's all comes down to what you can execute yourself in real time in a market that trades 24/7 and is more volatile than any market we've ever seen ever. So don't get too discouraged. Maybe if you're caught on the sidelines and or not in a leveraged position, just know that there is going to be a lot of money to be made for anybody that has survived multi-month bear markets.
That's really well put, mate. Tone, just before you go into it, mate, I just want to say, Socrates, thank you for that. That was very eloquent, mate. But I always felt like you were 2 years ahead of me with your knowledge and your ability. I've always been impressed by you. You were a big reason I've done anything I've done. And one time in particular that really stands out to me is I remember it was just before we got to the first all-time high there at was like $64,000, somewhere around that $60,000 mark. You were on your stream and you said, I just sold a heap of Bitcoin to pay for my house, like that. And that was a big thing. It stuck with me, and I didn't at that time, but this year I did it with this house, and that was inspired by you. To be pulling profits and putting them into things that can change your life. And because before you did that, and I remember at the time going, what is he, an idiot? We're going to $1 million, right? Because you were 2 years ahead of me. And the price went down over the next few years down to 15,000. You were on the money. You did what you did, and I remembered it. And this year I copied it. So once again, I'm 2 years behind you. So you meant a lot to me, mate.
Well, I'm so glad to hear it. That really does mean a lot. And yeah, I think like for real, like now is the time. Like now is the time to be thinking about what you would do if Bitcoin hits 250K. If you aren't thinking about anything that you could use to improve your life, I'm not saying to sell Bitcoin for US dollars. And I do think that there's a lot of value in what Gary said, that the longer you can delay selling your Bitcoin, the better off you're going to be. But at a certain point, there's got to be some end goal in mind. There's got to be some things that you want for you and your family. And if you're thinking about that now, then you will be ready to execute when it's just pure mania and it seems like it's just going to be up only 10x for the next year or whatever. If you're thinking about what do I get in this for, what could I use to increase my lifestyle permanently potentially, then you can calculate, okay, well, what price would Bitcoin need to get to for me to be able to realize this without selling too much of my Bitcoin, just with maybe only selling like 80%.
That is my dilemma. Like because like you get to this mindset that I'm never selling this. And it's always small snippets off of the top to basically like keep your lifestyle going the way that I like it. Bitcoin has changed my lifestyle.
Yeah.
Like I haven't told that to a lot of people, but I was a slave to the system and where I worked in the mills, and I used to be in the type of mindset that I needed all these things. And for the first like 14, 13 years of me being in that trade, which made you a lot of money, but you spent 70, 80, 90 hours of your week at work. It was around 2016 and 17 where I was basically standing up, in the trailer and telling these guys like, hey, you guys are making a lot of money, do something with it. And these are a lot of guys that live paycheck to paycheck and buy $500,000 houses and drive really expensive sports cars and spend their money on drugs, alcohol, whatever. Like they don't save it. So when
you're describing Australians, you realize that, right?
But they make all this money and they live way beyond their means. So trying to tell somebody to not live way beyond their means is going against the grain in the first place. So that is where it really, and then they'll think they're too late. Like they've thought they're too late since I started talking about it. And I'm like, you're still not too late. It's not too late to change this. I even had a small story, and I'll try to make it very quick. I had a very nice. You guys know what a Camaro ZL1 is?
I know what a Camaro is.
So a Camaro ZL1 is the highest trim that you can get a ZL1, or is the highest trim you can get of a Camaro. And I bought that car, and basically I crashed it. Now, it was paid off. What would the normal guy have done that got the insurance check for that car? He would go out and buy another sports car. Well, when I crashed it, Bitcoin was $7,800. So I had some pretty strong conviction what to do with that money. And the strong conviction wasn't go buy a nicer or newer or what have you. The strong conviction was in 4 to 8 years, I'll be able to buy 10 Camaros. That was the strong conviction. And if you can have that conviction, you will win in these markets.
I think you're absolutely right. And that's where I think what you say to people kind of falls on deaf ears, is to have that sort of conviction, which a lot of people I know who are in Bitcoin don't have enough conviction to fully convert to a Bitcoin standard. It's rare for a Bitcoiner to really commit to that lifestyle full bore. And yeah, it just takes full and utter conviction, which probably started before with just a little conviction, that got paid off. And the one thing that I would say, as we were kind of talking about maybe potentially planning on some stuff now that we would like to have at the next all-time high, you're right that you could buy 10 Camaros, but you're never going to want 10 Camaros. So it's I think now that you've kind of realized that dream, maybe potentially thinking about, well, is there anything that I would want that's like the value of 10 Camaros that isn't, redundant and useless? And for me, I have like something on my computer that I always look at, and it's a quote from Jack Mallers, who says, I own my Bitcoin, I own my business, and I own my house. And I think that that's, for me, the real objective is, like, for example, my car is financed at a low rate, and I bought maybe a little nicer car than I would have if I had to pay Bitcoin. But with interest rates low, I took out a loan and bought myself a nice car. but that doesn't matter to me to own that free and clear as much as my home. And owning a home and then maybe making measures to secure or add land, solar panels, miners. These are the sort of things that are the only thing that I'm interested in trading my Bitcoin for now at this point, where now that I own my house and my business is all derived in Bitcoin income. The expansion is, for me, land, solar panels, miners, trading Bitcoin at high prices to establish more Bitcoin income that is, I have conviction in over the next 10 plus years or so.
It's funny
that's
how
kind of
great
what I'm thinking.
minds align. That's exactly my thought. Like literally, that's because like at some point I'm gonna be like, all right, dude, I've got to sell. Like I've got to sell something, and but I won't be necessarily selling it to just sit there in dollars. Like the sale will be to buy land, set up some solar, and run the most efficient ASIC miners that I can buy on basically free power. And I mean, you can use debt to your advantage. I don't like to do that very often. Like I will hold my mortgage. It's at 3%. Like I'm not getting rid of my mortgage anytime soon. So I will hold that. And the reason is I could pay. Like I've had a lot of friends tell me like, why don't you just pay off your house? And it's like, well, the whole algorithm in my head tells me that to save 3%, I would lose 100 to 200% a year on average. Why would I do that? Like that doesn't make sense to me, and that's not how my brain works. So it's a really weird thing, but eventually you are absolutely right. Like there will probably be some sort of like if we touch 150, 200, somewhere in there, like I'm going to have to turn loose of some Bitcoin. Like I'm going to have to.
The only thing I agree with you totally, Gary. But I mean, you're completely on the Bitcoin standard. I'm completely on the Bitcoin standard. I'm unemployed. Do you know what I mean? Because I own the house, own the cars, and my like living expenses living in Japan is like $400 a week with 3 kids. Do you know what I mean? Like
Japan.
Yeah. So like that's really exciting for me that I may never have to work again. That's all I wanted to get to. You know, I can sit here with you guys all day. What is it? A Wednesday? I don't know. It could be a Thursday.
That's where I very much agree with Matt in terms of when I went on the Bitcoin standard, I sold my business, I sold insurance and retirement accounts, and when I fully jumped into this space, I sold my business, and it became to a point where, how much conviction do I have in myself over the long term, and if I know that I have a home that's paid for, I didn't know if I was going to be able to 10 years down the line, 5, 10, 15 years, really be able to, like, what are the bad years going to look like? Am I putting my mortgage at risk by basically becoming unemployed? And that was, at that time, my number one goal was that if I can own a house, then I've negated a lot of the worry about being unemployed. And that was a worry that did keep me up at night. And that's, everybody has their own pressure points, their own big dreams. And that was kind of like something I set out for myself. Like, if I can really do this, then I should be able to pay off my house and really lock in long-term security. And it was also a way for me to try to avoid the euphoria that takes over, that prevents people from ever selling, was by just kind of setting that as a goal for myself once I decided to go without a paycheck for the next however many years. And I do think that's an important step. I still would feel kind of uncomfortable with a mortgage without like consistent paychecks that I can depend on every 2 weeks or every month. If I had that, yeah, I probably wouldn't be interested at all in paying off, if I felt there was good security there, and paying off a low interest mortgage. So definitely everybody will have their own sort of pressure points and what keeps them up at night and what they really do want. And I do think that Gary has, I'm not sure exactly the situation, but it sounds like he's moved to the Bitcoin standard. And what I've started to think about lately is, once you get there, you can trade your Bitcoin for stuff that just produces more Bitcoin. It's like you kind of want to balance your portfolio, but it doesn't have to be balancing selling Bitcoin to buy Apple or something. It could be buying solar panels, buying land, buying miners, where you can get your cost of production to mining a Bitcoin down to like almost nothing. And that's a long-term income producing event that will hopefully generate more Bitcoin in the long term than, and it'll generate consistent income as well. Yeah, I think that's what the last thing that really becomes interesting to sell your Bitcoin for is not staking or yielding, but mining, and through cheap, efficient energy, specifically solar and maybe potentially nuclear down the road.
I mean, just from the time I've started, power here was 6 to 8 cents a kilowatt when I started. I'm literally not able to use graphics cards, and I haven't been able to for a year and a half to 2 years. And the power has gotten extremely expensive. So if you are like going down the avenue of Bitcoin mining, you either need to have extremely cheap power, like you're either like in Texas looking for flare gas, stations that you can hook up. So now the scale that you need to start at is huge, or you have it hosted. And I've seen hostings at like 6 to 8 cents, but you're talking about having some of the better efficiency in hardware to be able to be profitable, because the hash rate has gone straight parabolic. I mean, mining Bitcoin, like the way I look at it is the best way I could be profitable doing that would be with some sort of like home solar setup, and being able to do it that way. That's the, unless you are going to host it through somebody else, which I think also could be profitable as well. It's just hard to keep up with the hardware. There's a new miner released every couple weeks. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, well, not only that,
welcome, Bernoulli and Mark Woods. Welcome. Sorry we didn't say hello. We're in the middle of a rant.
Yeah, hi Bernoulli and Mark. Go ahead, Bernoulli.
Howdy, boys.
No worries. Yo, Tyler, good to see you, buddy. It's been a long time. Yeah, Gary, it's really I think that every miner, including the public miners, underestimate the startup capital that's involved in getting a real mining operation going. And not only that, I'm speaking from experience here, but not only that, but the ongoing cost, like you were saying about the upgrading hardware all the time is absolutely wild. Like you need an enormous amount of ongoing capital. And I mean, right now that's not happening. I mean, everybody right now is probably mining a Bitcoin somewhere between a cost of, and this is just like electricity cost, between, roughly say like the low $50,000 at the absolute lowest. And that's extreme, and probably as high as like 70,000.
Yes,
right.
Depending on their hardware. And I mean, there's a lot to it, even like, and I'm sure this part of the world, like you can go buy an S19 and you can run different firmware in it. A lot of times they come at like, a pretty baseline efficiency rating, and you can squeeze a lot more out of, knowing what I knew about GPUs. Like there is a way you can just turn on a graphics card and mine at a certain hash rate, but you actually want it in the sweet spot of pulling power to how much hash rate you have. So a lot of those, I mean, as far as the ASICs go, are you messing with firmwares quite a bit and getting things to be more efficient, or like you stay ahead of that curve, correct? Like,
yeah, the company I work for does, but it's really tricky, and it takes an enormous amount of work just to keep these things running. Like you'd be amazed how many miners, when you've got 50,000 miners running in one location, and there's a lightning strike or something, and you have to, like, everything goes down and you have to ramp back up. How many miners don't come back on? And you've got guys scrambling to like unplug them and plug them back in, right? Like it's like the Linksys router. Like, yeah, everybody unplug them and plug them back in, like figure out what's wrong. And like you have 1% won't come back online. And that's huge.
It's weird what happens in a farm when some small anomaly happens, and then all of a sudden half of your rigs aren't running. As somebody that had an extremely high uptime, when I was shitcoin mining, I'm not going to advocate for any of that. I'm just letting everybody know I'm usually not too open about it. But when something went down, especially when it came to graphics cards, it would go down. And you would talk about like, I'd be running, let's say 15, 20 rigs, and 6 of them don't come back online, and it's 2 a.m. and you got to work at 6. Like, dude, it is like I had extremely high percentage of uptime, but it was not. I mean, managing heat, oh my gosh, it was not for the faint of heart. I'll tell you that. It's not
and
just
that's what I do. That's
yeah.
I've now centered my entire career in mechanical engineering on like immersion cooled heat management, and yeah, that just adds more infrastructure, more problems, more bullshit. It's
I'm sure it
really, it's really wild. And it's really hard. Like it's such a new industry, you can't really. It's impossible to estimate what your actual operating costs are going to be going forward, right?
Well, and how much are you spending on that as well? Like, you know, it's one of the things, because it was something I went over with GPU mining with my brother who got in very late. He's like, I want to immersion this, I want to immersion that. And I'm like, dude, that Bitcool, that 5 gallons of Bitcool is going to cost this much money. Like, when are you going to recoup that? Like, which is why I was a huge advocate for moving a bunch of air. Move a ton of air, and now I don't have to go buy all those expensive things. So there's just things that you learn and and you do. And if I was doing something like that, I would probably just use the same choice method of moving a lot of air and not overclocking the living hell out of everything and making it all hot, and monitoring your temperatures. And you're going to be smoking hash boards if you're really hot. Like, it's just
and the it's so funny how many times I get asked about, like, oh, so immersion cooling, you can overclock, right? And it's like, yeah, well, look at your cost balance there. Your efficiency goes through the floor.
Your efficiency is terrible. To get that last 10% of extra hash rate, it costs you 40% in power. Why'd you do it?
Right,
that's
and
why
that's
I
your
always
main
say,
cost, right? Yeah, exactly.
I always say the new
it's so
overclocking is undervolting. The new overclocking is undervolting. That is,
I love that.
finding the efficiency. But this is all nerd talk, Bernoulli. I still have that. I got one of your stickers on my garbage can in the kitchen.
Yes. Hey guys, I'm gonna switch the conversation back to the price of Bitcoin. Let's give Mark Wood a chance to come to the floor. Mark, I'm gonna stop my screen share. Before I do, Trump is back in the lead in Pennsylvania with 66% reported and a 2.5 percentage point lead. He is in the lead in Michigan with 26% reported by 4 percentage points. He is in the lead in Wisconsin with 59% reported by 2%. And with only 9% reported in Minnesota, he is winning. With 50% reported in Arizona, he is winning. Arizona is a major swing state. He is now losing in New Mexico, and he is still ahead in Georgia with 90% reported at 51.48. They need to call Georgia for Trump. This is where they should call a state. Not over here with 0% reported, but over here where they called it for Trump with 0% reported. Here there is 90% reported. He is up by 3%. This should be a done deal. Trump should be winning Georgia. 86% reported in North Carolina. He's up by 3%. This should be called for Trump. He is back to losing in Virginia by 1.5% with 74% reported. He will probably lose Virginia. All right, I'm gonna come off screen share. Mark, what do you see in the price of Bitcoin, brother?
Tone. Yeah, I'm just checking in. Bitcoin did a thing tonight, and I don't know if I would have called a new all-time high at the election. However, I was feeling pretty confident that 65K was the low, Q4 low, and we would see an all-time high soon. So check this out. I've got something to ask you guys. Oh, Socrates, I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back because I always love posing questions to Tone. Put him on the spot a little bit. I saw an amazing tweet today. I'll give you. It's Cedric Youngelman. I don't know who that is. I think it's someone that was it. Okay, so 2012 election day, Bitcoin was $10. 2016 election day, Bitcoin was $709. 2020 election day, Bitcoin was 13.5K. 2024 at the time of the tweet, it said 70K, but it's 75K. So we got $10, 710, 13.5K, 70K. What is the price of Bitcoin in 2028 election day? Matt, perfect. You're just the guy. You're just the guy for all these long-term projections that I want to talk to.
That's what she said.
Anybody have any crazy projections? I don't. I actually don't. I have some ideas, but we went from $10 to 700 to 13.5K to 70K to what's going to be in 2028?
240.
240.
2028.
What do you think?
I'm gonna take the over. I'll take over on 240.
I might be over on 240. Matt, what did you say?
You say 2028?
Yes, the next election, 2028.
I don't have a prediction for next week, and you're asking me about 2028? All right. No, I don't know. What does Tone say? I agree with Tone.
I took the over on 240.
Well, if we think that big bull markets start after the election, then we should expect a big kind of bear market going into it. So if we're talking about 4 years from now, I wouldn't be thinking about what the all-time high is going to be in the next few years. I'd be thinking where is the next bottom going to occur? And I think based on the pattern that you lined out, like 13K would be, so it'd be like 130K if we went from, what was it, 7 to 70, and then we had 13, so like 130K for the low of the next, maybe not the low, but like kind of going into the election before the next bull run starts. Makes sense to me.
There is some history to suggest that the next bear market won't drop too much below this 70K area. Basically, the price close to the election typically does not get breached, even in 2020 with the even in 2020, because think about this, the drop to 15K still did not breach the election price, which was at 13.5K. So here we are at 75K. Just going on history, nobody knows what the hell is ever going to happen, but we do have several years of data now that would suggest that Bitcoin doesn't drop below 75K in the next bear market. Agree with that or don't agree? It's hard to say because we don't know where it's going, right? We don't know.
Very much.
At the election, I agree. I think it could be for that, but you know, I've got some charts on this, but I agree.
For me, it's all about the S curve of adoption. Like there's a lot of reason to believe like the S curve like kind of starts like that and then really goes vertical. There's a lot of reason to believe that we're just in the first little S curve and that this next bull market will actually be maybe even bigger than anything since like 2013 or something. If we are entering that vertical part of the S curve. There's also reason to believe that maybe we're at the top with all the last three highs expanding less than the previous. So I think until we get an idea, I think this next bull market will really tell us a lot about the next 10 to 20 plus years to come. And I think there's good reason to believe that we expand much more than we did in the last cycle or even in 2017 through 500K in this next year or two. And if it does so, I think it would be a very strong indication that we're just kind of actually barely starting to tick up on the most vertical part of the S curve. If this next bull market kind of continues what we've seen where the peaks have been less expansive, and then the dips have been more so, like this last one was the first one we've ever dipped below the prior all-time highs during the bear market. So I very much want to see us go absolutely ballistic vertical. There's every reason in the world that we should do that. And then if we do that, I don't think we'll ever retest these prices that we're seeing now. If we're able to really expand during this next cycle. And if Trump wins and it starts buying Bitcoin for a treasury and then all the other nation states around the world start to follow, the BlackRock buying will just be peanuts. And we all know that the supply is so limited that a big repricing would have to happen.
I have an unpopular opinion. I think that to get to like the real parabolic curve and that adoption S curve, I think that banks need to start allowing you to hold Bitcoin in banks, just like a regular funds. And I know that's an unpopular opinion, especially in this crowd, but I think that from a lot of non-hardcore people, that would be a big thing if a bank could secure your Bitcoin.
For the people that, I mean, I don't like talking about that, because for the people that maybe are into self-custody and don't want to be, I mean, it's so simple nowadays compared to what it was
not that simple.
48 years ago.
It's not that simple, even for me who lives on Bitcoin. Do you know what I mean? Like I moved countries. I had to do a whole lot of shit. I found a fantastic way, which I'll talk to you off air about how I can sell Bitcoin and put it into my Revolut and Wise cards now. Brilliant to actually use it. But when I moved to Japan, I didn't know how I was going to live on the Bitcoin standard. And I had a hard time figuring out how to do that. Imagine if I could just put it in the bank and just use it on my card like anybody else. I know there's facilities like that already.
You can do that. Like, that is something that I already deal with it, because when you're dealing with places that don't just take Bitcoin straight up and you can't use Bitrefill, what I typically, like, let's say I'm going to pay my mortgage payment, I do use, against popular opinion, Coinbase, because I have a debit card. And that debit card, I'll typically keep as much Bitcoin in that as I would have normally kept in my checking account. But when I am paid in cash from my job, if I am working, which is more rare now than it used to be, I will take my check, put it into Coinbase, and keep that 2,000 or 3,000 in there and swipe my card.
I'm sorry, but this is what I'm talking about. You don't count to me because you're a hardcore guy. Now, what if
I'll push back against that, Matthew. I think it's a good point, but I would disagree, and I'd actually say that if banks allow for custody and then a debit card, Visa that normies can use, I think that would like signal the top of the S curve, because if people are if that's what they're needing to use Bitcoin, they're not actually buying and holding. They're just buying and selling. That would add a bunch of selling pressure.
Yes.
The easier it is to spend.
I'm selling it when I spend it. You're exactly right.
I go outside now to have a smoke, and an asteroid comes down and hits me. I get hit by lightning. My wife and kids are fucked. How the hell are they going to figure out how to get my Bitcoin out? Do you know what I mean? Like, and I've got it written down for them, hidden in a vault somewhere. But they're gonna have to. I'm gonna,
Well, I would say that opinion doesn't matter based on what you're talking about. Like, now you're the hardcore guy who has a bunch of money in Bitcoin and you're worried about it passing down, whereas that can be handled with a lawyer, with a trust or some sort of legal arrangements. Like that can be solved right now, and that's not what we need to really to go astronomically vertical. I think that the ETF buying pressure that's people who are buying and holding it long term, not planning on selling, and it's made it very easily accessible to people
in their retirement account anywhere. And they have bought a million Bitcoin in 11 months.
One more example. One more example, and I'll concede. About 2 years ago, I got my details stolen, and they stole like 30 grand out of my bank. Right it was a stupid phishing thing that I fell for. I thought it was like a toll. They texted me and said you have to pay a toll road, right? And so I transferred it to $12, and they stole 30 grand from my bank. Within 24 hours, the bank reimbursed me that money. They guaranteed my 30 grand and put it straight back in.
So Matt, it's just the pros and cons.
That's
it's
a pretty
more
big,
secure.
Pretty good.
But if you think about it this way,
push back against that. Is that
yes,
if that's what we need for Bitcoin to make mass adoption, then we're just repackaging the same shit system where you're trusting a third party to insure against your mistakes. Like, if we really want this Bitcoin standard, this Bitcoin vision to change the world and not just be another version of the same old shit that we already had, it starts with people taking full responsibility.
It needs to be full responsibility.
I think you allow both. You allow both.
Yeah, allow both, but what I'm pushing back on is I don't think that's what's needed for a huge hyper Bitcoinization sort of move. I think that's kind of what signals the top. Now that everybody's in, now people are wanting to buy insurance on their Bitcoin holding, and there's insurance companies popping up selling it to them. To me, that's more of a top. And why I think we're getting ready to go super vertical is the dynamics of what can happen when you can trade printed fiat money for a limited amount of Bitcoin. And once that actually starts happening, what Michael Saylor's been doing is just issuing debt, buying Bitcoin, watching his stock go up. So he issues more debt, buys more Bitcoin. Now Bitcoin goes up, the stock goes up. It's this, it's their feet on each other. And then we have potentially governments stepping in and saying, like, I'm going to buy Bitcoin with money that I just printed yesterday. And now if the US does that, well, now China does it. Now Russia does it. Now we have this cascade of free money being traded for finite Bitcoin. That's what I think would cause it to go just vertical, like nobody's ever seen before, ever. And then once that happens, I agree that there will be there'll be insurance and there will be Bitcoin banks, and that will help facilitate people to spend their Bitcoin after we experience that actual hyper Bitcoinization. I think the pieces of the puzzle are right here in front of us right now, especially with the Trump victory. I do believe that he will buy Bitcoin and not sell it. And then when other countries, the game theory of that starts taking over, that's what sends us from what we've recently experienced over the last 10 years only looks like this on the chart. And then we go like that for the S-curve adoption.
Hard to argue with.
Oh, I gotta intervene. I gotta change the topic here, guys. So it was a good discussion. I didn't want to interrupt you, Socrates. You were on the roll. Abby, welcome to the show. I'm gonna fold.
Yo.
I want to introduce Abigail Joy. Abby, I think it's your first time on this channel. You and I have known each other for like 7 or 8 years. I've been trying to get you to come up on the channel. Please do an introduction and also tell us what state and who'd you vote for?
Hey y'all. Okay, so my name is Abigail. Yes, I met Tone at the 2017, the first Bitcoin conference that I ever went to in Miami. The North American Bitcoin Conference.
No, that's not where we met.
Yeah, it is.
Was on the cruise. No, blockchain cruise.
Oh, wait. Okay, no, listen. Remember when you guys were in the bathroom doing that stream in the men's bathroom?
Oh shit! I remember you from the blockchain cruise. I don't remember you from the bathroom.
No, we met. We met. Okay, we met briefly. I think maybe we didn't actually directly meet. I met the guy maybe that was doing the podcast, but then
you're talking about Junset.
Is that what his name is? Because I've it's a blur.
Okay. The Rose.
Yeah, and Krista Rose.
What's his name? Junseth?
Yeah.
Junseth and the Rose, yeah. Oh, it's great. You remembered me. You forgot the other guys.
Of course. Yeah. Okay. Because that guy came up to me and he was like, hey, do you want to do like a podcast in the bathroom? And I had no idea really what Bitcoin was at that point. And I was just like, what the fuck? So they did like a whole podcast in the bathroom, a stream or whatever. Tone was there, but yes, I don't know if we actually did officially meet, but I remember that you posted that podcast. But yeah, so we met on that Bitcoin cruise that John McAfee was also on. And yes, I'm from Florida, so I voted for Donald Trump, of course, my 3rd time voting for him.
Sunglasses.
I think he's gonna win. The numbers are looking so good.
Tequila.
Oh, wait, which state did you vote in?
Oh, Florida, of course. The best.
Awesome.
I'm from Florida. Yeah. I'm a Florida native, so.
How wild is it that Miami-Dade flipped so hard for Trump?
Did they? Okay, I haven't been
it's like
keeping
last
up
I looked,
exactly.
it was like 11% a while ago.
Wow, that's amazing.
I had something to do with that. That's where I voted.
Right?
I voted in Palm Beach and it was close, but it looks like it's still going Harris.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I voted in Dade. Abby, do you want me to plug your YouTube channel on this stream?
Okay, so I want to tell you too, I actually started a Rumble. I've been streaming on Rumble. So it's Human 1.0, Abigail Joy on Rumble. And that's where I'm talking like Bitcoin, politics, health. Just got into like trading Bitcoin too. So I've been really enjoying listening to you guys share all your insights.
Send me Send me your
I'll send
Rumble
you my
link
links.
on Telegram. I'll plug it.
Okay,
Uh,
cool. Thank you. And then YouTube, Abigail Joy. That's my biggest platform. Let's see. Rumble is so annoying. Like, can I even find the link here?
Yeah, I haven't gotten fully on Rumble yet. I need to.
Yeah, I can help you if you want. It's pretty good. They have a Rumble Studio where you can do ads and stuff. They've been putting me on the editor's page too. So
look, you and I talked years ago about starting a political podcast, like a geopolitical podcast. We talked
Yeah.
about it years ago. We never started that podcast.
Oh my
Well, we
God, I
probably
know.
should.
Definitely. And leading up to this election, and we're gonna have so much content if Trump wins, which, oh my God, I feel like he's gonna win.
You'll have more content if you lose.
You think? I feel like we always are like fighting the media when he wins. So like it's just so much fake news that you have so much to explain to people.
Abigail, do you know, like, have you heard Fleckers Talks, the podcast? Fleckers Talks?
Have I what?
Have you heard the Fleckers Talks podcast?
No.
It's a fantastic Fleckers
Fleckers Talk?
Fleckers Talks. He's
Fleckers Talks?
famous. He's really good. Down there.
Okay, so that's him. I'm gonna look him up.
Yeah, they got a great bi-weekly show. But I talk to them sometimes. If they want Trump to win, obviously, but
oh, nice, good.
Their show is completely negative on the left side, but they'll have way more content if the left wins. So I don't know, what are they going to say every week in the show? If
yeah, you're right. But I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just so much media all the time now. It's just like there's always something, and yeah, that's what like on Rumble. I just been covering like shit I see on Twitter. Because literally, I'll be on X all day, and I'm like, I might as well just talk about the stuff that I'm seeing on here. Like it's becoming like the best.
Do you go on libs of TikTok?
Not really. I see them a lot on X. I feel like they're just like overplayed. Like I hear that name too much that I just don't even want to go on TikTok. And yeah, I don't like TikTok is just like it overwhelms me. I don't know. I try to stay off of it. I'll be scrolling for hours.
Great stuff.
Okay, I'm sending you. Yeah, so that's my little podcast thing. I'm just streaming on there right now. Having fun doing that. So yeah, I was gonna tell you about it, but I just wanted to like do a few streams, get on there. They've been putting me on the like editor's pick page. So Tone, I feel like you need to get on Rumble too because they'll probably really like you. And it's not like over flooded right now with people. Obviously, you have like a lot of conservatives on there, like Donald Trump Jr., Owen Schroyer from InfoWars. It's like a bunch of kind of conservative people. So I feel like there's not really a lot of people talking about Bitcoin or finance stuff on there yet. So I feel like now is the time to get on Rumble. I don't know if you know what that is. Do any of you guys know what Rumble is?
Yeah. No, everyone here knows what Rumble is.
Okay.
We deal. Oh. Yeah. Damn it. I had a good hand that we have to redeal. Hey Abby, so I am I'm still skeptical that Trump's gonna win this election. I think they're gonna cheat massively. And even if he wins this election, I'm very concerned he may not make it to inauguration day. What are your thoughts on that?
I could see that. I haven't really seen like Alex Jones or anyone really saying, but I know that Alex Jones said there was going to be another assassination attempt, and then there was. But, I mean, okay, so I don't know if you guys like astrology, but I've been listening to this astrologer, and people have like really good days in their chart, and Trump still has a really good day in his chart, like the best days of his life basically to come. He said April next year. So I don't know if that means that that's the day he would get assassinated, because it would almost be like in history, right? Written in history, if he did get shot. And I don't know if that would correlate to his best day ever, but it's like a big day on that day in April. So I don't know. I feel like he'll be okay, but I don't know. I feel like with the deep state, they're always throwing different things at us. So now we're just kind of expecting another assassination attempt, but maybe it'll just be something completely different that they throw at us. But I know we are like literally paranoid as fuck because of 2020, where we thought he was gonna win. We thought he had it in the bag. We went to sleep. And then the next day, they're just calling it basically for Biden. So Yeah, I think it could end up like that. I don't know. I don't really. I'm trying to like gauge how I feel, and I'm nothing's really coming up. I don't know. I'm kind of just like, it'd just be like a shock to me. Obviously, we can just look at the Bitcoin price and see like how Trump is doing. And then I guess if I wake up and Bitcoin's at like 80K, I'll know that Trump won.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty good assumption.
Yeah.
Who's the astrologer you like?
Let me find his name. I just started watching him. I watch a lot, actually. Let me find his name.
There's a girl out there who
I know who you're gonna say. Wasn't it a girl that was on TikTok that she would like predict Bitcoin?
I think yeah, is she like dark hair?
Yeah, I don't really like that. Like, I don't know. To me, she didn't like come across like great. But I didn't really watch too much of her content. But for me, it's just like, I don't know. Can you really predict Bitcoin's price off of that? To me, that sounds a little crazy.
She lost her ass a few times trying to do that, honestly.
What was that?
I think she lost her ass a few times trying to predict the price based on just that.
Didn't she end up doing something else? Like changing into doing OnlyFans?
Hey guys, I need to do an update of what's going on in the election for our friends here. They're also playing poker. For the swing states, Trump is ahead in Wisconsin with 65% reported by 3 percentage points. Trump is ahead in Michigan with 31% reported by 6 percentage points. Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania with 76% reported by 4 percentage points. Trump is ahead in Georgia with 90% reported by 3 percentage points. Trump is losing Virginia by 2 percentage points with 76% reported. Trump has officially won North Carolina. Holy shit. North Carolina was supposed to go to the Democrats. You can see it on the right-hand graphic. It was projected to the Democrats. I'm sorry. Oh, my bad. Virginia was projected to the Democrats. My bad. North Carolina was a swing state. The swing state of North Carolina has been declared for Trump. That is big. Trump is ahead in Arizona. 50% reported. Guys, you wanted an update. Why are you screaming? You were asking for the update. Trump is ahead in Arizona, 50% reported by 0.2%. That one is close. Trump is losing New Mexico as expected, and he's losing the communist West Coast as expected. That's pretty much it.
Just to add real quick, it looks like Bitcoin's getting ready to break out of 75.
We got that
strong, and Donald Trump is 95% to win on Polymarket. It's all but over in the betting markets, which could present
Trump is a 95% lead on Polymarket betting markets.
I've been watching all day. He was down to 45% earlier today. He's moved up a lot in the last hour or two. I mean,
this is
very telling.
This is what we wanted. So, am I on screen share there, Tone? At the moment, am I on screen share, guys?
It said you switch back. What are you looking at?
Yeah,
you're good now. I think you got it.
This is what.
Sweet. Now it's gone.
Yeah. Sorry. We were talking about this like an hour ago when the price was. It had already breached up to the 75,000. And it had come back down to, 73,500. And Sock and I were saying we really want to get that 4-hourly candle closed we had about 30 minutes left in that 4-hour candle above the all-time high to print the highest 4-hour close of all time. And it has done that, which was, it did it really, really well. It broke through Tone's acceleration zone here and actually closed above it. So looking really, really, really strong right now. Hey, Abby, I'll just show you one thing just while I've got you about Rumble. I have a Discord group and whatnot and all that. I'm not going to plug it. You know it if you watch the show with Tony and I every night.
I actually added it, I think. Yeah, I was watching on the Financial Summit YouTube. Yes, because I just started trading. So I'm trying to like soak up as much of it as I can. So far, I've
Oh,
had
that's-
2 successful trades. About to do another one. So I'm having fun because I've just been like a hodler ever since, you know, in the beginning, you're a shitcoiner and everything. I had no idea. And then I turned into a Bitcoin maxi like 2020, beginning of 2020. So
Awesome. Well, that was a hard time to become a maxi because we went through a bit of pain after that. But well, we
yeah,
went up
true.
the line. But hey, let's just get Tone on your show and do a collab or something. That you'll have the biggest guy in Bitcoin on your show. This is
Yeah.
Rumble.
Hey, Abby.
What?
I just sent you my trading courses that I sell on my website. Don't
Nice,
make any
thank
more
you.
trades until you watch those, please.
I know, right? I'm about to like exit, and then I think I'm just gonna like stay out because unless Trump wins, because I don't know. It's getting risky if Kamala wins. We're just gonna dump.
you have about 40 hours worth of homework to watch.
No, I know. I started to watch some of your videos. I think you had sent me some other ones, and I was like, oh my God, like you are so smart. I just can't like. It's very hard to like wrap my mind around all the TA. I'm just kind of like trading off pure vibes and like just looking at like X and bunch of like crypto traders. But I hate how they add in the shitcoinery. So I'm just trying to like, you know, really learn what I'm doing. So far it's working, but obviously it's like lucky right now.
I'll just finish. Don't can you mute yourself, mate? I'll just finish this thought. This is Rumble. Do you remember when I think it was Peter Brand got blocked, and the UK government said we're blocking Peter Brand from. Is it Peter Brand? Is that his
Russell
name?
Brand. Russell Brand.
Excuse me. Russell Brand. They blocked him, and Rumble crashed, right?
Wow.
And I remember this exactly. I posted in the Discord group. Rumble's a buy, and I ended up buying it at $4.70. I said it on our show, I reckon, as well, Tone, in maybe February. When was this? January. Yeah, it was right in the first few weeks of us doing the show together this year. I'm still in that trade right now.
How much of a difference was it? I can't see the numbers because we're covering it.
Oh, right.
What was the difference in price from that jump?
Well, from my entry to the highest point, it went up nearly 100%.
Holy shit!
Wow. To the current price, it is now at 27%. But from the low to the high, the swing low to the swing high, it was but I just remember specifically thinking that was a 160, nearly 70% move it did over a few weeks. That I was just so convinced that was a good trade because it dumped because of some bullshit UK blocking of Russell Brand. I mean, what a ridiculous thing to
Who was it? Was it like one of I forget the names. Do you guys know who David Icke is?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah. I'm like his biggest fan. Okay, so basically, I love him. So he talks about like the media, I forget the name of it, something calm. I don't know. It's like basically he says they're part of the deep state, and so was it that group of people from the UK?
No, it was just the well, I mean, yes, they're probably one of the same, but it was just the UK Parliament. They defunded him or whatever, blocked him out. But I can't even recall what it was. I just remember at the time, it was nearly a year ago now, thinking that was a trade, and it was. So
that's awesome. That's really, really good. I love Rumble.
Yeah. I think we can simulcast as well, Tone, on Rumble and YouTube at the same time. So let's look into that.
Yeah,
we could, but we can, but not through Zoom, man. We really need to start using Restream. If you use Restream, we can. We should. I have not had time to learn how to use Restream. Once I figure out Restream, we can cast
you
it
can
to, like,
stream from Rumble Studio. You can literally like cast it from Rumble Studio to X to YouTube, just right through there, and then they give you ads that you can read, like for the viewers. So say you have like they'll give you like $1 per viewer. So if you have 600 viewers, they pay way better than YouTube. So definitely, check out Rumble Studio.
Awesome.
So
Mark, what are you
already getting the headlines of Bitcoin hitting all-time highs and all the blogs and media. Good. Yeah, it's strong. Good.
I'm just going to tell y'all 3 zoomed out longer term targets I have. 184, let's just call it 85K. Okay, that's kind of based on the monthly chart. 95K is the measured move target of the broadening wedge breakout. And I'm always targeting the 1.618, which is at about 102K. So those were not activated for me until at least 73K. But now that we have a new all-time high, I actually put an incredibly high probability, incredibly high, on the 1.618, and that's a measurement from the 69K top down to the 15K low. Bitcoin has always trended to that in the preceding or bull markets to follow. So I don't have a date timing for that. I think Tone and I talked about the price being close to 100K by the end of the year, and I'm still kind of standing to that. That was based solely on October, November, December statistics in election years. And now after breaking the new all-time high, I think it's possible. I don't have high conviction in that, but it's a higher probability than when we last discussed it.
Let's go.
Love it. I'm gonna have to log off. It's about 9:30, and I've yet to eat dinner myself. So I'm gonna have to go take care of that. It's great seeing you guys. Some familiar faces and some new ones. Thanks for having me on, Tone, and go Trump.
Tyler.
All right, thanks for joining, man.
Tyler, before you go, Tyler, I have a quick question. Thoughts on NVIDIA Hyperwave Phase 4.5 blasting off? Is it a hyperwave? Is it not a hyperwave?
I think you already bailed.
I can take a quick look. I'm not sure if you were on when I was looking at the hyperwave in Bitcoin currently, but I can revisit that as that is most interesting to me. Was looking at as we were breaking the all-time highs, seeing that hyperwave could very much be intact, with that being the phase 2, kind of coming up to here. I originally had it at the lowest close after this correction, and thought it was invalid in here. But now that we've taken out this new all-time high, I know that Bitcoin loves to color outside the lines, and will be happy to readjust some trend lines to this lowest close on that correction there. And I think we're now in a perfect spot to accelerate into phase 3 after taking the all-time high. So I've got a similar target as you. My measured move is like 99, and think before the end of the year. And I'm really interested in this new trend line holding as a phase 3. And I'll go ahead and pull up NVIDIA. That is a very interesting one. It seems like they've been in the news for some negative press and lawsuits or something, but let's take a look at the chart. Whenever it's a really long one over 10-20 years or so, I generally will defer to the monthly. Maybe we can still use the weekly here.
I think I've been looking at it on a monthly hyperwave.
Yeah, I mean,
it's one of the most extreme I've ever seen.
It's very funky too, because like yeah, I think this is clearly our phase 2 kind of right here. And almost like my read is almost that it skipped phase 3. I would have to really get down in there, but it's like the move off of that too into a perfectly vertical. I mean, there's almost an argument to be made that this is only phase 3, but it's just way too vertical. I'm
calling it 4.5. I'm actually calling it phase 4.5 because it has launched off of phase 4, which I don't know if I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think it's probably qualifies as some sort of funky hyperwave where we have to look down here. We probably had, I don't know, like right here we have 1, 2, 3, maybe 2, 3, 4. So we almost had a full hyperwave down here below $30, and then it found support at that original sort of phase 2 line. So I'd be inclined to say that this is a funky hyperwave, found support off of phase 2, then got a phase 3 that took to new all-time highs, and then has accelerated through. So that, after not having looked for a while, but yeah, I think that this qualifies as phase 4 of a funky hyperwave that's still intact from this supporting phase 2 right here, because you had a full phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, 5, 6, 7. You had the full 7 count here. that found support off the original trend line. So that's what makes it a funky one. So I would then just say that this has always been phase 2. This was phase 3, and now we're at phase 4, which I kind of see what you're saying with 4.5, but I think that this is pretty standard for a 4 that just is like just vertical. It's just what's weird is the duration. How long that's lasted. Yeah, it's like this probably should have been 5, 6.
And that swing to a new high. See, I was watching it as maybe finishing the hyperwave, but it just broke a new all-time high, so it's not. It's still going. And if you look at the quarterly and the yearly chart, it's freaking bullish. Like, I do not see a top on this yet anywhere close.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really interesting one that definitely is in a hyperwave. And I think it's just I think it's still phase 4 qualifies as long as we would expect it to extend off, then return to find support, extend off, return. So looks ready for another extension, but I would say that this is still the phase 4, and I wouldn't really be drawing a new one here, just based on. I mean, it makes sense, but just based on the logic I use, I would just be not drawing a new trend line there. Would just be still looking for this to hold into the foreseeable future.
So the other thing we might be able to talk about on a future stream with Tone is the fact that the S&P is in a 100-year hyperwave on a monthly.
Absolutely. Would definitely love to dive into that. That's something that's actually in the book, where it was like the first monthly hyperwave that we'd ever seen. It lasted so long that we zoomed out and realized it even more perfected on the monthly. And that's one that we can see continues to go no matter how far it's gone.
Yeah, it's going to double in price. Tony and I have talked about that. I think it's doubling in price before even considering the hyperwave being over, but it's powerful. But it's not going to end well unless there's some new money printing paradigm, which we did see in 2020. But we know how these things end. But there's no sense in being bearish for probably a couple of years at least.
I agree, especially if Trump wins. If Kamala wins and she implements her unrealized taxable gains, capital gains laws that she wants to, then I could definitely see that topping. But as long as Trump wins, I mean, this thing is just maybe ready to explode much more than we've ever seen to this date.
Another reason why self-custody is very important.
Yeah, I can't
you can choose. Sorry, Mark. Go ahead, buddy.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, you basically have the choice to make when self-custody. When you are in a bank or a financial institution, you don't have the right to choose whether you're going to pay those unrealized capital gains. When you advocate for self-custody, you have the right to choose. You can now tell the government, "F you, man. Like, I'm not complying." It's important. It's important to me. I just think it is.
So Tyler, I think Wall Street literally owns and controls way too much of the upper level politicians in DC to have anything like that considered. It's a great talking point coming from the left, because a lot of liberals believe that if you just take all the money from the rich people, then you can pay off the national debt and build roads and bridges. But we all know that that's complete bullshit. So I understand. I hear the rhetoric. I just don't buy into it. I would maybe buy into an increase in capital gains tax, which could be painful, Well,
this is the difference between, this is where the rubber really meets the road to see who has how much power. I'm fully convinced that Kamala is a communist and through and through, and that her party, her handlers,
she obviously is
hell bent on separating us from our property, no matter what. If she can separate Wall Streeters from the stocks that they control and take in taxes on unrealized capital gains, maybe Wall Streeters have enough power to not let that happen if she's elected. I don't know. I think that the machine that's in place, the powers that be that are propping her up as their puppet, they are pure communists, and they will do everything they can to push something like that through, because they know it will end in everybody owning nothing and not being happy. Whereas Wall Streeters are capitalists. They have a lot of power. They have a lot of influence. And I think their influence is going to be, if they have enough, then Trump's going to take control. If Kamala gets control of the White House, I think she'll have more power than even the Wall Streeters who have so much influence over all of politics, because she is so hell-bent on separating people from their personal property and implementing a communist regime, regardless of the Wall Streeters.
I don't disagree with that, actually. The one thing that is stronger than Wall Street is the globalists. Globalists. They literally trump Wall Street.
So if she gets into the White House, I think that she would trump Wall Street.
100% that she has the power of the globalists behind her, which is definitely leaning all the liberal nations in Western Europe and the leaders of those nations into a communist type environment. I mean, it's very obvious to me, but I'm just a crazy trumpet player. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Well, yeah,
Hey guys, I know we want to let Socrates go because he wanted to go to dinner. I'm just gonna let you go on this. I got one question, quick answer. 12, guys, hold on. 12 hours from now, are we over or under $76,000?
Over.
12 hours from right now, over or under? Mark, you go first.
I'm just gonna we got 4 hour has an MRI top in 2 candles with 3 extensions printed. With all 3. So I'm going to say, what was the question, Tone? How many hours?
In 12 at noon Eastern, 12 hours from now, over or under 76,000?
76. I'm gonna say over with a correction coming.
Socrates, what do you say?
I'd say over with no correction coming. I think that we are ready for a God candle that is a $10,000 candle, and real pure God candles, they don't get a retrace generally even to the 50% level of that range. They generally like to consolidate high and tight above like the 0.382 retrace. Right now, Polymarket's given 95% chance for Trump to win. As long as everything is in his favor, we should know who the president is by that time tomorrow. And as long as everything is pointing towards Trump, I think we're going to be over. Let's see, where did we open today? I think we're going to be over 80,000 and refusing to correct below 77.5. As long as Trump is winning and there's no concerns there.
Zero and blind.
Awesome. Matt, you want to weigh in on?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the left side of your screen right now with Harris at 192 and Trump at 230, and feeling very uncomfortable about that she's catching up now that the West has opened up. That concerns me greatly, because this is what happened last time, if you recall, Tone, 4 years ago. It's deja vu all over again. So over 76, I don't know. I'm going to say yes, because I'm in a massive trade that's 20x leverage long, but I don't want Harris to get any more ground here. What are we doing here? How many is Nevada got? How many what's the word?
6 electoral votes.
Electoral votes. Ugh.
Nevada is not a huge factor.
I think Nevada is going to be somewhat irrelevant.
Yeah,
in
the
this
numbers
discussion.
up. AZ 10, Nevada 5. Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, it's
she
over
wins.
here. It's
Shit,
on
205.
Yeah. She just got something got called when they announced. Then she
I think
just
it was
went
Virginia.
up to 205.
Virginia.
Virginia got called for Kamala. Yep, that's it.
13.
Virginia went to
what's
Nevada.
Georgia? What's Georgia looking like right now? Georgia
should be Trump, but we saw this 4 years ago.
Remember last time, Georgia?
There needs to be a decision made tonight, or I'm
Oh my
going to
God,
be
it's close.
skeptical.
Georgia's
This is literally exactly where we were last year around this time.
It's
Or,
or
sorry,
yeah,
last election.
it's exactly where we were. Exactly where.
Exactly where everybody went to bed thinking Trump's
Yeah.
gonna win, and when we woke up, the numbers were flipped all over the place in
It-
Georgia
it-
and
it-
Wisconsin.
I bet the numbers are almost eerily similar to the.
Yeah,
looks
it's close. It's close, yeah.
Yeah, Georgia's
it's really,
91% in, and they're showing 50.9% Trump, 48.2% Kamala, and 0.4% to Chase Oliver.
So that one pretty much is in the bag.
It should be,
91%. That
but
should be
it's
called almost.
it's true though. Like this is
I
what it
honestly,
looked
I
like last.
honestly don't, I don't understand how Holly Monken has 95% winning. I don't understand that.
Take the bet. Take the bet.
It's very interesting. It seems like a
I'm tempted.
good
I'm tempted to
opportunity
take.
hedge.
I'm
by
tempted to
taking
take the
Kamala.
bet. If someone wants to bet me 20-1, $100, I can win $2,000. Anybody want to do that?
I
I'll
don't
take
think I would
Kamala for
want that
$100.
I don't think that's a 21 to 1 to 1 odds. That's why you want it.
Yeah. I'm thinking if I was Matt and I was in a really nice long position with a lot of unrealized profit, hedging with a bet on Kamala makes a ton of sense at these prices. You can bet on Kamala getting 20-1
Roll your
and
winnings in,
basically
dude.
be in a great position no matter what happens.
Matt, maybe me and you need to have a talk about self-custody at some point.
For sure.
Especially, I mean, teaching self-custody to people that you trust with your finances if you're not around.
Yeah.
That's a
doubt.
big thing, especially
right.
when you're using multi.
Huge.
On that note, I'm out here, boys. It's great catching up with you.
Good having you, Socrates.
I hope we wake up to over 76 tomorrow.
It's good seeing you, man.
You too. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers, man.
What do you, Tone? What you're muted, Tone? You're muted. Tone, you're muted. Tone, you're muted. Tone, you're muted.
Oh, no. All right. Bye, guys. No, I was talking to someone else.
What, Tone?
Yeah, what's your call on 76?
You know what? I'm gonna say over. I'm gonna say over. Because that's the thing, right? As weird as it sounds, I'm still very skeptical on a Trump win. But what I don't believe is gonna happen. I don't believe they're gonna announce a Kamala win by morning. Even if Trump loses, it's not gonna be in the next 12 hours. Either Trump wins by morning, or we don't know for once. But either I'm gonna walk away from the table to say it. So either Trump wins tonight, or it's going to be an unknown winner by noon tomorrow. So because those are my two scenarios, I think Bitcoin will be over 76.
Walk us through why you've come to this. I always want to,
Because remember last time they had this massive cheating thing while people went to bed confident that Trump was going to win.
Poll watchers went home, Matt.
They cannot get away with that again. If Kamala is going to be the eventual winner, it's going to be a drawn out, disputed process, like what happened with George W. Bush in the year 2000. It's not going to be this surprise Kamala wins and you can't argue it, because they already did that. So based on what's happening right now, if Kamala is to win, there's going to be like 2 key states undecided by morning. And then these states are going to go into the court system. And because all that shit is controlled by the Democrats, she's going to end up winning through a fair court process.
This is good. That was
It's a funny point too, because that would make sense, because it would be easier to pull the rug out in a few weeks from now than it will be while it's hot. Do you know what I mean? If you call it now, you'll get riots in the street. Do you know what I mean? Like they need to tamper the mood a little bit for the apathy to kick in.
I'm kind of with Tone on this one. If there's no clear decision within the next hour or two, there could be some serious things pulled at any point.
Not there could be, there will be.
There will be. I mean, there was proof, and any person on the left will tell you or deny it. There was proof and video evidence in not only Georgia but also Wisconsin that there were ballots pulled out from underneath tables on camera when poll watchers went home and ran through. And he barely won. He barely won Wisconsin last time, and the numbers look very similar to what they do this time. So it comes down to a lot of things.
Voter Viagra. That was what Owen Shore, he was going around saying, because it was just like this little blip in the middle of the night, like they were, right here. And now actually Polymarket is saying 97% Trump wins, Kamala 4% only. So Polymarket is still really bullish. But
yeah, it's funny how like the states that take the longest to count votes, and it's funny because like and you can say, well, it's closer, but I mean, Florida always pulls it off fine, even in the elections where it was close. Everything since Bush Gore in Florida has been counted very rapidly and accurately. But, like Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, like they take a long time to count their votes, and things always seem to change in a weird way at the last minute.
yeah, actually Ron DeSantis, he had like a bunch of people deployed to be like watching and making sure that everything was legitimate. So I feel like every state needs to have that. But it does seem like this could be like another steal. But I don't know. Do you guys really think that Kamala would actually, like the deep state would actually want Kamala as president? Because she's going to keep embarrassing them.
So Abby, if you've seen my geopolitical podcast, when I talked about the U.S. part, I think that a Kamala win is going to be disastrous for America, but in a different perspective. You are suspect of with the deep state want her, and I am absolutely convinced the deep state does not want her. And when they attempted to assassinate Trump the first time, they were using an AR to assassinate him, because not only did they get to eliminate Trump, they get to, severely ban guns.
Yeah.
And I think that if Kamala wins, I think that she would be taken out by the deep state by a white guy in a mega hat with an AR, and they get to accomplish everything they wanted. They get Tim Walz. They get Tim Walz, who's the perfect president for the deep state. They get to, take out the first female minority president with an AR. She replaces Lincoln on the $5 bill, and they get to ban the guns, and they get rid of the dumbass Kamala at the same time. It is absolutely perfect for the deep state to take her out 6 to 12 months after she got elected.
Yeah, maybe that's why she's always like on coke and drunk, allegedly. I mean, maybe she's just like sacrificing herself. So she's like, screw it, I'm going to go out laughing.
She wasn't fairly voted in the first place. So,
yeah.
I mean, there's that.
Selected.
I just love it that they replaced Biden with Kamala with like what 6 months left in his term, and so it's like he wasn't fit to run for presidency, but he can run the country for the next 6 months. Like that'll never sit well.
And the only debate that was held was one that was extremely one-sided and chopped up by ABC.
Yeah.
It doesn't even feel like we have a president right now.
You
That's
ahead.
because that's exactly how a lot of people feel. Because what has Biden done? Well, what has he done?
Yeah, exactly.
What has he done? Anything.
Yeah, it just goes to show that like the president can really just be simply a puppet because he's had 2 brain aneurysms. He's like completely brain dead. So he literally can't do anything.
He's the perfect person to allow proxy wars to rage all over the world. That's
Yeah.
what he is.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Mark. What do you got, mate?
I was gonna say she didn't replace anybody. She was installed.
Yeah, installed, right?
Be clear.
Literally.
My buddy liked your comment. She was installed.
And Abigail, DeSantis banned Dominion voting machines in Florida.
Ah, so that's what it was. I got my TikTok banned for bringing up the 2020 election and saying it was rigged. Check into like Dominion, Smartmatic, and all the voting machines, and they just like completely wiped my whole account when I made that TikTok.
Misinformation.
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
That's how I knew it was right. I was like, okay, that's how they rigged it.
Total misinformation.
Right?
Like yesterday or the day before, the Secretary of State of Michigan, who isn't them, came out in public and said, well, we are having a few glitches with our Dominion voting machines, and it does seem to be a nationwide issue. And this is the Secretary of State. Like, this is an official government positioned person, right? Coming from the left. So,
I didn't even see that. Wow.
Yeah, it's out there.
Yeah.
That's telling.
Yeah, but what's telling is that it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't. Bitcoin is the president.
Yeah, they just say, we'll just keep chugging on. You know?
Satoshi. Right. So I used to write in Mickey Mouse, but he went too woke. So now I write in Satoshi Nakamoto.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we don't like Mickey over here in Florida. Neither does DeSantis. Had enough of that.
It's sad candidates like Ron Paul and Vivek and all those guys get just like thrown to the wind so hard. I mean, like Ron Paul even won Iowa and like the news didn't even report on it. Like it's absolute insanity that we don't have another choice. That's where it really bothers me.
So a buddy of mine down in Florida sent me a text that the Republicans just won the Senate. He's pretty reliable source, so I need to look into that. But
heck yeah. Yeah, we're doing good. I feel like we need to see this play out with like this whole like team of like Elon, Vivek, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. Like if we don't get this, that's just messed up. That's just such a big tease.
What did Jordan Peterson call it? They were the X-Men?
Yeah, or like the Avengers.
Like, yeah, like I love the they're like superheroes to actually fix things. It is a good team, honestly. Like at least you get Vivek in there, and like even Ron Paul was talking about giving suggestions towards the Federal Reserve and everything else. He's like, I'm not gonna officially join the cabinet or anything, but Ron Paul is, man, he's just was such a great candidate. It's sad that he never got his shot.
Yeah, everyone in the Bitcoin space loves him. He's basically like your run-of-the-mill libertarian, right?
Hey guys, here's I gotta do an update here. Pennsylvania is at 83% reported. Trump is up by 4 percentage points with 83% reported. Georgia, 93% reported. Trump is up by 2.5%. With 93, well, I'm not done. Wow. Wisconsin, 75% reported. Wow. Trump is up by 4 percentage points. Arizona at only 50% reported. It's pretty much 50-50. Those are the swing states remaining. Minnesota, 53% reported. Kamala is way in the lead. 2-1. Fucking Minnesota. Anyone?
And Trump, so I'm looking county by county in Georgia. Most of the blue counties are in that same range, like 93 or 93, 88, 95% reported, except for Chatham County, which is right over there on the coast, at the northern edge near South Carolina, is blue. right now 57 or 59.3% to 40%, and they're only 67.8% reporting. There are 2 counties south near the border with Florida that haven't reported anything yet. But I have a hard time seeing Georgia not go to Trump. There aren't enough ballots.
Yeah, that's what we all said last year, but Georgia
I
still
know.
hasn't called it.
I know.
Like
I
with
know, I'm with you.
93% reported and Trump with a 2.5% lead, they should call Georgia. They should call Georgia, and they're not.
I'll give you one more file.
What's the path for victory here for Harris?
She's got to win.
The only way that I win.
Just to win.
She's got to win Pennsylvania,
Wisconsin.
Michigan,
Yeah.
and possibly Wisconsin. And then she wins.
Maybe 2 of them.
Right, she can.
The line's going.
Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, right? So
Yes.
Pennsylvania is 19. Michigan is 15. That is 34. Nevada is 6. Minnesota is going to go to her. Minnesota's 10. And Maine hasn't been called. That's going to go to her. New Hampshire hasn't been called. That's going to go to her.
It's just
So
tight.
that's
right.
I don't think Trump will win. I'm going to go out and say it. I think this is going to fuck us here in the end.
It's looking good. It's looking good for Trump now, but
look, it's Pennsylvania. It's Pennsylvania. Whoever wins Pennsylvania is winning this election.
Pennsylvania is huge.
It is. I mean, but he can still lose Pennsylvania, and if he wins Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada, he still wins.
If he wins Wisconsin, he doesn't need to win Nevada. If he loses Pennsylvania and wins Arizona, like he wins.
Guys. There's no fucking way he's gonna win Pennsylvania and lose the others. Pennsylvania is the easier corrupt state. So if Trump Trump has to win Pennsylvania, because if Trump loses Pennsylvania, he's probably losing the others because the others are a lot easier to rig than Pennsylvania.
Well, Michigan
like
is faulty.
Right. I still think it's unlikely that he loses Pennsylvania.
I'm with you on that. It's looking really good for him in Pennsylvania.
So I don't know how big the Amish community is in Pennsylvania, but they are literally riding their horses to voting booths.
Right, which they don't do, and they're not really counted and expected voters.
Yeah, they're over it.
They never do that.
Well, he came after their raw milk or their raw cheese.
Yeah, dude. No, it wasn't that, Bernoulli. That wasn't it. It was Peanut the squirrel, dude. It was Peanut the squirrel. That was actually what did it all in for everybody. The Amish were like, dude, that squirrel just got murdered. I'm on my way right now. They all left at that moment.
Amish for squirrels.
Poor Peanut, man.
It was also trying to vaccinate their kids. That's another one of them.
Yeah.
They were like,
it could be the school systems too. Like it could be any of that. Or I mean, I was telling Tone the other day this. Whether you believe in Christianity or not, like 83% of the country still sides, like in some way, fashion, or form, with Christianity. And the day that she like stood up and gave a middle finger to that, I was like, how can you win this? You gave 81% of the country the middle finger. Like I don't understand. It was a bad move.
Like even if you just like looking at this right now, it makes me very concerned for our future that anyone could listen to her talk and actually go and vote for her. Like I get why people don't like Trump. He reminds me of every annoying New Yorker that came and infested Florida that I've not been able to see in my whole life, right? Like I find him annoying personally. But like if you look at any reality here, like it's wild to me that anyone could vote for her, and the fact that there's even a chance of her winning here, I have serious concerns going forward.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, and most people that in my area which is it's pretty much landslide red. So we can't make, you know, it's one of the things to where anybody that was voting for Kamala in my area was basically just anti-Trump. And most Trump supporters didn't even choose to put up the signs because the left can be just so toxic that they'll they'll do something to your house. You know, it's why even
No, you'll get your house egged, all kinds of totally.
Did you see that video of the guy that ran over? He saw a Trump sign. He was recording. His wife was recording it. And he's like all mad. He saw a Trump sign and he went to go run it over. And some dude had put nails on a board like underneath it. So he got a flat tire and he was all mad. And he was like, how dare you guys? You know, like it was like that guy's fault. It was that guy's fault that he was a jackass. It was like, what?
You know, there's so many funny videos, man. Have you ever seen the videos people like put Trump signs on their lawn and they electrocute those signs, and then when someone comes to try and rip it out, they get electrocuted.
Right.
You gotta just Google for those videos. They're hilarious.
Although,
yeah,
like,
it's just a bunch of dumb women. Dumb women are voting for Kamala. I'm in like this group on X called Insufferable Women, and it's a lot of black girls. They are just voting for Kamala because she's allegedly black, Indian, whatever, brown. And then yeah, they're very low information. So I was trolling on X last night, and basically this person was telling me that like Trump created Project 2025 in that group. And I literally recorded Fox of him calling in saying, like, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. It's some very conservative people that created it. They're probably fans of me, but I have nothing to do with it, whatever. And these people are still saying, like, oh, well, we don't believe that he's not part of Project 2025 because he could be lying. It's like, what do you want me to tell you? How am I going to convince you? It's the source himself saying that he's not part of it. And then it's also the thing about abortion. It's like they just, and it's Trump's not even against abortion. You know what I mean? And they act like he's gonna ban it. And so Trump.
How did the left convince the American people, the leftists, that Trump is going to take away women's right to vote? They're going to imprison their political enemies. They're going to not let women get abortions who are dying, bleeding out on the floor. It's like, how did they convince them that this is
I think it was in Texas. That was where it like popped off where they banned it, right?
Well, Roe v. Wade literally wasn't completely making abortion illegal. It was put back into the hands of a state to decide. So now you can go decide where you want to live. So if you're pro-abortion, go live in Portland. Good luck. Go live in New York. Good luck. LA, any of these places, they're all terrible places to live. So go live there.
Have you seen the propaganda commercial where the guy the tie comes up and he's like the girl, like the husband's calling the ambulance like that. My wife's bleeding out on the floor, and the guy comes over and says, you know, you can't, you know, she's gonna die. This is your fault. You should have voted for, you know, Kamala. Like, it's fucking insane.
There is so much fear around birth. Like I have a almost 6-month-old son, and I free birthed him in my living room that I'm like streaming from by myself. I didn't do any like gynecologist. I did one gynecologist appointment, and they told me you have to get an ultrasound. And I was like, well, I'm not getting an ultrasound. They're like, well, you have to. And I was like, okay, well, bye. And then she's like, oh, you should get a midwife, blah, blah, blah. And then I just looked into like free birthing, and I literally like just went full relax mode. I just had the baby, and it's like there's so much fear around birth. It really wasn't even that bad. So it's like these women are just so scared of anything that has to do with their bodies. They don't know how to like track their cycles. You know, they're on toxic birth control. They rely on the medical institutions to birth their children. It was honestly a great experience for me to free birth. It's where you just like don't have a midwife. It was literally just like me and my partner, and me just like birthing the baby on my own, everything. I just encapsulated my placenta with like my bare hands a couple of days ago. So I'm like very like there's pretty much no one like me in some of these aspects or whatever. But it's crazy how scared women are around like birth and babies. So I think that it is a real thing. I'm not like I'm on the side where I'm like, okay, you can have abortion, but like don't brag about it. Don't be like, I want to kill my baby, and like, you know, just acting so nasty. And I see these girls posting
a form
of
contraceptive is what really gets me.
Yeah, literally.
That's where it's like, okay, well, you have plenty of other avenues for it, but this is basically an avenue to use as a contraceptive, and that's where I'm just like, dude, why, man? Like,
Yeah.
But like 98% of abortions in America are like elective abortions, right? They're like
They're not
it's an
rape. They're
insane
not.
amount.
Yeah.
It's not all the other ones that they use or target. Like I've had that talk with my daughter to where she's like, what if you're dying? What if you're, I'm like, you're talking about since like the early 1900s, because of modern medicine, the odds of you dying giving birth are insanely low. So like it's being used massively as a form of contraceptive. Like we don't have to go too much into this, but this is a lot of what people vote for when they do vote for, you know, the left now. Like they vote for they for reasons such as that. And that's where I say, like, well, when Roe v. Wade was overturned, like now you do have the ability to go live in the state and do that. Like if that's what you're into, go live in that state, but don't come over to the states that aren't going to approve of that and then say it's okay. Like if it's not okay in that state, then you can't be there. Like it's I don't know. It's one
You
of the
already
things.
have to pay for the abortion. You might as well just pay for like a plane ticket too to the next city or town over and
Yeah,
do
or
it if you have to.
like, or don't use our tax dollars to set up Planned Parenthoods to do it for everybody. Like that's another thing that gets me.
Yeah, it's just, but really it's like, okay, if we're gonna have World War III, I don't think we're gonna really care about abortions at that point.
I think a lot of things would change if we went into actual full World War III.
Which I don't know that I think we're already in an information war, you know, info war. So I don't know.
We're in a cultural war. There's no doubt about that. Silent killer.
Right. So who knows if we'll ever actually have another like physical World War III or whatever. But I know there's things that I care way more about, like Bitcoin than abortion.
You just lost Hawaii, so that was obvious. But
what's that saying? I don't know what weapons World War III will be fought with, but I know that World War IV will be fought with sticks.
Sticks, yeah, yeah. That's Einstein, or is it Einstein, or is it one of those guys, one of those Oppenheimer or someone like that?
What do you think that means with sticks?
It means that the world's going to end.
The weapons will be so brutal in World War III that we won't have anything left over, so we'll be fighting it with sticks.
Oh my God! Yeah, like
It's
back to this
that makes
Stone
sense.
Age. Yeah.
Oh God, we just all become
I've been
stupid.
collecting sticks, okay?
I'm ready.
I'm good for sticks.
Oh God, I hope we don't get there. Let Bitcoin hit 100K first, please. It looks like we're going down too with Bitcoin. We're below 74K.
Yeah, that's because
the hourly.
Yeah, but
top, but 73,000 maybe is a dip, and then we'll see what happens.
We just came back up. I'm looking on
What,
Coinbase.
under 74, we're all poor again.
Yeah.
Literally. What is this? God.
The CME is back to trading at a premium though. The CME was being outperformed by spot for a little while there, and then it picked back up.
Yeah, it's like $800 premium ish.
Yeah.
That's typically bullish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
It was.
So wait, Kamala got something else? 210?
Hawaii.
Oh shit.
They let them vote?
For real.
That's funny. Yeah, I can't believe Hawaii, after what happened with their fires, still vote for Kamala. It's fucking insane. Absolutely.
Why does it say 0% reporting?
Yeah, it's been like that all day. It's been like that.
Not only what happened with the fires, but also having Tulsi Gabbard move over to the Republicans as well. You would think that they would start to figure it out by then.
Yeah, just an RFK Jr., just like so many people coming around. Jake Paul, Elon Musk, just who else? There was someone else recently. Joe Rogan, he officially endorsed Trump. You would just think that everyone would be on board at this point. I don't know. I feel like, do you guys think that these numbers are even real? Like 210 Harris. Do you think that a lot of that is cheating, or it's just genuinely like half the population is stupid?
Honestly, I think the majority is cheating. I think if the vote was fair, Trump would have already won this election with over 300,000. 300,
Yeah,
over
I agree.
300 votes.
If
with
it
over
was fair,
300.
we
I
would
think
have
if this
seen-
I think if this election was fair, New Mexico would have went to Trump.
Agreed. Virginia.
New Hampshire would go to Trump. Virginia would have gone to Trump. New Jersey maybe, and all these swing states would go to Trump. There's been rumors that California has actually gone red because most of them left, but like no one is going to dispute that California is Kamala. But there's been so many rumors that so many people are like, look, we're all voting for Republicans, and we don't even come close. So
there's things that I've watched literally of them asking 100 people on the streets of Chicago who they're voting for, and like 84 of them selected Trump. Like it is absolutely insane. Like I'm with you. I do think that there's more cheating than we even know to begin with.
Yeah, I've seen the videos too. It doesn't make sense.
Look at New Mexico, where like everybody's pissed about the border crisis. They're coming in New Mexico too. You know, like they're all mad. Like they're done. They're over it. I've seen videos of people like they're told that they can't even protect their own property while these people.
Right, and remember, Arizona has been going red. How the fuck is Arizona? Sorry, Arizona's been going blue. How the hell is Arizona Democrat? Arizona has the most.
No, it shouldn't be that close.
It shouldn't. I used to live there. It shouldn't be.
Arizona has the best gun rights in the whole freaking country.
Yes.
It's illegal to even register your gun in Arizona.
It was all open carry, everything when I was there, and I was there in 2005, and it was like everybody just had a gun on them, and nobody.
They don't even do daylight savings time.
No, they're basically like F everything. Yeah, I actually loved it there.
So, Tone, I have a theory about Arizona because I did a lot of research on that state several years ago. Massive U.S. military government contracting. There are over 3,000 military contractors in Arizona, and Trump. You know, it's funny. I watched the military-industrial complex stocks during the Trump presidency. They didn't know what the fuck to do. They were all over the map. Whereas if you look at Obama, all they did was go up. And so clearly Kamala is way more beneficial to the war machine than Trump. He's an unknown. So Arizona is absolutely going to go for Kamala.
You know, Mark, that's really interesting because, you know, I used to contract in engineering too, on government contracts, and there was a distinct cut in those contracts when Trump took office in 2016. It dwindled until I finally got laid off, which was great for me in the end. You know, I got to go and work in Bitcoin mining, but
it's funny.
It was a distinct change.
If you go back and look at the military industrial complex stocks, they look schizophrenic during his election because they didn't know. They had no idea. Whereas under Obama, it was very clear they were going to continue invading, and same thing under Biden. They've risen steadily under Biden. And one thing, if you want to get crazy conspiracy theorists,
let's go.
Look at the stock.
I do.
Look at the military industrial complex stocks in November before Russia invaded in February. Look at that. Some people knew some shit was going to happen.
Wait, you're telling me Nancy Pelosi's husband did know to buy Lockheed and Martin? Dude, I don't know. I don't know, dude.
Again,
you're telling me
I'm a player. I don't know what I'm talking about. I figured out how to read a chart or two, but if you go back November 2019 or 2021, some shit started rolling, and a few months later we had an all-out invasion. So follow the money.
Hey guys, I gotta intervene here. So the room here has decided to open the bottle of champagne to toast to a Trump win. I disagree, but I'm responsible for opening the champagne. Let me see. I'm gonna try not to hit the camera.
The win for crypto. Reruns.
Too early. Too early.
Too early.
Yeah, I feel like a little Hillary Clinton-ish right now.
Famous
Remember that?
last minute.
Do you remember that? Did you guys ever see that? Where she celebrated winning the election 2016? The balloons are all falling.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I love that.
We just need a mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Tell Dusty I said hi.
But yeah, Dusty Bernoulli says hi.
Dusty.
I love you, Dusty.
Tone. I almost opened up a bottle of Tears of Lorona.
Oh no, you should definitely open that one.
I'm thinking about it, but I haven't cracked it
Who's the
open.
big winner? Because I feel like no one really won it.
Yeah, I got a bottle of that at home also. I gotta crack something open tomorrow. Well, I'm not actually I don't have one here. My bottle is up in New York. But I'll be in New York in a week or so.
I might take it for 100K. That's a good 100K bottle.
My brother just said they only ask for your address and name in California when you go to vote. I guess you don't put your ID in. You don't need IDs. You only need IDs for everything else.
Right. For literally everything else.
Everything else only.
All right. I what? Give me your opinion. Let's just say if Trump wins or if Hillary Clinton wins, what's her name? Kamala wins. What do you think is going to happen as a fallout in the next 24 hours? Do you think there's going to be mass rioting? If it's announced in the tonight or whatever, what do you think the fallout's going to be in the opposite direction?
You're saying
DC, like I'm close to DC. I'm right on the outskirts of DC. I'm 20 miles away. Completely boarded up. Completely.
Yeah, they went in like 2 nights ago, 3 nights ago, and like put up all kinds of steel barricades. They boarded everything.
Yeah,
they already have the windows covered.
Oh, dude! Like all the businesses were like, "We're boarding up and we are getting out of town."
Wow!
Like almost like they knew something was coming. So that's why like Tone might not be wrong on this, because like if they went through the trouble of all that and spent all that money on that, what was the reasoning or the purpose? And Matt, to answer your question, I would be more worried about the crap that would ensue a Kamala victory than a Trump victory. Because during a Trump victory, they just tear their own cities down.
Yeah.
In a Kamala victory, you're pissing off a different group of people. So that's
okay. So I'm gonna go the other way on this, right? The left is way more violent than the right. The left burns down the cities.
They're peaceful.
I was there on January 6th. It was peaceful, contrary to what the media made you believe. Like the January 6th was way more peaceful than the average protest in Minnesota during BLM. Okay. So if there is a Kamala victory, there will not be violence, but there will be a serious move for secession. And the move for secession might bring violence from the federal government onto the state that is seceding, which is why they're putting all these illegals into law enforcement and the military. If you look at the average police officer in Chicago, he'll probably have gang tattoos.
No, I agree. It'll be a silent revolution from the right and all-out fiery violence from the left. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
And by the way,
where? In what state?
But there'll be it'll be mostly peaceful fires. Mostly peaceful fires.
Joining the U.S. military is an instant path to American citizenship. I know because one of my friends just did it. He came to America. She wanted to become a citizen because that also gives her whole family, like her parents, citizenship. She is Ukrainian, and bam, joins the military, instant citizenship.
You can join the military without being a citizen in America.
Absolutely. You join the military, you pass boot camp, you are a US citizen a month later. So if you come to America and you join the military, you pass boot camp. Boot camp is anywhere from 2 weeks to 2 months, depending on which military you join. And then within a month after you successfully pass boot camp, you are a US citizen with papers and everything. So basically, my friend joined one of the military units, and I'm not going to give too many details, but that military unit, and I'm not even going to say the gender of the friend, that friend will now have an office job as a reserve, and became a US citizen from start to finish, 3 months.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Let's just call him they. Call your friend they.
Call a friend they.
Oh, jeez.
Right. So instant path to citizenship. Join any military unit, instant path to citizenship, and you can vote. So, like I said, 3 months. Well, I will say my friend did not come to this country illegally, but I don't think they give a fuck. There is a shortage of people in the military, and they'll take an illegal. Hey guys, they are kicking us out of this room. We have to wrap up the live stream. I'm just gonna end it with one final look at what's going on. Wisconsin, 80% reported, Trump up by 4%. Michigan, 52% reported, Trump up by 7%. That's a big lead. 86% in Pennsylvania, Trump up by 3 percentage points. That's very good. And 93% in Georgia, Trump up by 3 percentage points. That's pretty good. Arizona, too close to call. And that's where we are.
Screenshot this.
Final thoughts.
We'll see what happens.
My final thought is currently the prior all-time high is sitting at support, which I love. I could see a little bit farther drop down into 72.5K on lower time frames, but we're literally sitting at 74.1, and that's support on low time frames. Love it. Absolutely love it.
All right, guys. Abby, thank you for joining us. I gotta come on your channel now because mine is still shadow banned left and right. And yeah, if you we still have to finish talking about doing our political show together. We've been talking about it for we talked about it like 3 years ago.
Yeah, I know, definitely. Yeah, come on mine, and I'm definitely gonna keep doing this. This is like my first like group chat kind of meeting thing, so it was nice to meet all of you guys. Love it, love all of your guys' perspectives. I could learn from all of you. Thank you for having me on, Tone. And Trump 2024, let's go.
It was good hanging out with all you guys. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, great.
Make sure for the viewers there to tune into the Financial Summit channel in like, I don't know, 12 hours or something. When we do the show, me and Tone on the Financial Summit Network, we'll be able to review a lot of this stuff that we've gone over in the last 8 hours and the price as well. I think that we'll be at $76,000 by the time we do the show tonight, Tone. Let's go.
All right. See everybody in the morning.